Happy NFL New Year, Steelers and Commanders fans. We are just an hour away from the new league year beginning in the National Football League, which means that a number of other free agents here are going to be joining the free agency class, including a couple of big names to keep your eye on for the Steelers and Commanders today, Kyler Murray and also Brandon Ayuk. So make sure you guys click that subscribe button if you haven't already. And I just want to thank each and every one of you guys for tuning in here for our live stream here of day 3 of NFL free agency. It is the new league year day. Just a reminder, guys, that we do have both our audiences on Steelers Talk and the Commanders Report on today's live stream. The reason why that we have both of these audiences in here today instead of just going live on Steelers or just going live on Commanders is because we can stay live for the entirety of the afternoon here. And we can, whenever there's breaking news, we can talk about that breaking news for that specific team. We can talk about what's going on in the National Football League. And both teams and both fan bases here get to enjoy a full afternoon's worth of NFL coverage from us here at Chat Sports. So I greatly appreciate your guys' support. So let's kick off today's show here by seeing who are the real ones. Who are the ones that are kicking off our show here today? Type PIT if you are here supporting the Pittsburgh Steelers. Type WAS if you are here supporting the Washington Commanders. I see my lovely fiance Cassie Voth is in the chat. Everyone say hi to Cassie down there in the chat. We got Fluffy in the chat. We got Preston. We got Chris. We got J-Cam. We got Shaq. We've got Steelers Prods. We got Eugene Payne, Schuleberg, Colton. We've got Paranormal in the Funhouse, NRG. We've got Czar Craig, Mr. Malone. We've got Chase, Noah. We got Johnny. We've got Chase, Doral, Chase Jackson, Paranormal in the Funhouse, Sup Dog, Colton, Zero, JT Prods. We've got 812. What do we got in the Commanders chat here, Ponzi?
We got James, Walter, Brada, Dan, JB, Anthony, Kevin, Ricardo, James, Dan, Tony, see you, Tony, Tommy, JP, James, Dan, Rich, Jasmine Gray, Quentin Few, The Poster King, Kevin Taylor, James Lovett, Damian, Mike Keeman. Got a bunch of great Commanders fans in here as well.
All right, so thank you guys so much for joining us here today. Of course, we'll be live for probably at least, I would say, 3 hours, maybe 4 or 5, depending on, if we get a Brandon Ayuk update here today for the Washington Commanders, if we get any news surrounding Aaron Rodgers or Kyler Murray today on the quarterback front for the Pittsburgh Steelers. Lots of stuff that is going to really be kicking into high gear once we get to the new league year, which starts in just a little bit less than an hour. If you actually want to put a timer on that, Ponzi, until the new league year. That would be fantastic. Let me see here. I just got a message from somebody. Oh, I don't know why somebody just DM'd me on Twitter, PIT, but hey, thank you so much to Paul Mack for DMing me Pittsburgh on Twitter. Now, if you guys want to get on the show today, if you have a question, if you have a comment, if you have an idea for something that you want your football team to do here during NFL free agency, if you want to make a comment on a move that the team has already made, you guys can super chat down there in the live chat room, and it's any dollar amount, guys. $2, $5, $10, $20, $50, $100. Doesn't matter to me, man. If you donate any of your hard-earned money to our channel, we are going to get you up on screen. We'll answer any questions that you have. We'll talk about your football team and what exactly is going to be going on. And looks like we've got Commanders news. Okonkwo is heading to the Washington Commanders. They have their pass-catching tight end. All right, so we will make sure to get to that breaking news as soon as we can get to it here for the Commanders. But it's a 3-year deal for Okonkwo. The Washington Commanders have found their replacement for Zach Ertz. And he's a good run-after guy. He's done some good things there with the Tennessee Titans. So we'll have to talk about him later in today's show. But make sure you guys get those super chats in. If you guys have any comments about Okonkwo from our Commanders chat, if you have anything to say about the Aaron Rodgers, Kyler Murray saga unfolding in our Steelers chat, make sure you guys, let us know what you guys think. Now, just to catch you guys up on some of the latest stuff that has been happening around. Okay. Yeah, let's, God. I just want to let you guys know that, first let's do the Venmo one here, the weigh-in 2. Just let them know what they can do there with the Venmo stuff. If you guys want Steelers Talk channel hats, you guys can get those for $25 with Venmo or PayPal donations. $25 Venmo or PayPal donations get you a Steelers Talk channel logo hat. By the way, those hats are usually $50, so it's half off during NFL free agency. So if you've been wanting a Steelers Talk hat, you want it half off today at Jack Sperry on Venmo or at Captain Jackrabbit on PayPal. $25 to purchase a hat today. Greatly appreciate your guys' support. But while Ponzi gets us ready here for our first breaking news cut of the day, Okonkwo is signing a 3-year contract with the Washington Commanders, and this is really their first big move on the offensive side of the ball. We're expecting Brandon Ayuk to eventually sign with the Washington Commanders. It might be today, but whenever Ayuk makes his official decision, we are expecting him to be landing with the Washington Commanders. And with Zach Ertz, coming off that very bad knee injury and him getting older, this is a team that needed to get younger and faster, and Okonkwo definitely brings some speed and some juice to that tight end room. And, apparently this is somebody that they feel like is going to fit in David Blau's offense moving forward here. And, he's played in offenses where he's had to block a little bit there in Tennessee, especially when Arthur Smith was the head coach there. He started his career when Arthur Smith was the OC there in Tennessee. And, he's done some pretty good stuff in this league. I wouldn't say he's necessarily like a superstar level tight end, but he's definitely a tight end with some juice, with a good pass catching skill set. And I think that this is a pretty decent get for the Washington Commanders. I'm interested to see what the terms are for Okonkwo, though. Sounds good. So I'm actually gonna record a short right here. Ponzi's getting our breaking news cut together, and we'll start off today's show with some breaking news for the Washington Commanders. Okonkwo signing that 3-year deal. After we get done with that breaking news cut, we'll kind of break down the latest surrounding the Pittsburgh Steelers and talk about their quarterback situation. Could they sign Kyler Murray today? Is it going to be Aaron Rodgers? Are they going to go with Will Howard next year? There's a lot of different things to kind of consider there for the Pittsburgh Steelers that we'll talk about after this breaking news cut for the Washington Commanders. And then we'll kind of talk about some other needs here for the Commanders as well. So we're going to be reacting to all the big moves in the National Football League as they come in. And I'm going to film a quick short here. The Washington Commanders are signing a tight end. Adam Peters has finally made a move on the offensive side of the ball, signing tight end Okonkwo, who is somebody that is a very kind of dynamic after the catch threat as a pass catching tight end. And obviously the tight end market is starting to get dry a little bit here, and Adam Peters has been pretty slow to get to these offensive moves. But Okonkwo is signing a 3-year deal at the time of me recording this short. We do not know the money figures tied to Okonkwo's contract here, but he is going to assume that number 1 tight end role here in David Blau's offense in his first year as the offensive coordinator here in Washington. And I think it's a pretty darn good signing. Obviously, I'll have more thoughts on this once we get contract terms, which should be coming out here momentarily. I'm going to be getting you guys a breaking news cut here on Okonkwo on the Commanders Report here in just a second. So make sure you guys click that subscribe button for more Commanders free agency updates throughout this week. All right, sending that in. All right, sounds good. Okonkwo on his way to the Washington Commanders, and he's a fun player. He is. He's really dynamic, at least for a tight end after the catch. Like, he's got some good run after ability. He's got solid hands. It's a good signing in my opinion for the Washington Commanders. I would have been interested in like a couple of different guys. I was interested in Njoku. I would have been cool with Darren Waller. But Okonkwo was considered like the best overall tight end that was still available, and the Commanders end up getting him. So that's a good get. All right. Okonkwo. Juice. Short spin sent. I'm ready to go whenever you are here on this, Ponzi. By the way, we got a couple of polls going on in the live chat room right now as we wait for Ponzi to finalize our breaking news graphics here. But the poll in Steelers right now is who will be Pittsburgh's Week 1 starting QB next season? Kyler Murray, Aaron Rodgers, Will Howard, or other? Right now, Aaron Rodgers is the leading vote getter with 54%, but Will Howard and Kyler Murray are tied at 21%. So it seems like there's a contingent there that thinks it won't be Aaron Rodgers. Almost half of our Steelers audience don't think it's going to be Rodgers next year. And then with our Commanders audience, our question is, will Brandon Ayuk sign with the Washington Commanders for less than $10 million today? 63% of Commanders fans think that he is going to sign today, and he will be signing a deal for less than $10 million. 37% say they don't think that's going to happen. So some very interesting answers here from our chat. But if you guys are just joining us, welcome in to Steelers Talk in the Commanders Report's coverage of Day 3 of NFL free agency. We are getting close to the start of the new league year here in the National Football League. And once we get to 4 p.m. Eastern time here in about 45 minutes or so, a number of veterans join this free agency class. Kyler Murray from the Arizona Cardinals is a big one to watch for the Pittsburgh Steelers today as they continue to search for their next starting quarterback. So another one to keep an eye on today on this particular stream is Brandon Ayuk, who is expected to be released by the San Francisco 49ers, and he is expected to sign a contract with the Washington Commanders shortly after that happens. So we will have breaking news coverage for you guys whenever either of these teams make a move here this afternoon. We'll also be reacting to the Maxx Crosby craziness that happened last night. We'll be talking about Trey Hendrickson on his way to the Baltimore Ravens. We're going to be talking about all that stuff here on the channel here today, guys. So Ponzi's giving me the thumbs up. Let's get into our breaking news coverage of Okonkwo heading to the Washington Commanders. Adam Peters has finally made a move for a starting offensive player as the Washington Commanders are signing tight end Okonkwo in NFL free agency. They are signing him to a 3-year contract, and this is a nice little addition here for the Commanders to add a nice weapon at the tight end position for Jaden Daniels, and this almost certainly means Zach Ertz will be on his way out of the Washington Commanders organization. Now make sure you guys click that subscribe button if you haven't already, because this is exactly why you guys click that subscribe button here on the Commanders Report. We're going to have breaking news coverage for the Commanders every time they make a big move during free agency, and they still have certain needs that they need to address. Running back, wide receiver, offensive line. They still got quite a few moves that I think that we're going to be seeing from Adam Peters and Dan Quinn here over the next several days. So make sure you guys click that subscribe button if you haven't already. All right, so now let's get into, Ponzi, let's stop it here. The Washington Commanders are making another signing right here, folks. They are not only signing Okonkwo, they are also signing Nick Cross, the safety formerly of the New England Patriots. So we're going to reset here, Ponzi. Let's do first half Okonkwo. Let's do second half Nick Cross. And let's have a weigh-in two at the top of it. Two Commanders signings, and then have Nick Cross safety, have Okonkwo tight end, probably have the Okonkwo one up first. You got that? So we'll do first half, Okonkwo, second half. Okay. Yes. All right. So right when we started the breaking news cut here for the Commanders, guys, Adam Peters is getting to work. You've got a new starting safety for the Washington Commanders in Nick Cross, 24 years old, supreme athlete. Commanders GM Adam Peters said at the beginning of this offseason that he wants to get younger and he wants to get faster. And, you've got two safeties in your room right now, in Quan Martin and Will Harris. Neither of them really played that great for this team last year. But, you bring in Nick Cross, and I wonder which one he's being brought in to replace. Like, are they benching Quan Martin? Are they planning on putting him into the slot maybe? Are they maybe putting Will Harris in the slot? He's played there before. Like, there's a number of different things that they could be considering with this move. But Adam Peters and Dan Quinn heating up here for the Washington Commanders. What's that? Commander signings. Yeah, a lot of Commander signings here. Oh, yes, that would be good. Just go right from that weigh in two to the this is why you sub. And then we'll talk about Okonkwo first with Nick Cross in the second half of the video, and then recap at the end. So so now Tom Pelissero is saying it's a 2-year deal for Nick Cross worth up to $14 million. So not a 3-year deal for Cross. It is a 2-year deal. I need to answer this one. Yeah. Let's see here. All right, so let's refilm this short. Ponzi's going to make some adjustments here to our breaking news cut. And I promise Steelers fans, I know you guys are being patient here. We are going to be getting to some Steelers stuff here after we do this first breaking news cut for the Commanders, all right? This is just the nature of breaking news here. So let's talk a little bit here about these two signings. The Commanders are heating up as Adam Peters has signed two big-name free agents here in NFL free agency, one on offense and one on defense. The Commanders are signing tight end Okonkwo to a 3-year contract, getting Jaden Daniels a pretty dynamic threat in the passing game at the tight end position. And then they've also agreed to a 2-year deal with safety Nick Cross. Now, there's definitely some questions about what exactly is the vision for Cross. He can do a lot of different things as he is a very versatile athlete. He's only 24 years old, certainly fits the vision that Adam Peters laid out for this offseason, saying that he wanted the Commanders to get younger and faster, especially on defense this year. Cross definitely brings that to the table. I'm wondering, who is Cross being brought in to replace in that safety room? Are they benching Quan Martin? Are they benching Will Harris? Are they moving one of those guys to the nickel position? It's definitely an interesting situation here, guys, but we're going to be getting you a video on the channel here pretty soon, so make sure you guys click that subscribe button. Sounds good. Okay. So the Commanders kick off our breaking news coverage today with two pretty darn big moves. And I know our Steelers audience might be upset that Nick Cross ended up going to the Commanders here. I know that Steelers fans were kind of hoping Nick Cross could go to Pittsburgh. But he is going to end up in Washington to play for Dan Quinn and the Commanders. And I mean, they've made a lot of moves on that defense, man. They got Leo Chanel yesterday. They made a move for Amik Robertson on day one. They've brought in Tim Settle. Like, they've made some pretty darn good moves on the defensive side of the ball so far. They got Kayvon Chase on this morning to be a rotational pass rusher. They signed Odafe Owe. Like, they have definitely done, their work on the defensive side of the ball here this season. All right, that is sending. I'm ready to go when you are, Ponzi. So once again, I want to thank our Steelers audience here for being patient with us. I know we just started the show and we've pretty much only talked about Commander stuff, but hey, man, they've made two pretty darn big signings here. So we're going to have to talk about these on the breaking news coverage. And then we'll get into the Steelers situation here before Kyler Murray officially becomes a free agent here in about 40 minutes or so. All right. And just one more reminder, guys, that you can super chat to the channel if you guys want to ask a question, if you have a comment on one of the moves that your teams have made here over the last couple days, if you have an idea for a player that you want your team to sign, make sure you guys super chat. We'll put you up on screen and we'll answer all of your questions throughout the afternoon here as we react to the start of the new league year here in the National Football League. And it's the official beginning of NFL free agency. And for our Steelers audience, I want you guys to realize that today might be a day that makes sense for the Steelers to have a decision at quarterback. There's a report that the Steelers are in the running for Kyler Murray. The Steelers are among the finalists, according to our favorite People's Insider, Ricky. Apparently it's down to the Vikings, and it is down to the Steelers for Kyler. And something tells me once we hear where Kyler Murray's going to go, I think the Aaron Rodgers decision is going to be coming shortly after that. Because there's really no other – because in my opinion, the two best places for a quarterback right now are Minnesota and Pittsburgh, and clearly the two best quarterback options on the market are Kyler and Aaron Rodgers. So I feel like Kyler's going to be the first domino to fall here. Wherever he ends up going, I think Rodgers actually goes to that other spot, and that includes Minnesota. Like if Minnesota misses out on Kyler Murray, I think they could sign Aaron Rodgers tonight as well, and that could definitely be a surprise because most people are expecting Kyler Murray to go to the Vikings today, but we will just have to see what happens over the next couple of hours and days as we sort out the quarterback situation here in the National Football League. All right, the Commanders have made two big signings. Let's talk about them right now here on the live show. The Washington Commanders have made two big-name signings in NFL free agency, signing tight end Chig Okonkwo to a 3-year deal to give Jaden Daniels another nice weapon to have on his offense. And then Nick Cross, the safety, the young 24-year-old safety, formerly of the Indianapolis Colts, is also on his way to Washington, joining Durante Jones's defense here in D.C. Now, these moves are exactly why you guys click that subscribe button, because whenever the Commanders make big moves, and by the way, I'm expecting some more big moves coming up later in the afternoon, guys, namely a signing of Brandon Ayuk once he is released by the San Francisco 49ers, and we will have breaking news coverage on any of those deals that come up as the course of the day goes on. We put out a video earlier today on the K'Lavon Chaisson signing this morning. Now we're getting a double dose here of breaking news for the Washington Commanders, and whenever we get breaking news throughout this week, guys, make sure you guys are subscribed so you don't miss any of our coverage. All right, so we'll start here with Chig Okonkwo, where Mike Garafolo from NFL Network reported, says, getting chiggy with it, the Commanders have agreed to terms on a 3-year deal with tight end Chig Okonkwo per the insiders. The deal for the former Titan was confirmed by his agents, yada, yada, yada there. So, Chig is somebody that is a very good receiving tight end, okay? He is somebody that is coming off a season there with 2 touchdowns and 560 yards receiving, and I do think that this is the move to replace Zach Ertz as the number 1 receiving tight end here in Washington. He's also played in a system under previous Titans offensive coordinator Arthur Smith as a run blocker, and I think that he is going to be asked to run block at least a little bit in this Washington Commanders offense. Obviously, John Bates, your number 2 tight end and your blocking tight end, is going to be more of the inline option there, and Okonkwo is going to be more of your true receiving threat. But this one makes a lot of sense to me because he's got a skill set. He's not Sam Laporta from Detroit, but this is going to be an offense led by new offensive coordinator David Blau that's going to be in the vision of Ben Johnson. We know how much Ben Johnson loves to use his receiving tight ends. He had Sam Laporta in Detroit. He has Colston Loveland in Chicago now, and now Chig Okonkwo is going to be the attempt to try and get that kind of player in this Washington Commanders offense. You guys can see he's been a pretty darn consistent force as a tight end there with Tennessee. It's nothing special. I wouldn't say that he's a star level tight end or anything like that. He's never had more than 3 touchdowns in a season, but he's going to be assuming a larger role in this Washington Commanders offense. Jaden Daniels loves to throw the ball to his tight end. I mean, we've seen that with his connection with Zach Ertz over the last several years, but Okonkwo is still pretty darn young. He still has a lot of athleticism with him. He's particularly good after the catch, and he's tough to bring down after the catch. So I like this fit here between player and team. And right now we're getting word that this is a 3-year deal up to $30 million, so about a $10 million per season price tag. It's probably going to be a little bit less than that because obviously incentives are probably a part of this deal. But I think overall it's a good value for the Washington Commanders. And guys, Adam Peters finally added a starter to this Commanders offense. Hallelujah. So let me know what you guys think down there in the comment section. What's your one-word reaction to this move to sign Chig Okonkwo? Let me know what you guys think down there in the comment section. This will be the pinned comment on today's show. So in just a second here, I'm going to tell you about our sponsor today at Prize Picks. While I tell you about our sponsor today, let me know your one-word reaction to the Commanders signing Chig Okonkwo. Shoot your shot on Prize Picks today and get $50 instantly in lineups when you play your first $5. That's right. Prize Picks is now giving you $50 in lineups when you sign up and play your first $5 today. Prize Picks makes every dunk, every dime, and every board this basketball season that much more exciting. So don't miss this chance to get started on America's #1 app for sports picks. Prize Picks is simple to play. You just pick more than or less than on 2 to 6 player stat projections, and if you get your picks right, you could cash in. Pick from all of your favorite sports, anything from basketball to baseball, which is starting up here soon, hockey, UFC, soccer, and college basketball. A new feature from Prize Picks that I absolutely love that you guys can take advantage of is early payouts. If your player gets off to a hot start, you now have the option to cash out those winnings before the game even finishes. Download the Prize Picks app today and use code CLNS to get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. That's code CLNS to get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. Prize Picks, it's good to be right. But the news doesn't stop there, Commanders fans, as Washington is also signing starting safety Nick Cross to a 2-year deal. We are hearing that this is going to be a 2-year deal worth up to $14 million for Cross. And, you know, Adam Peters said at the beginning of this offseason, guys, that especially on defense, they want to get younger and they want to get faster. And a lot of the moves that they have made, especially over the last 3 days here in free agency, have certainly pointed to that, right? Amik Robertson, Odafe Owe, K'Lavon Chason, Leo Chanel, and now you get Nick Cross, and all these guys, fantastic athletes, bring a lot of speed to the table. Cross can play a lot of different alignments as well. Had 5 TFLs and 5 PBUs last year, forced a fumble as well, and an interception. He's a good football player, and you're getting him, you know, a young, explosive, versatile, and athletic safety for just $7 million per season at a maximum here over the next 2 years. An awesome value from Adam Peters and head coach Dan Quinn. As you guys can see what he's done over the last several years, this guy just racks up the tackles as a safety. He's played a lot in the box because he's got some excellent size and tackling ability, but he also has a lot of range. So if the Commanders want to use Cross, you know, as a disguise piece, they can certainly do that. And in Durante Jones's system, guys, there's a lot of moving parts, and there's a lot of pre-snap disguises, and there's a lot of post-snap rotations, and, you know, they try and confuse opposing quarterbacks, and Cross is one of those types of versatile chess pieces that can be deployed in this Washington Commanders scheme moving forward. And, you know, I think a big question that I have surrounding this signing, guys, is what does the future hold for Quan Martin and Will Harris? Both of those guys have histories playing in the slot. Could they move one of those guys inside? What does that mean for Mike Samerstrell and Amik Robertson? There's a lot of questions here, and somebody's got to be benched, right? It's got to be somebody, whether that's Mike Samerstrell, whether that's Quan Martin, whether that's Will Harris. One of these guys has to be somebody that's going to be hitting the bench for the Washington Commanders secondary next year and is going to be a depth piece. If I had to, you know, pick my choice there, I'd probably pick Quan Martin, because Quan Martin just had such a poor season last year, and I just don't know if the Commanders should risk putting him out there as a full-time starter again next season. Now, as a backup and somebody that can play both in the slot, someone that can play safety if Cross or Will Harris gets injured, I like that a lot, right? Quan Martin, former high draft pick, you know, he's got chemistry playing in this defense and so on and so forth. But I really like this signing for the Washington Commanders because it gives them that versatility that they've been looking for. It also gives them that youth and that athleticism that Adam Peters said that he wanted to add to this defense, because frankly, this Commanders defense was the slowest group in the National Football League last year. It wasn't close, and it was a big reason why this was one of, if not the worst defenses in the league in 2025. Now you're injecting all this youth and all this, a lot of athleticism and speed to this group. It certainly points to me like they're going to be making a lot of moves on the offensive side of the ball once we get to the NFL draft coming up here in just a few weeks. So what say you guys? Let me know down there in the comments section. Grade these moves, signing Okonkwo and signing Nick Cross here to multi-year contracts. Give me an A, B, C, D, or F. Let me know what you guys think down there in the comment section. Grade both of these moves for me. Let me know what you guys think down there in the comments. Now, to just quickly recap everything that the Commanders have done, obviously, before this weekend, they also extended quite a few players. Tressway, Dietrich Wise, Drake Jackson, a bunch of players here, but also Jake Moody, Traylon Burks this weekend got extended. Then they extended Laramie Tunsil. to a 2-year deal that makes him the highest paid left tackle in the history of football. Their first outside addition here was Amik Robertson, the versatile and tough corner that can play slot or on the outside for an $8 million per season deal. Then they brought back Marcus Mariota as their backup quarterback on a 1-year, $7 million deal. That's a pretty good value for the Commanders because Kenny frickin' Pickett went for $7.5 million to Carolina. I think Mariota's much better than Pickett. You got him for less than what Carolina had to pay for their backup quarterback. Odafe Owe, once again, a defensive player that's young, that has that athleticism and that speed that you look for, that explosiveness. You get him for $25 million per season. Pretty good deal made by Adam Peters on that one. Then Tim Settle, adding to the rotation along the defensive interior here, a 3-year, $24 million deal for him. Leo Chanel, one of my favorite moves of free agency so far for the Commanders, 3 years. You get him for about $8 million per season for somebody that I consider to be like the perfect NFL linebacker. Not too expensive, but can do everything at an adequate level. Got a lot of speed, still really young, Super Bowl champion, really good move there. And then today's moves, you got K'Lavon Chaisson as your rotational pass rusher on a 1-year, $12 million deal, had 7.5 sacks last year. That's a hell of a move by Adam Peters as well. And then these two moves with Okonkwo and Nick Cross. We were kind of sitting there on day one here saying, where the hell is Adam Peters? He's not really doing a whole lot. Well, now it's starting to heat up, and there's still needs at running back, at center, at left guard, at wide receiver, and I have a feeling that we're going to have at least a few more signings here from Adam Peters before things really begin to slow down this week in NFL free agency. So make sure you guys click that subscribe button if you haven't already, because when and if we get more breaking news on the Washington Commanders, we are going to get you guys coverage for free on this channel. So make sure you guys click that subscribe button if you haven't already, and until next time, guys, hail to the Commanders. All right, first breaking news cut of the day is done. I appreciate our Steelers audience's patience with us here at the beginning of the show. Again, just a reminder to get your super chats in if you have a question, if you have a comment, if you have something that you want to get on the show. Please donate so we can put you up on screen and we can talk about whatever topic you want to. For Steelers fans, the quarterback position, what's going to be their next move? Who are they going to get at left guard? Are they going to bring in another veteran wide receiver? You can ask those questions. For the Commanders, you can ask questions about Okonkwo and Nick Cross. I can answer any questions that you have about those signings or about K'Lavon Chaisson. If you got questions on any Commanders or Steelers topic under the sun, we are happy to answer those questions, guys. So get those super chats in if you haven't already. All right, man. Well, Ponzi, let's talk a little bit here about the Pittsburgh Steelers, because we haven't talked about the Steelers that much here on today's show. Just a reminder, guys, that we are now under half an hour before the start of the new NFL league year, which means Kyler Murray will be officially a free agent. Brandon Ayuk will likely become a free agent at that point. And a bunch of other players, Javon Hargrave, and there's other players that are also getting cut. So just keep that in mind here as we approach the start of the new league year here in less than 30 minutes. But now let's talk about what the Steelers have done, because we've been spending most of the first half hour here talking about the Commanders. But I think that what the Steelers have done has been really good. You got Asante Samuel Jr. as kind of like a backup corner on a backup level contract, and somebody that's a serviceable starter, 1 year, $4 million deal. I love the depth in the cornerback room for the Steelers this year. You've got Joey Porter Jr., Jamel Dean, who, by the way, you got for an absolute steal, just $12.25 million for somebody that's been one of the best man corners over the last several years in the National Football League. Pairing him up with another excellent man corner and Joey Porter Jr. definitely points to Patrick Graham, the Steelers' new defensive coordinator, running a lot of man coverage this year, and the Steelers being pretty damn good at it. But then Cole Holcomb re-signs with a 2-year, $5 million deal. I think, spending $2.5 million on someone who is right now your number 4 linebacker might be a little bit rich, but I'm open to seeing what the Steelers have in store for us here. Apparently, they've been listening to trade calls on Patrick Queen. If they trade him, they save $13.3 million against the cap. I think that's something that the Steelers might be considering. Also, they traded for Michael Pittman Jr. The Steelers have been desperate for a wide receiver too. Steelers fans know this well. They finally have one now, and they extended Michael Pittman Jr. They gave him a 3-year extension. He's going to be paid around $20 million per season over the next 4 years, pairing him up with DK Metcalf. And you only had to give up a late-round pick swap to get him in your building. But then they went out and got Kenneth Gainwell's replacement. Kenny G, the team's MVP from last year, went to the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, and they ended up turning that around to get Rico Dowdle, one of Mike McCarthy's guys, for a contract that ended up being less than what the Bucs paid for Kenneth Gainwell. This is a contract here, 2 years, $12.25 million for somebody that's 28 years old, of one of the better in-between tackles runners in the league, and a great compliment to Jaylen Warren in this running back room. Love that dynamic duo that the Steelers have in the backfield now. You got Otto, the defensive lineman here that really flashed last year on the interior in a rotational role. He's back on a 1-year deal. You bring back Bill Berg, Cameron Johnson himself, on a 1-year deal. He lost the punter battle last year to Corliss Waitman. The team brings him back on a 1-year deal after a 1-year stint there in Buffalo. And then they get a 1-year extension done here with Cameron Hayward. It's a 2-year deal, 1-year extension. That was actually submitted wrong. He's adding a year to his contract. It's about a $32 million deal for Cam, and the fact that he agreed to that, Ponzi, means that he is returning for the 2026 NFL season. So it seems like Cam feels like this Steelers team has a chance to do some good stuff heading into the first year of the Mike McCarthy era. And then last night, the Pittsburgh Steelers brought in Darnell Savage, veteran safety here, 28 years old, somebody that Commanders fans know. He played 8 games for the Commanders last year. Honestly, didn't play all that well. He's never really been a good player, in my opinion. He's not a very good tackler. He's not a great run defender. Doesn't take great angles in pursuit. He's not great in coverage. The one thing that Savage does have is that he's a great athlete, and that's what got him drafted in the first round by the Green Bay Packers back in 2019, but he's just never really put it all together. Now, Savage spent part of last year with Joe Witt Jr. and Jason Simmons, who were in Washington last year. They're now the secondaries coaches in Pittsburgh, so maybe they saw something in Savage that they liked and they thought would be a good depth piece. Don't see Savage being a starter, guys. I wouldn't be surprised if the Steelers sign another safety in NFL free agency, depending on what their plan is for Jalen Ramsey. But just keep that in mind. Darnell Savage on a really close to a vet minimum deal, probably a depth signing for the Steelers at safety. So kind of breaking down everything that they have done. Now let's talk about the things that they still need on this football team. Obviously, they still need a quarterback, all right? They're still waiting on an answer from Aaron Rodgers. Kyler Murray is about to be made available here in just a few minutes. We'll talk about that situation here and the latest surrounding that and the quarterback position here in Pittsburgh. But also, they need a starting left guard. There was a report last night that the Steelers were agreeing to a deal with Brock Hoffman, the former Cowboys interior offensive lineman. But technically, he's a restricted free agent, and you're not really allowed to announce signings until you get to the new league year if you're a restricted free agent. The Cowboys are not going to be tendering him. He's going to become an official free agent here. And my guess is we will get word very quickly today, guys, that Brock Hoffman is going to sign with the Pittsburgh Steelers, but we'll see. But then they still need a wide receiver 3. You bring in your wide receiver 2 in Michael Pittman Jr. That's a good move, but you got 2 guys here in DK Metcalf, Michael Pittman Jr. that are bigger bodies, and they don't necessarily run the full route tree. So you need that wide receiver 3 to have that diverse route tree, to be able to separate versus man coverage and bring some juice and explosiveness to the Steelers wide receiver room. They might go out and get that player in the draft. In fact, I would expect them to draft a wide receiver early in the NFL draft this year, but you can always add a veteran for a decent price tag. It would not shock me if the Steelers make another move for a veteran free agent at some point. Then I'd like to add a nose tackle as well. Keanu Benson, I think, needs to play 4-eye instead of true nose tackle. I don't think he's been a particularly good nose tackle as a run defender. He can't anchor. I would rather go and get a tree stump for early downs and hold that line of scrimmage in the middle of the Steelers' defensive line. And then, potentially safety, it kind of depends on the whole Jalen Ramsey situation and how they feel about Darnell Savage. I could see them adding either a safety or a nickel, depending on what their plan is for Ramsey. Offensive tackle is still technically on the table as well. I think the Steelers are probably going to just go with Dylan Cook next year as their starting left tackle, but you never know. And then an inside linebacker could be a possibility if they trade or cut either Patrick Queen or Malik Harrison at some point during NFL free agency here, so keep an eye on that. But really, today is all about the quarterbacks for the Pittsburgh Steelers. And I think there's a decent chance, Steelers fans, that we get our answer for the starting quarterback position for the 2026 season tonight, okay? And it could be Kyler Murray. It could be Aaron Rodgers. And I think that when it comes to this situation, I see Minnesota and I see Pittsburgh as the two best situations currently available for quarterbacks on the market. And right now, I think Kyler and Aaron are the two best quarterbacks on the market. So I think that, Kyler is probably going to be the first domino to fall. I think that he's going to make his decision first, and wherever he ends up going, whether it's the Vikings, which sounds the most likely, or if he chooses the Pittsburgh Steelers, then I think Aaron Rodgers goes to the other team. If you want to know my prediction, I think Kyler goes to Minnesota, and then Aaron Rodgers shortly after that, the Steelers, finalize an agreement with him for him to return as the quarterback of the Pittsburgh Steelers. Last night, we got word from our favorite People's Insider, Ricky, who, by the way, nailed the George Pickens trade last year. He nailed the Jalen Ramsey trade as well. So, yes, he said Brandon Ayuk was going to go to the Steelers, and then he stayed with the 49ers. But recently, Ricky's been pretty spot on with his Steelers scoops. He said last night, barking rumor, Kyler Murray is deciding between the Vikings and Steelers and is leaning towards the Vikings. So that would assume that the Steelers are in on Kyler Murray and they're in on these sweepstakes, and they might be the ones, Ponzi, that have been waiting this thing out. Like, people have been wondering, why hasn't Aaron Rodgers signed with the Steelers yet? It might be the Steelers waiting out this situation with Kyler Murray before officially offering Aaron Rodgers the job. That is not something that is completely out of the question here. But with this report as well, it says that Kyler's leaning towards Minnesota. So if that meeting that happens here in about 20 minutes between Kyler and Kevin O'Connell goes well, my guess is he is going to be a Minnesota Viking. And in that case, I would be shocked if the Steelers do not sign Aaron Rodgers. I think at this point, Ponzi, like, you look at Aaron Rodgers, I think he probably would have retired already if he was going to retire. I think at this point, it seems like he's staying in shape. It seems like, he's talking about himself as a free agent, and we'll see what happens and all this different stuff. He's speaking like a player that is going to play next year. So I think that we might have an answer at the quarterback position tonight, Steelers fans. And my best guess is that it's going to be Aaron Rodgers. I think that Kyler probably lands in Minnesota, and I think that probably triggers the Steelers and Rodgers to finalize a deal of their own. So I guess we will just have to see here. All right, we got a couple super chats to catch up on here. Schuleberg says the Ravens are such a poverty and shitty franchise. Man, F those Ravens, dude. F those Ravens. If you guys didn't hear the news, if you've been living under a rock, the Ravens backed out of their blockbuster trade for Maxx Crosby last year, or this year, I should say. It was going to be, what's that? Oh, okay. And then after that, they signed Trey Hendrickson to pretty much the same exact deal that they were inheriting from Maxx Crosby. I think Crosby had like $114 million left on his deal, something like that, when they traded for him. And then they backed out of it last night. They retained their 2 first-round picks, and they're able to get Trey Hendrickson for a very similar dollar amount. And there's a lot of people in this league, Ponzi, that are pissed at the Baltimore Ravens, and it kind of sounds like they realized, oh my gosh, we can get Trey Hendrickson for like the same price tag that we got Maxx Crosby for, and we can keep our two first-round picks. And they kind of backed out of it at the last second, and everybody in the National Football League is just ripping on the Baltimore Ravens, as they should be. I mean, this is a completely BS move made by the Ravens, and I would be shocked, okay? I would be shocked if a team decides to do a pre-free agency trade with the Baltimore Ravens as long as GM Eric DeCosta is still there in Baltimore. Like, this is such a janky and bullshit move. But listen, man, the Raiders it sounds like they're going to be able to keep Maxx Crosby now. They've already made a couple of big moves in free agency that they can afford, even with the $30 million less in cap space that this now revoked trade now adds to their cap. But Maxx Crosby is one of the best edge rushers in football, and it sounds like now he's open to returning to the Raiders for another season. Now, it sounds like the Raiders are also looking for maybe a potential trade partner, but it sounds like the asking price is still 2 first-round picks, and after Crosby apparently failed a physical in Baltimore last night, I don't really think that that's going to be something that happens. I think that, at least up until the NFL draft, Maxx Crosby is going to remain a Las Vegas Raider. And then maybe after the draft, somebody is like, oh, we wanted to get an edge rusher. We didn't get one. It's kind of similar to the George Pickens situation last year. Let's trade to go get Maxx Crosby. But, I think everyone kind of knew, Ponzi, that Crosby's knee was not in a good spot. Like, he had surgery on it, all this different stuff. Like, all this stuff was known by the teams in the National Football League. Now, the Ravens are claiming that the Raiders didn't disclose some very important information about Crosby's knee, and once they figured out something about his knee, whether it's a lack of cartilage or a certain risk factor for an ACL tear or something like that, I don't know exactly what they found, but whatever they found, they did not like it apparently. But what do you think, Ponzi? Do you think this is a situation where they had buyer's remorse and they were like, oh my gosh, we can get a slightly worse version of Maxx Crosby for pretty much the same amount of money in Trey Hendrickson, and we can save our 2 first-round picks by backing out of this deal? Do you think that's what happened, or do you think they legitimately planned on going through with this trade and then something happened with the medical check that was legitimately concerning?
Now, I have 2 thoughts of mind when I think of what exactly transpired. And now, according to the Ravens, and this is going to be what they say no matter what, we were trying to pursue Trey Hendrickson before we decided Maxx Crosby, failed his physical and we did his medical checkup. I think that's kind of, I could see them try to do that. They had the cap to try and do that, but it's one of those things where it's Trey Hendrickson wouldn't probably come here if Maxx Crosby was already here. And they probably tried to lowball Hendrickson and get him a lower deal than what this was, but they pivoted and hey, you can get whatever you want once they decided Maxx Crosby's knee is all good. That's the best case thought for the Ravens. But those dirty Ratbirds, man, this is something that apparently this organization has done before when it comes to free agency signings. They'll sign these players to a deal and then they'll check their medicals and they're very strict about it. And it happened a couple times. I think Will Compton tweeted about it, busting with the boys. He said that they failed to physical for some multiple trades on lower signings. But I don't know,
nothing like this on
nothing like this.
Like a deal like this where you agree to send 2 first-round picks to another team and then back out of it at the last second. It's just completely unprecedented.
The last time that this happened, I think, was Antonio Brown with the Steelers and Bills, where Antonio Brown was traded to the Bills for a 1-hour deal, and then he didn't want to go to Buffalo. So, but that was him. That was him forcing the issue.
God, and then he did want to go to the Raiders, and then he didn't want to be, and then he didn't want to be in the Raiders. Crazy situation. By the way, your producer Mike is rubbing up against your thing,
gotcha.
They can hear it. So just put it in a place where it's not going to rub against something.
But man, what a crazy day for us.
Yeah, it was a crazy day. At the end of the day yesterday, we had the Cam Hayward breaking news on Steelers. We had the Leo Chanel news on Commanders pretty much right after we got off the live show yesterday. And then the Crosby stuff happened right after we got done with the Cam Hayward video. And then we got the Ricky report on Kyler Murray with the Steelers, and then Darnell Savage signs with the Steelers. It's just been a crazy last 24 hours, guys. Here for both of these teams. The Commanders are making a lot of moves, obviously adding a lot of players to the defensive side of the ball. And I want to talk a little bit here about the Commanders and their draft strategy here, Ponzi, because they are filling out a lot of their needs on the defensive side of the ball via free agency, but they still have a lot of needs that they need to address on offense, running back, wide receiver, offensive line. They only have 2 picks in the top 100, right? Where they've got, the ability to, go out and, get a player that can reasonably start in year 1 for them. something tells me that they could, maybe go out and get Jeremiah Love at number 7. That's a realistic possibility right now. I'm a little surprised, actually, that the Commanders haven't signed Rachaad White yet. Rachaad White might be the best running back available left on the free agency market. Good pass-catching back, good third-down back. I think would be an excellent complement to Bill Krosky-Merritt in this Commanders offense. And we got good save there, Ponzi. We made these graphics before we went live, obviously, and then when we were live, they signed a tight end and a safety. So they've taken care of those 2 needs. Now they still need running back. They still need to fill 2 wide receiver positions. They need to get a center, at least if they don't think Nick Allegretti is the answer at center, which I wouldn't bank on him, and then a left guard. So I would want the Commanders to go out and make some moves on the offensive line here soon. I think Rachaad White makes a lot of sense for the Commanders, not because of the on-field fit, but also it sounds like Brandon Ayuk will be one of the answers at wide receiver for the Commanders this year. But also, Rashad went to school at Arizona State with Jaden Daniels and Brandon Ayuk. So we could become, the Washington Sun Devils over here, right? They even have similar color schemes. So I just think that makes a lot of sense. I don't know if Rashad is asking for too much money and the Commanders are willing to wait out the market. I don't know what that situation is right now. I don't know if Washington wants to draft Jeremiah Love in round 1. But all I know is, by the way, we got some news here from Ben Gosling. The Vikings are going to release Harrison Smith with a post-June 1st designation today.
So he had a year on his contract?
I guess.
I thought he was a free agent.
I thought he was a free agent too, but I guess not.
So that kind of indicates he wants to play, no?
So it says here the Vikings would still welcome his return, and they've talked with him about the move. Smith has not made his decision about whether or not he's going to play. This move will give him time to consider the choice while freeing a roster spot. Okay, so that makes sense.
Yeah.
So Harrison Smith, officially a free agent. He still hasn't made a decision on, hey, it's not just Aaron Rodgers that hasn't made a decision yet, right? Harrison Smith is holding the Vikings hostage, apparently, right?
I don't think that's a different situation there, Sperry, The safety and quarterback are 2 different levels of position of priority there. Yeah,
but back to the Commanders, draft discussion here, Ponzi. It seems like the Commanders are going to be shifting their focus to an offensive player in round 1 of the NFL draft this year, not a safety or not a defensive player, because they've taken care of their needs at corner, at safety, at linebacker, along the defensive line. Like they've signed multiple edge rushers, multiple interior linemen, like. They seem almost, I don't want to say they're completely set on defense, but I think they've made a lot of the big moves that they've wanted to make, and now they can spend their time the rest of the offseason here, the rest of free agency leading up to the draft, figuring out their offense. And like I said, you still got, 5 starting positions on offense that you need to probably bring in new players for. And 2 of them can come in those top 100 picks. And, the options there at 7, probably running back with Jeremiah Love, or they could draft a top receiver with that pick, or they could maybe go and get somebody that they believe could be an awesome left guard, like maybe Francis Malinois, somebody that a lot of people think is going to be an excellent guard in the league. He's coming out as a tackle, but maybe if he gets to 7, like maybe the Commanders think about drafting Malinois at number 7. Maybe that's a possibility too.
Malinois also has like the arm length question on him as well, right?
What's up?
Malinois has the
it's the arm length. Yes.
Yeah, so like a lot of people, just like Will Campbell, are projecting him to go to guard. Just want to make sure I had that right. But I think, they could. I think they're going to draft a wide receiver.
Yeah, it's possible.
I think this is the case. Like I know, like a Jordan Tyson probably maybe not be the best, injury-prone wide receiver, but he's so good. But I think ultimately what the Commanders could really do here is they could get a wide receiver, because like I could justify this now. Like going into free agency, going into really yesterday, I was like, I still want to draft defense first. But now after today, after seeing some of the moves, I'm like, I think Dorrance Armstrong's a quality guy to go with Odafe Oweh. I think that's fine. I don't know if edge is really that much of a need anymore.
It's not, because you also have Jacob Martin, who's a very solid 4.
Like you really want it.
You've stacked the deck there at outside linebacker for this defense.
I really think this defense with Devontae Jones is going to perform better on the field with the scheme with lesser players. And even then, Nick Cross is kind of that versatile guy. So I really think that whenever you look at this, when you go into the grand scheme of the Commanders' plans, I think it's either going to be wide receiver or Jeremiah Love. Now I can officially have Jeremiah Love on my board for the Commanders, just based off these moves.
Yeah.
However, I kind of still want to go with Rachaad White.
I think Rachaad White makes a lot of sense. I'm personally not a big believer in using a top 10 pick on a running back. It just, for me, it doesn't usually work out the way that you want it to. You look at any team that's drafted a running back in the top 10, the Giants with Saquon, didn't work out there, had to move on to the Eagles to have massive amounts of success. You look at Christian McCaffrey, had to leave the Panthers to San Francisco to have the levels of success that he had there. For me, it's a position with a very short shelf life. It's a position that's not on the field every single play like maybe a wide receiver is for most of the time anyway.
Yeah.
I think that there's more value in wide receiver and there's more value in offensive line at 7 than there is with Jeremiah Love and a running back at 7. With that said, Jeremiah Love is clearly the blue chip running back prospect in this class, and there's a big tier gap between him and everybody else in this class. So if the Commanders go into the draft needing, or feeling like they need to get a really good running back, just with the scarcity of really good running back talent in this draft class, I can't say I would necessarily hate it if you combine Jaden Daniels with Jeremiah Love, who could be an absolute, just monster here in the league. He's going to be a really good player, and I love Jeremiah Love. I'm a Notre Dame fan, and I would have voted for him to win the Heisman Trophy over Mendoza last year. That's how much of a guy. That's how much love I have for Jeremiah Love's game. But if I'm the Commanders and I still have a big need at left guard, or if the plan is to have this be Terry McLaurin's last year in Washington, you only have Brandon Ayuk on a 1-year deal. It would not surprise me if they make a move for a wide receiver. Now, I think a big question mark for the Commanders is, do they sign another veteran wide receiver, Ponzi? Because they could sign another veteran wide receiver, like a Darnell Mooney or Jawan Jennings, because the reports that we're getting is that, yes, they're planning on bringing in Brandon Ayuk on a 1-year, short-term kind of team-friendly deal.
Could be as early as in 3 minutes.
It could be as early. It could be coming up in 3 minutes here. Who knows?
Caleb Coley makes a good point with our first super chat for the Commanders, saying, "Go get Jennings or Ayuk. Why not both?" I assume Brisker was made before Cross was announced, because I think Brisker is probably off the board.
Yeah, Brisker's off the board for Washington. I would say Brisker's still a possibility for Pittsburgh. Pittsburgh native. I'm sure he'd love to play for his hometown team. We'll see what happens with Brisker. Steelers, I think, could still use a safety, another secondary piece. So we'll see what happens with Brisker. But if you bring in Jennings and you bring in Ayuk, those are two very good veteran pieces, and then maybe you can spend one of your draft picks on a wide receiver. And then maybe you can get Jeremiah Love at 7. That's a legitimate path that they could go down. Francis Mauigoa or Mauigoa. I gotta make sure I get that right, Ponzi. Mauigoa out of Miami, I think would be an excellent get at number 7. I think that he could be like an all-pro caliber guard right next to whoever you're going to have as your center. A name to watch out for, and I've been kind of pounding the table for the Commanders to sign this guy, is Graham Glasgow, the former starting center for the Lions. He's somebody that shouldn't be that expensive. He played in Ben Johnson's Detroit offense. He started as a center in that offense and played very well. If this offense is going to be, molded off of the Ben Johnson philosophy the way that we think, I think that that's something that, we gotta think about here in Washington. So we are now less than 2 minutes away from the start of the new league year in the National Football League, and the Kyler Murray madness, the Brandon Ayuk madness is going to commence. And I'm excited, man. I am excited to see what the rest of this day brings to us. We've already had some breaking news on Commanders. We haven't really heard a whole lot on Steelers here today. No moves made by Omar Khan just yet, but the day is young, Ponzi, and they might be honing in on this quarterback situation today after really addressing a lot of their needs over the last several days. Something that I will say, keep in mind here, Steelers fans. Someone to keep your eye on is Brock Hoffman. All right, And I think the reason why, after it was reported last night that Hoffman had, pretty much agreed to a deal with the Pittsburgh Steelers and then it was rescinded, was because you're really not supposed to agree to deals with players. Oh, what's this? Oh, I saw Cardinals and I thought that we had Kyler news already, but they're signing the Cardinals are signing former Giants long snapper, so that's nothing. But like I was saying, guys, I think Brock Hoffman could be a deal that comes together pretty, quickly here for the Pittsburgh Steelers. We'll see how that unfolds, though. So keep an eye on Hoffman. And also keep an eye on Kyler Murray. Commanders fans, keep your eye on Brandon Ayuk as we get under 30 seconds before the new league year begins and this quarterback shuffle begins here in the National Football League. This is what we wake up every single morning for, Ponzi. It's for days like this. I cannot wait. All right, here we go. 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Happy New Year! Let's go. The new league year is officially upon us here, my friends. And you know what? We're going to ring in the new year here with some new merch for our Steelers fans here on the stream, all right? We all hate the Baltimore Ravens, right? They just absolutely butchered this situation with the Maxx Crosby stuff. Really, really shady stuff. So if you hate the Baltimore Ravens, we have a brand new t-shirt for you guys to purchase today. Our F the Baltimore Ravens t-shirts. They're $10 off. These things on our website from here on out are going to be $30 on our website. But right now, for the next hour, you can get this t-shirt for just $20. That's $10 off, okay? That's chatsports.com/FRavens right now. Go get this t-shirt. It is on our website right now. $10 off to get this t-shirt for $20 on our website, chatsports.com/FRavens. By the way, guys, my boss is telling me if we can sell a lot of these today, we can do some really cool stuff with Michael Pittman Jr., with the signings of Jamel Dean and Rico Dowdle, and whenever we sign a freaking quarterback, okay? So make sure you guys go to our website right now. Ponzi is putting the link to that in our comment section right now. For our Steelers fans, if you hate the Baltimore Ravens, you want to wear this on Steelers versus Ravens game days, if you want to wear this to Latrobe at Steelers training camp, this is a great t-shirt to own if you hate the Baltimore Ravens. Chatsports.com/FRavens to get this in your closet today. Greatly appreciate you guys. And then if you guys want more merch, we actually have a Steelers Talk channel logo t-shirt on our website as well. By the way, guys, it's $10 off not only the F the Ravens t-shirts, it's all of our stuff, okay? So it's the St. Patrick's Day t-shirt. It's our channel logo t-shirt. It's the Married Into This collection. Everything on our website is $10 off for the next hour here on Steelers Talk, guys, okay? So chatsports.com/ST merch, okay? That's chatsports.com/ST merch, $10 off. The entire collection, all right? So whatever you guys want, whether it's a Married Into This sweatshirt, whether it's a Steel City Drinking Team t-shirt, which is a limited edition, by the way, whether you want an F the Ravens t-shirt, whether you want a Steelers Talk logo, whatever you guys want, it's up on our website right now, chatsports.com/ST merch. If you guys specifically want the Ravens t-shirt, it's chatsports.com/FRavens. Now, for our Commanders fans, we have not forgotten about you guys, my friends. You guys can get $10 off your Washington Drinking Team t-shirts right now, chatsports.com/DC Green. Same deal applies only for the next hour here, guys. If you like the green color, or if you don't like the green color, I should say, you could go and get the black color instead. It comes in 2 colorways, so you can pick and choose your style there just in time for St. Patrick's Day. Chatsports.com/DC Green to pick up your Washington Drinking Team t-shirts today. And then you guys can pair your St. Patrick's Day gear with some Beers hats. $10 off those as well. $15 for the Beers hats right now. Go to chatsports.com/beers to pick those up. All right. We've got some updates already on Kyler Murray here, Ponzi, if we want to hit those and get those up on screen. I'm trying to see who had the first one. So Kirk Cousins and Kyler Murray have officially been released by their respective teams. We got that. And well, that makes sense. Kirk Cousins makes a ton of sense for the Raiders. Okay, that's an organization. Clint Kubiak has talked about how he doesn't believe in young quarterbacks playing right away. Tom Brady has said the same thing. It's an indoor team in a warm weather state, and I think Kirk Cousins is a perfect bridge quarterback before they draft Fernando Mendoza number 1 overall. And he's also very similar personality-wise to him, right? So I just think Kirk Cousins makes a ton of sense as a bridge quarterback for the Las Vegas Raiders. He'll be abundantly cheap. For Kirk, he has a chance to play. We can do the Cardinals one. Tom Pelissero put out a tweet. All right. So we did get word. It does certainly sound like Kyler Murray and the Vikings are probably going to be what's happening. Diana Rossini put out there, now that Kyler Murray's release from the Cardinals is official, the Minnesota Vikings are expected to target him as a veteran addition to their quarterback room. Sources tell The Athletic he will be taking a visit to Minnesota and getting a physical. So the fact that Kyler is going to Minnesota and getting a physical, he might be already there. That sounds like it's going to get done. Okay, so it sounds like Kyler Murray probably heading to Minnesota. That was to be expected. That's what everybody and all the reports have been saying here over the last several weeks. And by the way, guys, it would not shock me at all if we get word from Aaron Rodgers in that situation shortly after we get official word from Kyler Murray. Because not only could Rodgers be waiting to see what Minnesota does, because that might be his number 1 destination on his list, but maybe, just maybe, the Steelers' number 1 choice is Kyler Murray, and they want to see if he goes to Minnesota or if he comes to Pittsburgh before officially offering Aaron Rodgers. So it's possible, if that's the case, that once the Kyler Murray gets done in Minnesota, that means Aaron Rodgers, there's nothing stopping him from signing his contract with the Pittsburgh Steelers. So we could see a lot of this come into fruition. And Tom Pelissero says the Vikings plan to make a push for Kyler Murray and are the favorite to land the former number 1 overall pick. Finally released today by Arizona, Murray will take his time and wants to speak with interested teams. But Minnesota is the team to beat. So if the Steelers want Kyler Murray, obviously he's already been officially released. So a trade is officially off the table for Pittsburgh. They're going to have to woo him. They're going to have to, really provide a lot of, what's the word I'm looking for here? They're going to have to really do a lot of persuading because it sounds like Kyler really wants to go to Minnesota. It does sound like he's got an open mind as well, but we're just going to have to see what goes down. And we'll also have to wait and see how long it takes Kyler Murray to make this deal. Like, could it get done today? Could it get done tomorrow? I think whenever that Kyler Murray domino falls, we are probably going to get an Aaron Rodgers decision pretty darn quickly. So we're just going to have to see what Kyler's timeline looks like here. But again, guys, $10 off all merch on our website right here for Steelers Talk, guys, chatsports.com/ST merch. And that includes all of our merch, guys. Everything from the F the Ravens t-shirt to the Steelers Talk channel logo t-shirt to the St. Patrick's Day t-shirt and also the Married Into This collection. So if you guys want any of our merch, $10 off here for this hour only. We are ringing in the new NFL League year with a flash sale, $10 off all merch on our website. Again, that's chatsports.com/ST merch. To get your Steelers gear today. Okay, man, we got almost 1,400 people watching live on Steelers. I know we got quite a few people watching on Commanders as well. What? Okay. All right. Some people have already bought the F the Ravens t-shirts, guys, and I want to give some special shout-outs here to the people that are buying up our new merch. So Brian S., Scott E., Russell S., Richard W.T., Dylan F., Craig DL. Thank you guys so much for buying up this merch. And by the way, guys, we have our merch director here at Chat Sports giving me updates on everybody that orders these T-shirts. So if you guys make an order today, there's a good chance that I'll be giving you a shout out here on Steelers Talk. So if you guys want an F the Ravens T-shirt, $10 off, and you want a special shout out here on Steelers Talk, you can go ahead and make a purchase. I appreciate you guys. Thank you so much for all of your guys' support. Okay. Now we wait on Brandon Ayuk. Now we wait on Kyler Murray. I would honestly be surprised if Kyler's not already in Minneapolis to kind of have his meeting with Minnesota, and I would be a little surprised if that deal doesn't get done today. As long as that meeting goes well, I feel like Kyler is probably going to get this done pretty quickly. Because when you compare, because I do think the Steelers and Vikings have probably the best situations for a starting quarterback at this point in the offseason. And, I don't think the difference between Minnesota and Pittsburgh is like astronomical, but I do think if you are a quarterback and you are making a decision on your future, I do think that Minnesota is probably a more desirable destination. Not only do you get to play inside, which is definitely going to be something that probably appeals to Kyler, being somebody that's never played in cold weather conditions, but also Kevin O'Connell, I think, is held in higher regard than Mike McCarthy is as an offensive play caller and play designer and offensive designer, what have you. But also the wide receiver duo, I think, is better in Minnesota with Justin Jefferson and Jordan Addison. Also, they just brought back Aaron Jones, by the way, so they have their running back duo and Jordan Mason and Aaron Jones heading into next year. They've got Brian Flores' defense.
A really good defense. We know that.
So, if the meeting between Kyler and the Vikings goes well, I just feel like even though the Steelers don't have a bad situation, I do think that the Viking situation is probably better for somebody that has no ties to the Pittsburgh Steelers. And I think Kyler probably does eventually sign for the vet minimum with the Vikings. And then when it comes to the Steelers, it sounds like once that maybe gets done and we finally have a decision from Murray, that's when they'll officially offer the contract to Aaron Rodgers, and my guess is Rodgers will take that or he's going to retire.
And just in case you were just tuning in to, our stream here and you missed it earlier, what we talked about, popular NFL People's Insider, Ricky Scoops, was saying that Kyler Murray is deciding between the Vikings and Steelers and leaning towards the Vikings. And, I don't blame him.
And it does sound like Kyler is going to, hear out the other teams that are interested, which of course include the Steelers. And if the Steelers are interested and they are going to make a strong push for him, maybe, their presentation to him and how they would utilize his skill set, maybe, he has this meeting with Minnesota, Ponzi, and they tell him, we want you to play under center. We want you to play our offense. We're not going to cater to your skill set. You're going to run our offense. And then maybe he goes to the Steelers meeting and they say, we're going to completely build this offense around you. And we want you to be our long-term starting quarterback. Maybe that's enough for Kyler to change his mind here at the last second. But the fact that everybody right now, Ponzi, is reporting that the Vikings plan on pursuing Kyler and that Kyler is on his way to Minnesota to get a physical and all that different stuff, it just sounds like he's going to be there to sign that contract and, officially become a member of the Minnesota Vikings. And I don't think the Steelers feel like that they're in too much of a rush. I think that they still feel pretty good about their chances of getting Aaron Rodgers if Kyler goes to Minnesota. So they don't really feel like any sort of rush to get something done at this position.
No, and I completely agree. I think, Aaron Rodgers, it does, from this report, though, from Ricky earlier, it does sound like Murray is their number one.
Yeah, I would say it assumes it, right? Because if the Steelers, A, haven't signed Rodgers yet, and B, are a finalist for Kyler, that means that they're showing some interest. And if they're showing interest and they're not signing Rodgers, that means that they're, looking to do something pretty good. All right, we do have a couple more shirts that have been purchased. The F the Ravens shirts here. Some more shout-outs here for Monty A., David P., and Brian S. I actually bought not only an F the Ravens t-shirt, but also a Steelers Talk T-shirt as well. So shout out to Brian. He's been the MVP so far. Again, guys, just a reminder, $20 for the T-shirts right now, $10 off for the next 46 minutes or so. This is a flash sale. After the sale is over, then it's going to go to the normal prices, okay? So every single item on our website, on our merch website right now is $10 off to celebrate the new NFL league year. Right now, our F the Ravens T-shirts are only $20. So if you hate the Ravens, I can give you guys shout-outs if you make purchases. So I greatly appreciate your guys' support. And shout out to Arnold for giving us updates on everybody buying up these T-shirts. All right, back to some super chats here.
Commanders.
This one's from Commanders. Caleb Cooley says, go get Brisker on the other side and get Paul back. Also, go get White and Ayuk. So, do they want to completely overhaul the safety position?
I mean, they could. They could justify it.
They could. I mean, Will Harris played okay when he played last year, but he was injured for a lot of the year. And then Quan Martin was just unplayable. So, would I necessarily hate it if they brought in Jaquan Brisker? No, but do they necessarily need to do something like that? I don't know if they do. So I don't know what the answer to that question is there on Brisker. They could, and I wouldn't mind it, especially for the right price tag. But I mean, we got a lot of needs there on the offensive side of the ball for Washington, right? You got to get a center, you got to get a guard, you got to get 2 wide receivers, and you got to get a running back. Okay, so you got a lot of stuff that you got to figure out. If you're the Washington Commanders on that side of the ball. Right now I feel okay with where the Commanders are at defensively, but hey, if they wanted to bring in Brisker on a short-term, team-friendly deal, I'd be cool with that as well. In terms of Chris Paul, I mean, Paul's another option to look out for the Steelers, by the way. Good pass protector. He's not the best run blocker, but he's a massive human being. I think he's better when he has help, like double teams, stuff like that. When you ask him to go one-on-one in run blocking, he's not quite as good, which is maybe why the Commanders aren't looking to bring him back. But we'll have to see on Chris Paul. And then he says, also get Rachaad White, 100% agree with that. And he says Ayuk, 100% agree with that. Bring back the ASU boys, man. It's just going to be
that team did.
It's going to be an absolute movie in DC this year.
Those signings back to back, Nick Ross and Chig Okonkwo, both Maryland Terps.
Yeah.
So
both Maryland.
They're just bringing all the teammates back together.
Yeah, they're just bringing a lot of people together for sure. $5 from Tall Guy 21. Is this one from Steelers? Oh, this one's from Commanders.
Come on.
It says Commander in the chat. F. Sperry says, do you know how much space the Commanders have now? Well, we don't know for sure because we don't know exactly how the contracts are structured at this point. Now there are some that we do know. But right now, they let's just put it this way: they've got enough to spend on more players. Like yesterday, they were number 2 in the league. The signings that they've made haven't been astronomical necessarily. So
I think with the Crosby news, they might be number 1.
Yeah, with the Raiders, taking a $30 million cap hit essentially by keeping Crosby on the roster.
That's what I was saying. I think
now, the Commanders have made some moves, so I don't know the answer to that question as of right now, but they do have quite a bit, Tall Guy, so more moves are definitely on their way. You can rest assured. $5 from Tristan Coffin says, Jay Love seems obvious now if he's there at 7. What else do you expect Washington to do to fill the running back room? Well, I'll say this, if they re-sign Jeremy McNichols to a 1-year, $1.5 million deal or something like that, and they don't make really any other moves at running back, then I think they probably go for Jeremiah Love in round 1. But if they bring in Rachaad White, I think the chances of them drafting Jeremiah Love go down dramatically. All right, they might still draft a running back at some point, but I don't think they'll take one in round 1 if they're spending, good amount of money on a running back like Rachaad White. Because I do think they want to give Bill Krosky-Merritt a chance to be a really good running back for this team. And hell, Jaden Daniels helps you out in the run game as well with his athleticism. So it's not like you necessarily need an elite level rusher in this running back room to have a really good run game. I mean, the Commanders' run game was top 5 in the league in terms of efficiency back in 2024 during Jaden Daniels' rookie season, and they had Brian Robinson Jr. and they had Chris Rodriguez Jr. And they had Jeremy McNichols. They didn't have and they had Austin Eckler. They didn't have a special running back room in terms of overall talent, but they still had a top 5 rushing game because of what Jaden Daniels brought to the run game as well. So keep that in mind. I think Jeremiah Love would be a fine pick at this point, but if they bring in Rachaad White, who's going to be an more expensive running back, I'm not sure if they're going to go get Jay Love in round 1. But it's certainly a possibility at this point. Also keep your eye on offensive line and wide receiver as positions that they could go get in the first round of the NFL draft. Then we got $2 here from Light. Says, I don't want commies fans to disrespect Adam Peters again.
Hey.
Yeah, man. I mean, he's been getting it done over these last couple days, for sure. Leo Chanel, Kaylavon Chason. I love the Odafe Owe signing. I really like the Nick Cross signing as well. Okonkwo, good addition to the tight end room as well. Adam Peters has been in his bag over the last 24 hours, so great job by AP. And that's exactly why we said on day one, like, it's been disappointing so far, but, there's still a lot of time, and there's still a lot of good players out there, and the Commanders still have a lot of money. And they're certainly, starting to make some moves here. We'll see what else they have in store for us. $5 from Justin Yankuski from our Steelers chat says, do you think left guard in the draft will be a priority first round? Round 2, wide receiver. I mean, it's possible. Like, if they bring in Brock Hoffman, for example, which I'm kind of expecting at this point, if they bring in Brock Hoffman, like, he is somebody that's like a borderline starting left guard, where he's been somebody that's played center, right guard, left guard in his career. He's been a Swiss Army knife. So at the very least, he's going to be really good depth along the interior of the offensive line at a very good price tag. And then at the very best, he's going to win a competition for that starting left guard spot with Spencer Anderson or any other player they would bring in. And he's your starting left guard, and I think that he would be serviceable in that spot. But the question of, are they going to, whether or not they're going to draft a left guard in the first round, it's a possibility. Like, if Venga Ione's there from Penn State, that's certainly a possibility. They talked with Chase Besantis and Emmanuel Pregnon, two of the top guards in this class from Texas A&M and Oregon, respectively. So it's definitely a possibility that they have a guard on their radar. Another thing to keep in mind about Omar Khan and the Steelers is that in the Omar Khan era, they've only taken trench players in the first round. So, and Omar Khan is an admitted lover of the trenches and the trench players. So would not surprise me at all. By the way,
news.
Some Commanders news here. The Washington Commanders did not tender running back Chris Rodriguez Jr. He's a restricted free agent. He officially becomes a free agent. Okay. And that looks like the latest updates there. So I think Kirk Cousins, Ponzi, probably ends up in Las Vegas. And what are the Steelers going to do if Kyler Murray goes to Minnesota and then Rodgers pulls the rug out and says, I'm retiring? What do they do? I mean, we've heard reports today from a number of different sources that the Steelers' plan, we've heard this over the last couple of days, the Steelers' plan is to go, quote-unquote, all in on Will Howard as their starting quarterback if they don't get Rodgers.
Smokescreen, man.
But what is it a smokescreen for?
I don't know. Maybe just to try to, appeal to Murray more? I don't know. Do you feel like the Vikings would try to have a QB battle between J.J. McCarthy and Kyler Murray?
No. That's another question, too. Do the Steelers potentially try and trade with Minnesota to go get J.J., who's a former top 10 pick? And
Wilson.
And he's former teammates with Roman Wilson. Is that a possibility? By the way, I hate that idea. I'm sorry. I've never been a big fan of J.J. McCarthy. I had a second-round grade on him. I thought the Vikings trading up for him was a big mistake, and that's proven to be true because apparently they're already ready to replace him after just 1 year as the starting quarterback in Minnesota. I think he's got a strong arm, but I think he doesn't have very clean throwing mechanics. He's a very vertical thrower. And what I mean by that is he's not very rotational. He throws off his front foot a lot. He leans very heavily, which affects his accuracy. His pocket footwork is not good. He's an overstrider. He does not have good throwing mechanics. And, I'm not the first person to point that out. A number of people have pointed that out, why he had his major accuracy issues last year. And like in terms of his athleticism, like he's a plus rusher, but he's nothing like special in terms of his size. He's not like a huge quarterback. Like, I'm sorry, man. Like, I know they won the national championship at Michigan with him at quarterback, but I just don't think that, a quarterback being surrounded by elite talent means that the quarterback is like, at the same level as the talent that they're playing with. We kind of saw the same thing with Will Howard at Ohio State, where he had maybe the best wide receiver room in the history of college football, maybe outside of the 2019 LSU Tigers, because he had Jeremiah Smith, he had Emeka Egbuka, and Carnell Tate. That is
hard not to win with those guys.
Hard to not have an open receiver when you have those three guys going up against college players. And he had Travion Henderson and Quinshon Judkins. And he had a great offensive line that could protect him. And he had a great defense with Caleb Downs, Sonny Styles, Caden McDonald, all these Arvell Reese, all these great players out of Ohio State that are coming out in the draft this year. They were on that national championship team. So like Will Howard was able to win a national championship with those guys, but even then he showed legitimate struggles as a passer during the regular season of college football a couple years ago. Showed some significant accuracy issues, mental processing issues, stuff like that. And even though he's got some decent size, he's got some decent athleticism, all that different stuff, like my biggest fear, Ponzi, is that the Steelers make the same mistake the Vikings made last year by completely committing to a completely unproven entity in a young quarterback that hasn't played in the NFL regular season and in a win now season. Like last year, Minnesota tried to win, and they made big investments on the defensive line and all these different things, and they spent a lot in free agency because they thought they were going to be Super Bowl contenders with J.J. McCarthy. But, to put that on the shoulders of a young QB that's never played in the league, it's just not a good strategy. So for me, man, like, I'm okay letting Will Howard maybe compete for the job next year, but just handing him the job without competition next year and going quote-unquote all in on him without bringing in any other competition, I think it's a bad idea. Yeah. I think it's a bad idea.
I mean, look what the Vikings are doing right now.
Exactly, man. Like, the Vikings are getting off that strategy right now. Like, they realize their mistake and they're correcting it. Like, the Steelers should not make that same mistake. This time, instead of a top 10 draft pick in J.J. McCarthy's case, they should not make it with a 6th-round pick, where the odds of success are even lower for a guy like Will Howard. And I like Will Howard as a guy. I'm rooting for him. I think he's got some nice tools and some potential. But to completely bank a win-now season on Will Howard, I mean, the odds will not be in the Steelers' favor. I think we said it earlier this week, Ponzi. I think there's a way greater chance that Will Howard is a bottom 5 starting QB in the league than he's a top 15 QB in the league next year.
I agree 100%.
Like it's astronomical. Like the chances of him being a bottom 5 starting quarterback next year, I would put it somewhere around 40 to 50%, and his chances of being a top 15 guy are like 5 to 10%. So it's a significant difference in terms of the chances of Will Howard working out versus him being an absolute disaster. And speaking of disasters, the Baltimore Ravens are a complete dumpster fire right now. And if you fucking hate the Baltimore Ravens like I do, make sure you get one of these t-shirts from our shop. Again, guys, 32 minutes left in our special deal for the F the Ravens t-shirts. I'm going to give shout-outs here to everybody that makes purchases of these t-shirts. Our merch director here, Arnold, is letting me know everybody that is making these purchases. So Easton H., Donald F., Arlen B., Greg W., Edwin S., and Luis R. Thank you guys so much for making purchases today. It really means a lot to me. The more of these that you guys buy up, the more opportunities we're going to have for Michael Pittman Jr. merch and Rico Dowdle merch and, all these different things here on Steelers Talk. So $10 off this hour only. If you guys want an F the Ravens t-shirt for just $20 and you don't want to have to pay full price later on down the road, this is your opportunity. You can also get an awesome, special shout out from me here on Steelers Talk. 32 minutes left to go. And it's not just the F the Ravens t-shirts, guys. It's also for everything on our website right now. You guys can go to chatsports.com/ST merch to get $10 off our channel logo t-shirt, our Steel City Drinking Team t-shirt, as well as our Married Into This collection. So everything on our website to ring in the new league year. 30 minutes to go. You guys have an opportunity here. What is this here? Bradley Chubb is signing with somebody. The Bills. So I guess they like bringing in a bunch of washed-up old players. DJ Moore, Bradley Chubb. They're paying him 3 years, $43.5 million. 3 years for Bradley Chubb is insane to me. Why are we committing to Bradley Chubb over a 3-year stretch? That makes no sense. Also, John Mechie, veteran receiver, signing with the Carolina Panthers. And then also, guys, it's not just our Steelers audience, it's also our Commanders audience can get $10 off our merch. And right now, the only item we have on there for Washington in terms of T-shirts is our drinking team T-shirts. They come in green or black, chatsports.com/DCGreen to pick up your Washington drinking team T-shirts today. And you can get $10 off a Beers hat to pair with that drinking team T-shirt. Chatsports.com/beers to get that in your closet today. Well, we just got a Venmo here. So I will send it your way here, Mr. Ponzi. Once I find you. What's that? Guess I don't. All right, there you go. Bradley Chubb on his way to the Buffalo Bills. Still waiting word on Brandon Ayuk, still waiting word on Kyler Murray, still waiting word on Aaron Rodgers, still waiting word on Brock Hoffman. All right, so those are really the big names to be keeping an eye on here for our Steelers and Commanders audiences. Jake Browning, the backup quarterback, is going to the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, and Mitchell Johnson comes in with a $5 Venmo. I appreciate you, Mitchell. By the way, guys, we also have Steelers Talk hats available for purchase. $25 to Venmo at Jack-Berry or at Captain Jackrabbit on PayPal. Those are usually $50, by the way. Any thoughts on trading for Fields to compete with Howard if we don't get Murray? Would this be the best team/system he's been in? So once again, we're back to the Justin Fields discussion here on Steelers Talk. And guys, it's been 6 years. It's not happening. It's not happening. He's been in a number of different spots, and he hasn't been a good NFL starting quarterback in any of them. All right, he's had a number of different offensive play callers. He's had a number of different weapons groups to work with, and you can make an argument that they've all been bad or whatever, but like he was with the Steelers a couple years, obviously in 2024. That was a pretty decent situation, I would say. And he played okay, but like people always point to the 4-2 record with him as the starting quarterback. But in those 4 wins, the Steelers defense averaged like 10 points allowed given up per game. That's not sustainable, right? And every single game that during that stretch where Justin Fields played, where the defense gave up 20 or more points, the Steelers lost. All right, that's like the average score of an NFL game for a team is like, you know, in the low 20s. So that means that the Steelers would lose most of the football games they would have with Justin Fields as their starter. And especially with Mike McCarthy and his system, like he gives a lot of responsibility to his quarterback at the line of scrimmage. He really puts a lot on their plate, a lot of responsibility in terms of diagnosing the defense pre-snap, getting the team into the right play, doing all that different stuff. You got to be a cerebral passer to play in Mike McCarthy's offense. That's why Aaron Rodgers and Dak Prescott have developed into two of the most intelligent starting quarterbacks in the NFL and some of the best processors in the NFL over the last 2 decades, is because this offense, requires you to, process information quickly. And Justin Fields' main thing over his 6-year NFL career at this point has been he can't read defenses, at least not quickly. He needs those simple 1 to 2 reads, and then he's running, or he's he's trying to scramble and make a play out of structure. And like when he makes an amazing play out of structure once or twice a game, it's awesome and it fills up the highlight reel. But it's just not a sustainable way to win football games with him as your starting quarterback. I think he's a solid backup for a team that has an athletic quarterback, but I don't think he's a starting level guy, okay? And I know he's still relatively young, but we've seen 6 years of Justin Fields in this league, and he hasn't been good in any of them. So I think it's time to kind of just realize what Justin Fields is and kind of realize that progression probably isn't coming, and that you got to try and find something else to be your long-term starting option here for the Pittsburgh Steelers at quarterback. $2 from Tall Guys. Is the market for sure closed on BTJ? Washington, could they push for him? Well, the thing about BTJ is it sounds like Jacksonville wants a first-round pick. And, maybe the Commanders can pull something off where they're doing a pick swap, where they're giving the number 7 overall pick to Jacksonville, and, you get a pick back from Jacksonville in this deal.
I wouldn't be opposed to that.
And it wouldn't be the worst trade in the world, reuniting Jaden Daniels with not only Brandon Ayuk, but also Brian Thomas Jr., 2 of his college teammates that he had great connections with in college. You have Brian Thomas Jr. on a rookie contract in that regard, and he would be your future number 1 wide receiver. Because the reports coming out of Washington is this is probably Terry McLaurin's last year in Washington before he gets moved next offseason.
Yeah.
So, if you want to find that guy that's going to be that long-term answer with Jaden Daniels, I look at the wide receiver options at number 7, Ponzi, and the guys that, the consensus would say would be a good pick at that spot: Mekhi Lemon, Jordan Tyson, and Carnell Tate. I look at those 3 guys, and I'm like, would I rather have any of those 3, or would I rather have Brian Thomas Jr.? And I think the answer that I would have is I might rather have Brian Thomas Jr. because of the chemistry. Because of the chemistry with Jaden Daniels that's already built up. He still has 3 years left on his rookie contract. You're not really losing a draft pick because you're doing a pick swap situation in this case. So you still have the same amount of draft picks. It's just you're moving down. That's a situation where if I'm the Commanders, I would be in on that. I just don't know if that's going to be enough for the Jaguars to want to come to the table, because it sounds like their asking price is high.
I wouldn't be opposed, and maybe this is a little bit of a bad strategy. Pick swap this year, give up a second next year, or a third. I think a third probably more.
Yeah.
It's a tough price to pay, but you're getting a second this year, and honestly, if you want to address I don't want to address linebacker anymore. If you want to get a true nose, they already got the true nose. Who else will they get? A guard?
Guard, receiver,
it's pretty good,
running back.
Good second round draft class for guard. And then, you still have a third round pick. Still got 6 picks in the draft, which is not good, but
I mean, it's the same amount that you have right now, and you get Brian Thomas Jr. Can you
don't trade anymore?
Can you imagine next year's wide receiver room being Terry McLaurin, Brandon Ayuk on a 1-year prove-it deal for the Commanders, and Brian Thomas Jr. on a cheap rookie deal? That is the best pound for pound, dollar for dollar wide receiver room in terms of overall talent in the league. All right, there might be better wide receiver rooms in generally speaking, but usually those are probably more highly priced, like the Cincinnati Bengals, for example.
Or they're going to be the Cowboys.
Or the Cowboys eventually, yes. But in terms of dollar for dollar value, that's a pretty damn good wide receiver room there that the Commanders could put together. And you still have Brian Thomas Jr. on a cost-controlled rookie contract for the next 3 years. I don't hate that idea for the Commanders. I just don't know if the Jaguars would be willing to deal that.
Yeah.
And another thing about BTJ, by the way, is that he did deal with a big drop issue last year. He was somebody that I thought had good hands coming out, and looked like he had good hands in year 1. And he still makes some good catches, don't get me wrong, last year, but there was only one receiver in the entire National Football League with more drops than BTJ last year, and it was Jerry Jeudy. That's a lot of drops for somebody that you would be essentially swapping out your top 10 draft pick for.
Yeah.
There is a little bit of risk there, but the upside is astronomical as well. And if you combine him with a quarterback that he's already worked with and he has great chemistry with, maybe those drops don't become as much of an issue with Jaden Daniels throwing him the football. So, we'll see what happens on the BTJ front. I won't say it's an impossibility. I won't say it's a probability or anything like that. I would say I'd probably give it less than a 10% chance of happening, less than 15% chance of happening, but never say never, man, especially in the National Football League.
Exactly.
Yesterday with the Maxx Crosby situation proved that tenfold. Rez coming in here with a 65 sec super chat says, what do you expect from the Ratbirds? A rat move. That organization is trash. What do you think about a Lance and QB Whisperer Big Mike reunion? Yes,
I think we predicted this a couple times.
Yeah, I mean, we've said, Trey Lance, keep an eye on Lance, backup quarterback for McCarthy in Dallas in 2024. Played not fantastically, but not like absolute dog crap in Dallas that year. Then he goes to the Chargers last year, looks really good in the preseason. Granted, it's the preseason. Kenny Pickett, as Steelers fans know, is the preseason MVP. All right, like he had the best preseason I've ever seen, and he ended up being terrible. So, listen, man, like Lance is another thing that's interesting about Lance is that he's only 25 years old. All right, and coming out, he didn't have a lot of experience. Like people talk about Ty Simpson's lack of experience. Like this guy had one season in a run-heavy offense there at NDSU. And then he played in one exhibition game the following year because it was the COVID year, and he was still super young coming out into the draft when he went to San Francisco. And then he gets injured, so he misses a whole year of development, essentially. Then he comes in, and he's expected to start, and, another reason why, Ponzi, you probably don't want to go with Will Howard. Just look at the Trey Lance example. He was a top 3 pick, and he had not played in the regular season his first year in the league. Then he goes out there and starts year 2, and he's terrible. And they lucked out by drafting Brock Purdy with the Mr. Irrelevant pick, and Brock Purdy ends up being the answer magically, right? Now you might be saying, "Whoa, 7th round pick Brock Purdy worked out. Why can't 6th round pick Will Howard work out?" The 49ers got abundantly lucky with Brock Purdy, and the Steelers would have to be abundantly lucky to have Will Howard be a franchise level quarterback, especially in his first year when he's never played in the National Football League. They would be extremely lucky to have that come to fruition. I would love it. I would love to cheer for Will Howard as my franchise quarterback for the next 20 years. I hope he wins 4 or 5 Super Bowls for the Pittsburgh Steelers. But it's just about playing the odds, ladies and gentlemen, and the odds would not be in the Steelers' favor if they go down that path, in my opinion.
Yeah.
Now, if Rodgers retires and Kyler goes to Minnesota, your options are crap anyway. So you have to think about a bunch of different options. You have to think about trying to get Ty Simpson in the first round this year. You have to think about maybe bringing in an Anthony Richardson to compete with Will Howard. You have to think about bringing in, maybe a Will Levis or a Trey Lance or one of these guys that, is still young and has some upside and could legitimately compete and maybe has some starting experience, maybe just a little bit. That would be nice. But to Rez's point, Baltimore Ravens absolutely suck, guys. And for the next 20 minutes or so, we still have our deal for the F the Ravens t-shirts. You guys have been asking for these for a long time, and we finally have them here on the show. So if you guys want to show your hatred for the Baltimore Ravens and your love for the Steelers and our channel here at Steelers Talk, $10 off this t-shirt. This is a $30 t-shirt that's going to be on our website, but for this hour only, you guys can get it for only $20. $10 off, and I'm giving shout-outs to everybody that makes a purchase. So chatsports.com/FRavens. Let's give the latest slate of shout-outs here. We've got Donna E. That's Donna Elliott. Thank you so much, Donna Elliott, for the Steelers Talk t-shirt. Thank you so much, and I think that's the last one that has been purchased. What's that? Did we discuss these? We didn't get David H. Well, David H., shout out to you. If this is your second shout out, then congratulations to you, I guess. All right, and then by the way, guys, that $10 off deal is not only applicable to the F the Ravens t-shirt, it's also for our other t-shirts that are up there on the Steelers Talk shop at chatsports.com/STmerch. That includes the Steelers Talk channel logo t-shirt. By the way, that t-shirt is only $15 right now on our website. Steel City Drinking Team t-shirts are $20, and then married into this gear, I want to say is $25. I don't know exactly there, but again, guys, chatsports.com/STmerch to get any of our pieces up on our on our website right now. And then for our Commanders fans out there, $10 off also applies to you guys for your Washington Drinking Team t-shirts just in time for St. Patrick's Day. Chatsports.com/DCGreen. That one comes in a beautiful green color, but also the alternate black there. So chatsports.com/DCGreen. And for Steelers and Commanders fans out there, $10 off our Beers hats as well. You can go chatsports.com/beers if you guys would like. a Beers hat to pair with your drinking team t-shirt. All right, back to some super chats here. Still waiting word, by the way, on Kyler Murray, Aaron Rodgers, Brock Hoffman, Brandon Ayuk. So we're hoping to get some answers from those guys at some point today. We're answering your super chats until we get some answers on those. But Mexamander with a 5 says it would be nice for the Steelers getting A.J. Brown to 2 and Pittman to 3. Now that's a triple team. The problem is the price tag to get A.J. Brown. And, not only in terms of the trade, because it sounds like you're going to have to give up a first and a second round pick. At the very least, you're going to have to trade like a second and Alex Highsmith for A.J. Brown. But also, that's a lot of mouths to feed in this offense. And it's a lot of money to spend on 3 receivers. The Steelers just gave a brand new extension to Michael Pittman Jr., and you would have to still pay a ton of money to A.J. Brown on his deal, and you obviously still have a lot of money to dish out to DK Metcalf. So I don't think the Rooneys are going to want to do that in terms of the cash spending. That would be astronomical. I think the thing that makes more sense, Mexamander, is you have these 2 veterans on the roster, DK and, of course, Michael Pittman Jr., Now you go get your rookie. Now you go get your future at this position, in the first round preferably. Somebody that has the full route tree at his disposal, somebody that can separate versus NFL man coverage immediately, somebody like a Mekhi Lemon, somebody like a Jordan Tyson, somebody like an Omar Cooper Jr., somebody like a KC Concepcion. Those are the 4 names I would really keep my eye on in round 1 for the Pittsburgh Steelers. And maybe Zachariah Branch as a day 2 target, round 2 target. I would certainly love that, but, as much as I love the idea of A.J. Brown, DK Metcalf, and Michael Pittman Jr., I just don't know if it's feasible for the Steelers to do that at this juncture. $10 from Watch You Dune? I hope I'm saying that right. Watch You Dune? I don't know. He says, Nussmeier, Klubnik versus Kyler Murray. You mentioned Kyler has small hands, but isn't 9'5" good enough? Thoughts? Listen, man, for his size, I do think he's got decent hand size. It's just, as a smaller human being, it's just not going to be great. Nussmeier and Klubnik also have pretty small hands, in my opinion. And Nussmeier, I would not really consider him to be like a high-level prospect for the Steelers to consider. I would rather go with for example, Drew Aller, if you're going to go with a day 2 quarterback out of Penn State. I think he's got more upside. And I think that his issues are fixable, and Nussmeier's issues are fixable too. And he had really good 2024 tape, for sure. And he's got a connection to Mike McCarthy. His dad, Doug, was a coach under McCarthy for many years, currently the OC in New Orleans. But, I look at this situation and, Kyler, I think here's my concern with Murray. Okay. He's played in 1 game where there's been a wet football. It was in Green Bay back in 2024. It was one of, if not the worst game of his career. He's only played in 1 game in his entire NFL career where the temperature has been below 45 degrees. Here in Pittsburgh, once you get to the end of the year and you're playing all of your division rivals towards the end of the season and everyone's playing outside and everyone's playing in the cold and it's windy outside and there's snow on the ground and the football is wet, I just don't know if Kyler Murray can handle that. Now, maybe he can, and maybe the Steelers are willing to gamble on that, but it's a gamble because we just don't know because we haven't seen it. He grew up in Texas. He's a Texas high school legend. Then he went to Oklahoma, playing in the Big 12 at the time, where everybody plays in warm weather states. And then he goes to Arizona in the desert, and he plays in a dome. Over 70% of the games that he has played in his career have been played in a dome. That's not screaming somebody that's going to go to the AFC North and in his 1 year there on a vet minimum contract is going to have a lot of success. Now, maybe he does. Maybe he is built for the AFC North. Who knows? But, if you feel like you have a for sure inclination there, that you feel really confident that he's going to be able to come in here and play really well when the weather gets bad in December and January, I just don't know where that confidence comes from because we haven't seen it. And the times where we have seen it, he's been terrible in inclement conditions. Now, for the vet minimum, don't get me wrong, Kyler's a fun player to watch. He is a big-time physical talent, and he's got just a natural feel for the game that is just really hard to teach, and he's just got a lot of different stuff that's really good about his game, but he doesn't really throw the ball over the middle of the field. He doesn't really Steelers just announced their extension with Cam Hayward, by the way. But where was I at? Oh, yeah, he doesn't throw the ball over the middle of the field all that often, especially past his first read. He's really a 1 to 2 read to run style of quarterback. I think he's pretty good with his decision-making on that first read. But in terms of going 1, 2, 3, 4 check down, he's usually, taken off to run or to scramble before he gets to that check down option. So for me, I think he's, a pretty decent talent. I think he's a better fit just stylistically. And, his preferences, I'm sure he would prefer to play in a dome. I'm sure he'd prefer to play with Justin Jefferson and Jordan Addison over DK and Michael Pittman. I'm sure he'd rather be coached by Kevin O'Connell and Mike McCarthy. So it's one thing to want Kyler here in Pittsburgh. It's another thing to, say that he's going to pick the Pittsburgh Steelers, and I just don't see right now him picking the Pittsburgh Steelers in this race. It just seems like the Vikings want him. It seems like he wants the Vikings. So unless there's something that pops up on his physical, that's something that's possible, Ponzi. Maybe like he's coming off a pretty major foot injury. Is it possible that he gets flagged by the Minnesota medical staff?
Could be.
And then if there's anybody that's going to clear him, it would be the Pittsburgh Steelers.
But they were the ones to clear Asante Samuel Jr.
Yeah, the Steelers have cleared guys like Derek Harmon and Troy Fautanu and Peyton Wilson and Corey Trice Jr. and Asante Samuel Jr. Like, they don't give an F about, medical concerns. They just wave them on through. So, I would say that might be the best chance that Kyler Murray is a Steeler this year because they can't trade for him anymore, right? So they can't trade for him and lock him down. They have to convince him to sign here. And I think the only way that's going to happen is if that meeting with the Vikings goes, haywire. And that really the best chance of that happening is if that foot injury or the knee issue pops up on his medical check. So we'll see what happens there. But I would say the overwhelming likelihood is that Kyler Murray will be a Minnesota Viking, and my guess is shortly after that, Aaron Rodgers will have his deal done with the Pittsburgh Steelers. Michael, my friend, coming back for more here today. I appreciate it, Michael. $2 says, are the shirts big and tall friendly? LOL.
Up to 5XL.
It's up to 5
fit.
Yeah, it's slim fit, and it's up to 5XL. So just keep that in mind there, Michael. I'm not necessarily big, but I am certainly tall, and I can tell you that these things fit me beautifully, okay? So just so you guys know, just a reminder here, 10-minute warning or so on the F the Ravens t-shirt and all the different stuff on our merch website. This is a flash sale, $10 off everything on our website right now, chatsports.com/FRavens. We have gotten a few more orders here. Hymnal S, hope I'm saying that right, Kevin D., and Raymond O.C. bought a Steelers Talk logo t-shirt. So thank you guys so much. Like I said, guys, I'm giving shout-outs to everybody that makes a purchase of any of our F the Ravens or Steelers Talk merchandise here. So again, guys, if you hate the Baltimore Ravens, chatsports.com/FRavens. In 8 minutes and 30 seconds, that price goes back up to $30. Okay, so we need, if you guys want this deal, this is the time to get it done. You guys have 8.5 minutes to get the $10 off discount for the F the Ravens t-shirt, as well as all the other stuff on our website. You guys can go to chatsports.com/STmerch to pick up any of our merch opportunities here. We've got the Steelers Talk logo t-shirt, which a lot of people have bought up. The Steel City Drinking Team t-shirt is also still available for $10 off. And then also our Married Into This collection. If you guys want to get any of those, you guys can get that as well. Again, we got about 8 minutes to go for this special flash deal for the start of the new NFL league year. You guys can go chatsports.com/STmerch to pick those up today. And for our Commanders audience, we have chatsports.com/DC Green for your Washington Drinking Team t-shirts. Those t-shirts come in either a beautiful green or they come in the black colorway as well. So you guys have about 7.5 minutes here to get your $10 off discount as well. Chatsports.com/DC Green. There for the Washington Drinking Team t-shirts. That's the look at the green and the black t-shirts for you guys. $10 off site-wide. And then there's also Beers hats that are available for you guys. That's chatsports.com/beers to pick up your Beers hats today if you want to pair that with your Drinking Team t-shirts. Ponzi says he wants to show me something. Oh, God. What is this going to be? Is there something going on right now? Oh, look at this. Look at this. Oh, my goodness. All right. We got an opportunity to knock off the biggest channel here at Chat Sports. We always love our little competitions with the Raiders Report. Right now, they are at 18 sales for their Raiders Report hat. Our F the Ravens t-shirt has 17 sales here. We're about to pass them in their merch push here, guys. So if you haven't gotten your F the Ravens t-shirt yet, now is a great time to do so. Again, you got about 6 minutes to go here to get $10 off your t-shirt today. Again, that's chatsports.com/FRavens, or you can get it at chatsports.com/STmerch. All right. So the 49ers have not released Brandon Ayuk today. So that's obviously why we haven't gotten word about the Commanders hiring him or signing him. Why did I say hire? We have to wait for the 49ers to release him. And John Lynch said that they're going to release him shortly after the new league year. And, something tells me that the 49ers might be trying to, fleece the Commanders out of a trade. But it's like, if I'm Adam Peters, I'm just waiting him out. Because I know Ayuk is going to want to sign with me the second he becomes available. And are the 49ers really going to be so petty as to keep him on their roster for, the entire offseason and then just release him, towards the end of it?
I mean, they could.
I mean, it's possible. I don't think they'll do that, though.
I don't think they will, too, because,
it's a waiting game for Adam Peters. You can pretty much pencil him in for the Commanders' offense this year. Shout out to Catherine P., just purchased an F the Ravens t-shirt. Thank you, Catherine, for getting
that. Makes us tied.
And that gets us tied with the Raiders Report here. Who's going to make the next purchase? Who's gonna get us over the top here?
5 minutes for $10 off.
Come on, man. We got 5 more minutes for $10 off. Just $20 for F the Ravens t-shirts. We got sizes, I believe. Does it come in extra small or just small?
Let me check. I'll check real quick.
I know it goes up to 5X. So we definitely have your size.
Putting it in the link.
And Sally H comes in with a Steelers Talk t-shirt purchase. Awesome. Not an F the Ravens t-shirt.
Although we are selling a lot of those as well.
Oh, we are selling a lot of Steelers Talk t-shirts as well.
We appreciate all y'all for your support as always.
Thank you so much, Sally H.
So it goes in extra small all the way up to 5XL. Slim fit.
Hunter Dillman says, just got me an XL. Thank you, Hunter.
Just getting this link in the chat for y'all guys. And, of course...
Oh, a couple more. We got a couple Drinking Team t-shirt purchases here from Mitchell D.H. and Dennis R. Appreciate you guys.
So let us beat the Raiders. This is our biggest channel here.
Come on, man. I always love beating the Raiders, all right?
We've done a lot of that.
Come on, man. We've done a lot of that here on Steelers Talk over the years, as our real ones know. 3.5 minutes to go. 3.5 minutes before these prices go back up $10. This is your chance to get this awesome deal just at the start of the new league year.
I accidentally put the wrong one in there for y'all. It is $20 for the rest of the 3:11. There are 3 minutes and 11 seconds, and now counting. So only $20. Get this deal. Help us beat the Raiders.
LOL. Somebody just tweeted, Kirk Cousins and Fernando Mendoza deserves Hard Knocks, and I agree with that.
Yeah, I agree with that.
I mean, they can't force the Raiders because they have a new head coach. But, man, one of the greatest Hard Knocks seasons of all time was that Antonio Brown, John Gruden season. Hey, Dalton M coming in with the F the Ravens t-shirt.
We are now ahead of them.
And we just passed the Raiders. Can we get to 20 before the timer runs out? Can we get to 20 before the timer runs out? We got 2.5 minutes to go. Let's go. And Ponzi, after we get this hour over with, let's recap a lot of the latest news since yesterday. Let's recap the latest news since yesterday.
We got another one, Hunter D.
There it is, Hunter D with an F the Ravens t-shirt.
F the Ravens.
F the Ravens. F the Ravens.
Those dirty rat birds.
Let's go, man. Got to 20. That is first place in Chat Sports here today, man. Thank you guys so much for your guys' support. Once again, Steelers Talk on top. You guys are the absolute best. Thank you so much. We got over 1,100 people in the chat right now.
James S. with the Steelers Talk and Drinking Team. Stephen B. with another one.
Let's go, man. James S. Getting 2 different T-shirts, a Drinking Team and a T-shirt. The channel logo T-shirt. And then Stephen B. gets an F the Ravens T-shirt. Appreciate you, Stephen B. So we are really racking them up right here.
Y'all don't want the Raiders to win, and I don't blame you.
I don't blame you at all. We got now just over a minute to go.
Got another one from William S.
If you haven't already, William S. gets an F the Ravens T-shirt. We're pulling away.
Mr. Slot says he got one.
Let's go. Matthew B. coming with 2 purchases, a Steel City Drinking Team T-shirt and an F the Ravens T-shirt. Let's go, man. James S. gets another one, an F the Ravens T-shirt as well. We are pulling away here, ladies and gentlemen. Less than a minute to go. All right, we do have some news here. Javon Hargrave is going to the Green Bay Packers. Former Pittsburgh Steeler, now on his way to Green Bay after being released by the Minnesota Vikings.
Pretty big move. We have now pulled away from the Raiders.
Let's go, man. Connor B. coming in with 2 T-shirt purchases, an F the Ravens T-shirt and a Steel City Drinking Team T-shirt. You guys are absolutely fantastic. Andrew Wingard, a safety, veteran safety, going to the Arizona Cardinals. Some of these moves starting to come off the board here.
So thanks to y'all at Steelers Talk, we have dominated the Raiders, 25-18.
Let's go, man.
Now the deal is off.
And now the deal is over.
So we still have it up there on our shop, though.
Yes, we do. So if you guys missed out on the opportunity to get $10 off, that stinks. But now it's officially over. But you guys still have the opportunity to get the F the Ravens T-shirt. It's now $30 on our website right now, chatsports.com/FRavens. Luis A.N. Oh, we got a couple here.
Before the buzzer,
Samuel J. purchases
we
an
just
F
said
the
you get a
Ravens
word.
T-shirt. What's that?
that it has a 2-minute, basically a shot clock.
Oh, so we have a 2-minute shot clock right now?
Yeah, for the discount.
For the $10 discount?
Yes.
All right, so we still got 2 more minutes, apparently, for you guys to take advantage of the deal, all right? But Samuel J. gets an F the Ravens T-shirt. Jason B. got 2 F the Ravens T-shirts. And then we got Luis A.N.
Oh, that was wrong. If you're checking out, you have 2 minutes to check out.
Oh, never mind. If you're checking out, all right, that's Ponzi's fault.
My bad.
F Ponzi in the chat for getting your guys' hopes up. They had to already be on the website by 2 o'clock.
Gotcha.
Okay? Or by, 5 o'clock p.m. Eastern time.
So it's a 2-minute checkout window. So you'll get that discount for 2 minutes.
Correct.
If you're already on the website. All right.
Okay. So Luis A.N., as I talked about, got 3 T-shirts. A Steel City Drinking Team T-shirt, a Married Into This T-shirt, and an F the Ravens T-shirt. Give it up for Luis! Let's go, man. Absolutely fantastic stuff. Thank you guys so much for that flash sale and all the support there. We absolutely hate the Ravens report here.
And Trader Joey.
And Trader Joey. Trader Joey's the worst. I mean, Trader Joey is loving what they're doing right now. Like
He said, no, you know what he told me this morning?
Yeah,
he was like,
they made the right
It was
move.
completely fair. The physical did not check out. They're just mad because, they ain't us. And we're like, what are you doing? Screwing over the NFL right now.
Yeah, Joey thinks there's nothing wrong with what the Baltimore Ravens did last night. I thought he was completely crazy we had a big discussion about it this morning. He was sitting there and he's like, hey, the Raiders didn't disclose the knee information.
Everyone knew,
I'm like, you didn't know that he had a bum knee? Like, you should have already known that going into this thing. Like, what are we talking about here? Like, I think that's complete BS by Trader Joey. And, of course, he's loving that they signed Trey Hendrickson. And now apparently they're in the mix for A.J. Brown. And, dude, if they back their way into Trey Hendrickson and A.J. Brown, I'm going to be so pissed.
Wow.
I'm going to be – what's that?
Look at this update that we got. We sold 39 F the Ravens Steelers Talk t-shirts.
Oh, baby. 39 F the Ravens t-shirts. That is unbelievable stuff,
That's
guys.
all thanks to you guys right there.
So our number was way lower.
Well, that was because all the sales just came in one at once.
Okay. So that's all the way up to what, 39?
See, the final scoreboard for our little merch battle here, it was 39, let me see, 39-18.
So the Raiders had 18 sales. We had 39.
Yep.
That's awesome, man. You guys are the absolute best. That's the final tally right there. A bunch of sales right there at the end. Thank you guys so much for supporting our show. And I certainly think that that's going to prove to our bosses here at Steelers Talk that we can do some really cool merch opportunities here on Steelers Talk. So thank you guys so much. All right, so now let's recap. Since last night, since we came off live around 6 p.m. Eastern Time yesterday.
You're going to have to remind me when we...
It was definitely before the Crosby thing.
Yeah. So let's see. Where were we?
Let's
that was
see.
Team. Let me get this all set up right here.
Sounds good.
Let's see.
We do have super chats that we're going to get to here momentarily as well, but we just want to catch you guys up on the very latest in the league. Definitely back.
We signed off.
That's around
Right here.
one ahead.
Yeah.
Yeah, that one. All right, so Caden Ellis gets a 3-year, $11 million per season deal with the New Orleans Saints. Reek Woolen got a 1-year deal with the Philadelphia Eagles. I hope the Eagles like corners that can't tackle. Contavious Street goes to the Chicago Bears. Leo Chanel, obviously our Commanders audience knows. Big signing there for the Commanders. They needed some speed in the linebacker room after last year.
Too.
And that was a fantastic price tag to get him at as well. Garrett Wallow, a linebacker going back to San Francisco. Teddy Bridgewater, Coach Bridgewater, back with the Detroit Lions.
Of course, Commanders fans know him well. Played against him in the NFC divisional round.
Oh, yeah. That's right. He played a couple plays in that divisional
For one
game.
snap.
Yeah, I think it was one snap. Rocky Ya-Sin, 1-year, $4 million deal to Detroit. Pretty good value there for Detroit. Same deal that Asante Samuel Jr. signed here in Pittsburgh. Cameron Hayward gets a new 2-year deal. It's a 1-year extension. So whoever submitted that actually got it wrong there. But Cameron Hayward is back. He's under contract for the next 2 seasons here in Pittsburgh. It pretty much confirms he will be returning for another season here in Pittsburgh. Looking forward to seeing Captain Cam back here in the Steel City, and obviously, like, he is just the ageless wonder, Ponzi. Like he
was so great last season.
He graded in the 90s in the PFF grading scale last year, and it's not like PFF grading is gospel, in my opinion, but, you know, it's pretty darn good. Like, to have, like, 90 seasons and just, you know, churn them out at his age.
Ageless wonder.
It's remarkable, man, and he's an awesome football player, great leader in the locker room. There's a reason why the Steelers are committed to making him a 1-helmet player before he retires eventually. But then Johnny Munt, tight end, gets a 1-year deal with Philly. Jordan Elliott, a decent defensive tackle. Another guy coming over from San Francisco or New York, joining forces with Robert Saleh there in Tennessee. A 2-year deal. Pretty good value there for a decent player in Elliott. Patrick Ricard, fullback, moving over from Baltimore, joining forces again with John Harbaugh.
I think they made them the highest paid fullback.
Did they? Okay, yeah, that's crazy. Grant Calcaterra, backup tight end, back to Philly. Logan Hall got a pretty decent deal last night, 2-year deal for him. Then you got Stone Forsythe, an offensive tackle, going back to the Carolina Panthers. Tommy Townsend, one of the better punters in the league, is heading to Tennessee.
Got a Maxx Crosby update.
What's the update?
So Ravens GM Eric DeCosta said that after bringing Maxx Crosby in, the team was unable to complete the trade process based on their assessment of the situation. He did not reference medicals, and he said he must act as a steward of the organization and do what's best for the team. That is just GM speak if I've ever heard it.
That's such bullshit. Why call a press conference?
Oh, guys,
Provide no answers.
We didn't really know what we were getting into, guys. We kind of just had some buyer's remorse. We just really didn't want to, trade our 2 first-round picks. That's what that meant.
Again, chatsports.com/the F Ravens if you want an F the Ravens t-shirt because they're an absolute joke. Dayton Wade, speaking of the Ravens, is back in Baltimore as well, a backup receiver. Sam Howell, Commanders fans, Commanders legend, Sam Howell.
Better worry.
He's going there to Dallas. Could Joe Milton be available via trade? Maybe.
Would be his third trade in 3 seasons?
I kind of half-jokingly pointed that out on Twitter yesterday, being like, is Joe Milton available via trade now? Like, if you miss out on Rodgers and you miss out on Kyler, like, I think there's worse options out there than trading a late-round pick for Joe Milton. He's got size. He's got some really good arm strength. He's got some good mobility.
This is sick.
What?
Commanders just released some new renderings.
Oh, if you want to get a picture.
Yeah, I got you.
Or a couple pictures, we can show them. Commanders just got some new renderings of their brand new stadium, which is looking pretty darn cool. But also Darnell Savage signing for the Steelers last night, 1 year, $1.48 million as a depth signing at safety.
Old Commanders friend?
Old Commanders friend. Played 8 games for the Commanders before.
Did not look good.
Was not great. Got benched and eventually wanted his release. And then a 2-year, $4.6 million deal for cornerback Tavier Thomas in Minnesota, joining James Pierre there in Minnie. And Trey Pipkins gets a 2-year, $10 million deal done with Los Angeles to lock himself in as that team's swing tackle. Now taking a look at some of these renderings of the new Commanders Stadium, and I gotta say, man, they're looking pretty darn good. You know, I'm a big fan of the kind of like Roman Coliseum kind of column look. You know, I think that the Commanders are definitely kind of leaning into like the Roman imagery, you know, with the spear and, you know, with a lot of the Roman kind of imagery there.
Like, look at this one.
And this just looks beautiful. It looks like a monument. Like like it looks like a monument to me. You know, it's got that similar color to the monuments there on the National Mall, and I think it just fits in. And of course, you have a view of the National Mall from the stadium in those really big glass windows that they have. I think it's just going to be a beautiful place to watch football games there in the D.C. area, and it's great that the team is moving back to the nation's capital and getting out of, Landover.
You're getting out of Ravens over there.
Yeah, get out of Maryland, man. Get back inside the District of Columbia. I think that's going to be good for this fan base, good for this franchise, and I'm looking forward to watching some football games there. In the D.C. area. Some more here. Del'Shawn Phillips, a linebacker, back with the Los Angeles Chargers. You got Brett Toth back with the San Francisco 49ers, or Toth. Is it Toth or Toth? I don't know. Trey Hendrickson this morning agreed to a 4-year, $112 million deal with $60 million guaranteed from the Ravens. F the Ravens. Chatsports.com/FRavens.
Ran second once again.
Yeah, apparently the Commanders were in on Hendrickson, and they didn't offer enough. No, they weren't second.
Oh, that was Colts.
The Colts were second. And honestly, when you look at the whole Maxx Crosby situation, by the way, Chris Rodriguez Jr. signing with the Jaguars.
So not a return for Chris.
They would have tendered him if they wanted him back.
Not a bad signing for the Jags.
So Jags get Chris Rodriguez Jr., but Trey Hendrickson, obviously on his way to Baltimore. If I'm a Colts fan, I think I'm more angry than if I'm a Ravens and Raiders fan. Because, like, with the Ravens, at least you can say, well, we got Trey Hendrickson. At least we, get back our 2 first-round picks. And if you're a Raider fan, you still have Maxx Crosby, one of the better edge rushers in the game. You've been able to make some really good signings. You can afford to make all those signings and still have Maxx Crosby on the roster. If I'm a fan of either one of those franchises, I'm not too upset. But, it came out this morning that Hendrickson was probably going to sign with the Colts if, the Maxx Crosby trade actually went through today. And obviously it didn't, and the Colts missed out on getting a really good edge rusher. So if I'm a Colts fan, I'm furious at the Baltimore Ravens for making that deal. Or actually not making the deal, I should say. Kayvon Chaisson, good rotational edge rusher, going to the Washington Commanders, 7.5 sacks last year in New England.
Best year in NFL, or not best year of his NFL career.
Yeah, definitely. 1 year, $12 million deal. Still only 27 years old, by the way. So I expect him to be this team's number 3 edge rusher next season. Kicker Joey Sly going to Tennessee on a 1-year deal. Zonovan Knight 1-year deal with Arizona. Daniel Jones gets his deal done today. Ponzi, $44 million per season over 2 years.
I know you need a quarterback, but do you need him that bad?
If I were the Colts, I would have made a play for Kyler Murray.
I would have too.
That's what I would have done. They were able to keep Daniel Jones and Alec Pierce. That's what they kind of wanted to do. You keep that continuity there in Indy. But I really like Kyler Murray's fit with Shane Steichen's style of offense that had lots of, shotgun and spread stuff. They could run a very similar offense to what Steichen ran with the Eagles and Jalen Hurts. And I think that would work beautifully with the weapons that they have there, the run game that they have. Instead, you're paying $43 million per season to bring back Daniel Jones, who I don't think is as good as Kyler Murray is. So I think that's a bad contract for the Colts. I think just like the Giants, they're going to regret paying this guy that much money. And we'll see what ends up happening there in Indianapolis. Dan was good last year, though, but he was on a much smaller deal, right? So he's going to have less help around him now. What's it going to look like in the future? It's going to be interesting there in Indy. Ty Sweet back with the Dallas Cowboys, defensive end. KJ Britt, 1-year deal to return to the New England Patriots. Actually, I don't think that's a return, but that is a 1-year deal. Luke Fortner is going to the Carolina Panthers. They lost Cade May. May is here this offseason, so they needed a center. Fortner goes to Carolina. Travis Gibson goes to Carolina as well on a 1-year deal. Brenton Cox Jr. Gets a 1-year deal with Green Bay. James Mitchell gets a 1-year deal with Carolina. They've been pretty busy today. Jack Stoll, tight end, backup tight end, goes back to Cleveland there. Josh Uche joins the Miami Dolphins on a 1-year deal. Decent athlete. Channing Tindall goes to the Atlanta Falcons. Willie Gay Jr. Willie Gay goes to the Miami Dolphins on a 1-year contract. Cade York, kicker for the New York Jets. They figure out that situation. Michael Clements, interior kind of 5 technique type of guy, 3-year contract, $17.5 million deal. Pretty good value for Indianapolis, if I can say so myself. Then Chidobe Awuzie, the guy that got cooked by Calvin Austin III in the season finale last year, gets re-signed. Cheeto is back with the Baltimore Ravens. 1-year, $5 million deal. Pretty good value for the Ravens, I will say. It's a fully guaranteed deal. Then Kevin Byard, a big name here. Safety, probably the best safety left on the board. At that point, signs a 1-year, $9 million deal. By the way, Byard led the NFL in interceptions last year. And he's 32 years old, so I like the deal for the Patriots. Getting a good playmaker, that's a good fit for them. They lost Jalen Hawkins in free agency this year, getting an upgrade at that safety spot there with Byard at a $9 million price tag. Aaron Jones, who was initially supposed to get released today, comes to terms with the Vikings on a $5.5 million deal. Ponzi, I don't think he would have gotten that on the open market, so that's a great deal there for Aaron Jones.
It seems like Aaron Jones was kind of be like, Kevin O'Connell wanted him there, just not for the price tag he was at. So, I think, good deal for both teams, both sides, getting, more than what you would have gotten from the open market. I think, the Steelers would have liked to have him. But, Derek, Rico Dowdle, so nowhere really else for Aaron Jones to, get a decent payday.
Right.
So, a good deal for him.
Then we went live, and then the Commanders started making moves.
Busy.
Okonkwo, tight end, 3 years, up to $30 million with incentives, so pretty darn good deal. The Steelers just re-signed Jack Driscoll. I think we can probably just throw that at the end of the next breaking news there, Ponzi.
What do you mean?
So, yeah, Jack Driscoll, probably the 4th offensive tackle in the rotation right now. He's going to be a backup. So just keep that in mind, Steelers fans. Jack Driscoll is back. We will cover that on our next breaking news video whenever that comes out. But then Jalen Hawkins goes to the Baltimore Ravens, the safety that was previously with the New England Patriots. Had a good season for them last year. 2 years, $10 million deal. Pretty good value for the Ravens there after they lost to Loie Gilman.
All Maryland right here.
Yeah, all Maryland graphic right here. Then Nick Cross, 2 years, up to $14 million for him. Really excited to see that kind of athlete in the Commanders' defense with Durante Jones coming in because they like to do a lot of pre-snap disguises and post-snap rotations in that Flores-style defense. And you got to have the athletes to be able to play, and you got to have the the playmakers to do that. Cross is definitely the athlete that can be moved around pre-snap and post-snap, and you can do a lot of different things. And he's only 24 years old, so he's young and he's athletic, exactly what the Commanders needed for this defense. Durham Smythe also back with the Ravens. Then Azeez Ojulari, an edge rusher here, going to the Atlanta Falcons, with James Pierce Jr.'s future kind of up in the air after his incident this offseason. Dylan Parham, decent guard, goes to the New York Jets, 2-year deal, up to $20 million for him. So that's pretty big deal for Dylan Parham, one of the bigger deals of the day. Bradley Chubb gets a 3-year deal pretty much immediately after being cut from the Miami Dolphins, a post-June 1st designation for him. I don't like that deal from Buffalo, man. I feel like Buffalo's wasting Josh Allen's talent by making some of these really bad moves, trading a second-round pick for DJ Moore after the season he just had, giving a 3-year deal and $29 million guaranteed to Bradley Chubb. Don't like that move either. He's not been a very good player this past season, and I don't know if I see him bouncing back with all the injuries that he's had. He's getting older. I think that's a bad deal by the Buffalo Bills. If that would have been just like a 1-year deal, fine. But like 3 years for somebody of his profile, I think is a really bad move by GM Brandon.
I mean, they did something similar last season with Nick Bosa. Or Joey Bosa, sorry, wrong brother. And that was a 1-year deal. Obviously, he's on the free agency market. It's like those short-term veteran guys, I don't know about you, but Joey Bosa wasn't exactly the best for them last season. So it's like, I get you need that pass rush, but they keep doing these veteran guys like Von Miller before him, then Joey, now Bradley Chubb, and it's like, is this something we really want to do? Is this the best move for Josh Allen? I don't know, man. I agree with you that it's just wasting his talent.
Also, I want to give you guys an update, specifically our Steelers audience. We said we had sold 39 F the Ravens t-shirts. We actually sold 46. So thank you guys so much for that kind of last push that we had there at the end. Again, if you still want an F the Ravens t-shirt, you can still get one. It is chatsports.com/FRavens.
Pull it up for them.
Yeah, you can. Ponzi's going to pull that up for them here. If you guys are interested, this is our t-shirt, our brand new t-shirt here on Steelers Talk. F the Ravens. If you hate the Ravens like we do, now it's $29.99. You missed out on your chance to get it for $20, but chatsports.com/FRavens if you want to get that t-shirt in your closet today. Back to the recap here. Yeah, it's new. John Mechie gets a 1-year deal with Carolina. He's a decent route runner type. Jedrick Wills, who took a year off, is going to the Chicago Bears. They've got some interesting options there at tackle there in Chicago. They brought back Braxton Jones. Obviously, they spent a second-round pick last year on a tackle. And now Jedrick Wills joins that group as well. Then next one here. Andrew Wingard going to the Cardinals, 1-year, $3 million deal. Javon Hargrave going to the Green Bay Packers. Apparently he's not too happy with the Minnesota Vikings, wants to play them twice a year. 2 years, $23 million total. And I think that probably takes him out of the running for Jalen Carter. Looks like that they weren't able to get a deal done with Philly. Then Chris Rodriguez Jr. is on his way to Jacksonville. C-Rod, we appreciate your service to the Washington Commanders, my friend, and best of luck to you in Duval. $2 from Mexamander here. Says Steelers should trade Watt and get Crosby. No. No. Listen, man. If you're trading Watt, it's because you want to re-up Nick Herbig and you want to keep him long-term. That doesn't make any sense. I know Josina Anderson, for some reason, said that she asked her Steelers source if Crosby was a possibility, and they pretty much said no, because obviously not. They have 3 really excellent players in that room right now, and they don't want to get rid of any of them. I legitimately think, guys, and we've discussed this on the show, I think what the Steelers are going to do is they're going to extend Nick Herbig this year, and then they're going to have a 3-way starting rotation at outside linebacker, and then they're going to probably trade Alex Highsmith next offseason. And the way that they're going to set it up is that Herbig's cap hit is going to be really low this year. But then when Highsmith is gone and off the Steelers' books next year, Herbig's cap hits begin to get bigger. I think that's the way that the Steelers are probably going to attempt to do this because they feel like they love Watt, they love Highsmith, they love Herbig, they want to keep these guys in what they believe is a win-now season. They believe, and this is just the philosophy of the Steelers, that they want to try and compete for a championship every year. Okay, and especially because the plan right now is to do another year of Aaron Rodgers as their starting quarterback. At least it seems like that's their plan, or maybe it's the one-year plan of Kyler Murray. Who knows? Steelers still haven't made an official signing at quarterback yet. We'll see what happens, but whoever they bring in is the guy that they feel like is going to be the guy that can give them the best chance to win a championship this year. And I think that what they want to do is they want to have Watt, they want to have Highsmith, and they want to have Herbig, because having that three-headed monster at outside linebacker is something that is rare, and it's a big-time game-changing thing to have, okay? And with a guy like Patrick Graham that can get creative with the way that he designs his fronts, get creative with the way he uses his defensive personnel, I think that it's possible to find a way to give Watt, Highsmith, and Herbig a pretty much, maybe not complete even split, but, all of them getting enough reps where they're all happy with how much they're on the field. So that's where I think we're at right now. $2 from Eli M says, praying that Kyler fails his physical in Minnesota. Yes. That if you are hoping that Kyler Murray is going to be the starting quarterback of the Steelers, I think the best chance of that happening is if Kyler fails his physical in Minnesota, which, by the way, is not impossible. He's had an ACL tear. He's had a foot injury recently. So if any of those things pop up, it's possible Minnesota says no thanks to Kyler Murray. And if that happens, there's a chance that he could end up in Pittsburgh because, Pittsburgh's team doctors are well known for just saying, whatever, medical red flags, whatever, we'll pick him up anyway. So that is certainly something that we have to keep our eye on. But I do think the overwhelming likelihood here is that Kyler is going to go to Minnesota. And then shortly after that, I would expect Aaron Rodgers to officially make his decision to come back and play for the Pittsburgh Steelers. $20 from Rad Doctor, my man, says, let's effing go with the $20 super chat. Appreciate you as always, Rad Doctor. Then $20 from Hymnal Star says, why are you so down on Howard? Dude played in cold weather, good size, can run, strong arm, no diddy, champion, and McCarthy has 12 of 16 top 10 scoring offenses, better than Wes. Ask Dak, who still runs Mike's offense. Listen, man, you're pretty much breaking down my argument for why Will Howard could work out for the Pittsburgh Steelers. I don't think I'm that down on Will Howard. I feel like there's two camps, and there's two extremes. There's the people that love Will Howard and think that he's the next Josh Allen, and are saying all those things and think that he's a legitimate franchise quarterback, even though they haven't seen him play a single down in the National Football League. And then there's guys that just completely hate him, think that there's no upside, thinks that there's no starting potential there, that thinks that there's no starter tools, and I'm somewhere in the middle, all right? I'm somewhere in the middle where, I think there's definitely things to like about Will Howard. Like you point out, he does have good size. He does have a pretty strong arm. I wouldn't call it a, by the way, the Steelers have officially not issued a restricted free agency tender to center Ryan McCollum. So he is officially a free agent. Also, I think that there's more. What's that? Oh, good for him. So the players that they did not issue tenders to: Ryan McCollum, Jeremiah Moon, Azesi Adamiwu, who they re-signed, Corliss Waitman, and Jacob Slade. Okay. But to get back to the Will Howard discussion, he's got some starter qualities. Okay, he does. Like you mentioned, especially physically, he's got good size. I think he's a plus rusher. I don't think he's a dynamic guy like Josh Allen, Lamar Jackson, Anthony Richardson, Justin Fields, Kyler Murray. These guys can make people miss in space. They can run away from people. Will Howard isn't that level of athlete. He's somebody that brings good power to his run game, and he's got a little bit of good acceleration for a guy of his size, but it's not special, right? It's not going to be something that you're going to be doing quarterback run game stuff with Will Howard as a big part of his game, in my opinion, okay? And I think he's got a good enough arm to play in the AFC North, and it's an NFL caliber arm. It's not a bazooka, okay? And the reasons why I have maybe not doubts, but I have concerns about Will Howard, especially, as a 6th-round pick, is his pocket footwork's not great. He plays with a very narrow base, or at least he did at Ohio State. I think that affected his especially short to intermediate accuracy a lot. All right, there's a lot of just very, very errant passes to wide open wide receivers on that Ohio State film, in my opinion, especially during the regular season. I don't think the pocket presence is very good. I think he's very reliant on his first read, which, by the way, most of the time was open at Ohio State because he benefited from one of the best wide receiver rooms in college football history in Jeremiah Smith, Emeka Egbuka, and Carnell Tate. Okay, so he had a lot of open receivers on his first read, wasn't really asked to do a full field progression read all that much. It was a very college-esque offense. So he's going to have to prove that he can, run NFL-style progressions and run an NFL-style offense. Not to say that he can't do that. Apparently, he's a very smart individual, and he's got apparently a photographic memory, according to John Gruden. So, those are tools there that lend credence to him developing into a good QB. And if he's picked up some tips and tricks on pre-snap and post-snap processing from Aaron Rodgers, not to mention footwork, not to mention upper body mechanics, it's possible that Will Howard can develop. Honestly, Will Howard, the prospect, and Dak Prescott, the prospect, are two very similar type of players to me. Okay? And Dak Prescott obviously took that big leap immediately in the NFL. He took to the NFL and ran with it. But in his first few years in the league, he was very much a mediocre, kind of mid-level, maybe slightly below average starting quarterback, and really depended on a run game there in Dallas to have success. Under Mike McCarthy, he became a truly cerebral passer and became one of the best surgeons in the National Football League, a legit top 10 guy. And listen, man, when you combine somebody with the size, the arm strength, all that different stuff with a QB developer like Mike McCarthy, it's possible for Will Howard to make those steps and develop into a good NFL starting quarterback. My issue with just handing him the job is that, he's going to be a young quarterback in year one. If the Steelers are seriously serious about trying to compete in the NFL playoffs and win a playoff game next year, you got to have a top 15 level, passer next season. And just looking at the odds of 6th-round quarterbacks, especially ones that are in their first year starting, even with Mike McCarthy, even with some of the tools that he does have, he's got a long way to go from where he was his final season at Ohio State to where he would need to be here in Pittsburgh to be a top 5 level or top 15 level starting quarterback in his first season in the NFL being a starter. And the chances of him being a J.J. McCarthy level, Sam Howell level, complete disaster, Trey Lance in his first season level disaster for the Steelers next year is a lot higher than him being a legit franchise quarterback option for the Steelers in year one. Now, if the Steelers were doing a full-blown rebuild and there was really no expectations to win next season, then sure, why not? Give Will Howard a chance to at least compete for the job and, maybe go with him and, see what you have in Will Howard for a year before maybe making a decision next offseason. But that's not what the Steelers are doing this offseason. The Steelers are trying to build this team to win right now. And if that's the case, I just don't think going with Will Howard as your starting quarterback, especially without veteran competition being brought in to challenge him in camp, is a good idea. That's what Minnesota did last year. Look what it did to them. Missed the playoffs. All right, they're in a bad situation right now. They're getting rid of that quarterback, J.J. McCarthy probably. Look at what happened with Sam Howell. He was out the next year. Look at Trey Lance, immediately replaced by Brock Purdy, right? So I'm not completely out on Will Howard. I think he's got some nice tools. I think that he's got some potential, but he's got a lot of things he's got to clean up from where he was at Ohio State if he's going to become a legit franchise quarterback. Just naming the things that need to get a lot better. okay? If he's going to be a legitimate franchise quarterback option and prove himself this year, here are the things that he needs to get a lot better at. Pocket footwork, overall general accuracy to all three levels of the field. He's going to have to learn and really develop his ability to make full field progression reads. He's going to have to get used to the speed of NFL defense compared to college defenses, and he's not going to have the talent differential that he had back in college. Right? This is a big reason why, Ponzi, a lot of these quarterbacks that have loaded rosters in college and do a lot of winning in college, and then they go to the NFL, why they don't have the same level of success is because in college they're used to every position at every level of the field being better than their opponent, all right, and having the matchup advantage everywhere on the offensive line, in the run game, along the perimeter in the passing game. And they take advantage of it, and they win games. And in Will Howard and J.J. McCarthy's case, they win national championships. And to Will Howard's credit, he played his best football in the college football playoff his final season at Ohio State. He deserves credit for that. But also, like, when you get to the league, you're playing Alabama every week. Like, you're playing Georgia every week. Like, you're playing the best teams in the league. Like the talent level is so close in the National Football League on a week-to-week basis. And you got to be able to be somebody that can elevate and not be somebody that gets elevated by others. And I feel like Will Howard was somebody that was elevated by his supporting cast at Ohio State, which was undeniably excellent. And, I'm not completely giving up on him. I'm not saying he has no chance. But I do think the chances of him developing into a legitimate franchise quarterback in his first year starting in the National Football League, it's a lot lower than his chances of being a complete and utter failure in that role for the Pittsburgh Steelers if that's what the Steelers decide to do. I think that's a more than fair analysis of Will Howard. I just broke it down in detail, so I hope that even if you disagree, you at least understand where I'm coming from when it comes to Will Howard. $2 from Fetty Kruger says, if no Raj, push for Mac Jones trade, in my opinion, to compete. Well, here's the thing. Here's the thing about Mac Jones. If you're trading for him, you're not bringing him in to compete. You're bringing him in to be your long-term franchise quarterback, and you're giving him a contract extension. Because, guess what? You have to trade a second-round pick at least to get Mac Jones. You got something, Ponzi? Yeah. You got a Brandon Ayuk update. All right, we got a Brandon Ayuk update. We'll get to that here in just a second. What's that? Oh. Okay, well, we'll get you the Brandon Ayuk update here in just a second. Okay. But going back to the Mac Jones discussion here for a second before we talk about a different 49er. Mac Jones, if you trade a second-round pick for him, not only is he your bona fide starting quarterback next year and there's no competing with Will Howard, like it's just Mac Jones's job, but also because you're spending such a high draft pick on him, you're going to have to give him an extension and make him your long-term quarterback option, and you're going to have to give him quite a bit of money to make that happen. I don't want to do that. Mac Jones is somebody that obviously played pretty well. I won't say he played amazing, but he played pretty well in Kyle Shanahan's offense. A lot of quarterbacks play well in Kyle Shanahan's offense. I think he's got the intelligence to play in Mike McCarthy's system. I think that he would be a pretty decent fit here, honestly, schematically. But I worry about the arm strength. He's got one of the weaker arms among starting caliber quarterbacks in the league, or at least he would if we traded for him. And in this division, I cannot stress enough how important it is to have a quarterback with a strong arm. You have to have somebody that can rip that football into howling winds and through the snow and through the rain and throw the football and throw a wet football when it's snowing and raining outside. Because you play outside in the AFC North, and towards the end of the season, you play in the cold, you play in the wind, you play in the snow, you play in the rain. And you got to be able to play in that. And that's exactly what Omar Khan talks about when he says an AFC North quarterback. And, those two concerns with Mac Jones, the fact that, most quarterbacks don't play as well outside of a Shanahan offense as they do inside that offense, and then the lack of arm strength, those things are enough to get me off of the idea of trading for Mac Jones because the price tag is too high and you have to commit to him long term. I'm not willing to do that at this point. Darian with a $20 super chat. Darian, if you got a question, let us know. And he does. Okay, so he sends this one in. Says, do you think Highsmith would be a trade option? And also Bradley Chubb. just got traded to the Bills. He didn't get traded. He signed with the Bills. He got released by Miami and then signed by the Bills. But Highsmith, I think that eventually he will be traded. It's possible that he gets traded this offseason, although I think it's unlikely. I think they're going to try and keep Watt, Highsmith, and Herbig on the team together for one more season. But the trade deadline is definitely something that's possible. And then also next offseason is something that's possible for Highsmith. Because Highsmith's getting older too, right? You've already locked up a 30-plus-year-old TJ Watt for the long term. They're not getting rid of him. I would personally try and trade TJ Watt to get that money off our books for the future, but that's just not something that's realistic. So let's not talk about that. I think that they do want to keep Nick Herbig in the building. He's 24 years old. He's coming off an awesome season. He's an awesome player. So I want to keep Nick Herbig around. And I think the Steelers want the same thing. So I think Highsmith is going to end up being the odd man out eventually. The only question mark is when is the right time to let him go? Is it this year to try and get, a player of some kind? I think at this point, with you already getting your wide receiver too, I think you just keep Highsmith for another season. And then, if you start Will Howard, for example, and he's sucking it up first half of the season, you can trade Highsmith at the trade deadline. Or if you actually have success next year and, you get through the entire season with Watt, Highsmith, and Herbig all on the team, you can trade Highsmith next offseason, which is, I think, the perfect time to trade Highsmith because he's only got 1 year left on his deal. He's going to be turning 30 very soon. And I still think he's going to be very capable of playing very well next year, and he's still going to be worth something on the trade market for the Steelers, probably a day 2 draft pick. So I like that a lot. We do have an update from Nick Wagner.
ESPN San Francisco 49ers reporter.
Yes, this is from ESPN. He says, for what it's worth, it doesn't sound like the 49ers will move on from Ayuk today. The point of earlier post was once the new league year begins, they can do it to use the post-June 1st designation. Now that new league year has opened, that option is available to the Niners, just a matter of when. So if I'm Adam Peters, the Commanders GM here, I'm just waiting them out.
Yeah.
Because, eventually they're going to let go of him. I mean, John Lynch himself has said that, Brandon Ayuk's not playing another down for the San Francisco 49ers. So eventually this is going to be something where they got to let him go. And I think that they would like to trade him, but with everyone kind of knowing that he's out the door, I don't think that anybody's going to want to trade for him, especially in taking on his contract. So the only thing that makes sense is for them to let him go. And it's just a matter of when. And if I'm the Commanders, I'm not stressing at all. I've already penciled him in on my roster, right? So if I'm the Commanders, I am bringing in another wide receiver of some kind, whether it's Juwan Jennings, whether it's Darnell Mooney, whether it's Calvin Austin III. That could be an option for Washington as well.
Evan Neal back to the Giants?
Evan Neal back to the Giants, all right.
For what it's worth, it makes no sense for the 49ers to have Brandon Ayuk on the roster. No sense. I
find it really weird that they haven't released him, and that apparently the plan is not to release him today.
Yeah, I don't know why.
How long could they just stick it to Ayuk by holding on to him as long as they possibly can, and then releasing him?
I mean, I guess, but why does that make does that make any sense?
Well, I'm trying to think in terms of their cap. What's his cap hit for this year?
Well, they're going to be doing it post June 1st. I know,
but if he's on the roster, his cap hit still is allocated to their cap for this season because he's under contract with the 49ers right now. So, whatever he's under contract for, that goes against their cap. Let's see. Once it loads, his cap hit this year is actually not that bad. It's $14.64 million. But then it jumps up to 41 and 43 over the next two. So
it doesn't make sense.
They're going to be taking on $34.5 million in dead cap when and if they release him. So honestly, they have more cap space by keeping him on the roster than when they eventually release him.
Do they?
So theoretically, the 49ers could just hold Ayuk for a long time here. And they could.
That's not good news for you.
They could. Yeah, it's not. theoretically they could pull a Baker Mayfield here and just hold him like very, very close to the training camp, and then release him, and then he can sign with the Commanders eventually.
Is there any incentive for them to trade him?
No. Well, yes. I mean, they want to trade him. But who's taking the contract?
That's what I'm saying. Like, Commanders, are they that desperate to get Brandon Ayuk with Jaden Daniels? What would the cap hit look for that? Like, if they renegotiate it, and basically
And by the way, this is why the Commanders should go out and sign a receiver sooner rather than later, because you need to have that wide receiver 2 in case, something weird happens with Ayuk.
Durham might be right.
Yeah, I actually have a bet with our Rams and Chiefs host here at Chat Sports. I gave him 50-1 odds that Brandon Ayuk would play at least one game in the NFL this year. So if he wins, I owe him like $250. If I win, I get $5. But I still think he's going to play somewhere.
Sperry just got bad news.
There's no way that he's on the 49ers roster next year.
I don't know.
But
could you do something similar to how we were saying with the Kyler Murray trade earlier this morning? Is that a possibility with that contract where you could just have to void the last 2 years? Can you even do that?
I guess it's possible. But the 49ers would still have to take on a lot of the money on this year's deal.
Unless the Commanders
just take on this year's money.
What's this year's money?
It's hard to say because he had a roster bonus that kicked in last year that's prorated into this year. So it would be less than because the signing bonus allocated to this year for the 49ers is 3.7. So it would be somewhere around $10 million, which is probably about what they would sign him for anyway, for a one-year deal. So, I could see the 49ers doing a late-round pick swap of some kind to get him in the building.
Yeah.
And not have to wait to get him. But I don't know, man. You could always just play the waiting game here and kind of call the 49ers' bluff.
Which I think, I think John Lynch knows that Adam Peters is going to sign Brandon Ayuk. So, I don't think he would do that to, his friend, quote unquote.
Well, I think he would do it to Ayuk.
That's a good point.
They feel slighted by Ayuk because they gave him the money, they gave him everything that he wanted, and he quit on the team, essentially. And they're pissed about it. And I know Steelers fans are sitting here right now saying, I'm glad I don't have to worry about this right now. These poor Commanders fans. Welcome to the Brandon Ayuk saga. All right.
Both teams have their own drama. Aaron Rodgers and Brandon Ayuk.
That's right. Greg Milton, $5 says, do you think the moves from Adam Peters have put the Commanders into best player available for number 7? Not necessarily. I think what it does is it puts them in position to draft offense at 7. Or at least in the first round. Because another thing the Commanders can still do is that they can set themselves up to take a wide receiver in round 1, and they can trade back. Because there's going to be teams probably that if Jeremiah Love's on the board, that's probably the player that people are going to be willing to trade up for. So if the Commanders really want to trade down, get more picks, they could trade down, and there's still a lot of good options that are going to be available to them. Like maybe one of the big 3, Tyson, Lemon, or Tate, falls to you by trading down a couple spots.
Yeah.
Maybe, you get Omar Cooper Jr., who I absolutely love, out of Indiana. Maybe that's the case. But, certainly I would say Jeremiah Love is in play at number 7 until they make a move at running back. If they get Rachaad White, then I think the chances of it being Love at 7 go down because they're paying a lot of money for a running back.
Now,
and they have Bill.
Here's a question. If they are banking on Brandon Ayuk eventually coming to the Commanders, if they don't sign a wide receiver at all during this time, does that signal to you they're drafting a wide receiver in the first round?
Yes.
I think you have to in that case, no?
Well, yeah, listen, this is why I say go get somebody that could be your wide receiver 2 next year right now. Like, go get a Juwan Jennings. Go get maybe a Darnell Mooney. And then, if you don't have Ayuk by the draft and the 49ers are just playing, just playing dickhead and they're keeping Brandon Ayuk on the roster for no reason other than to spite Ayuk and the Commanders, then you can seriously think about using that first-round selection on a receiver. And then it gets to the point where it's like, all right, if Ayuk's joining us, we got an awesome quartet of wide receivers to work with here. But if he doesn't come here, then it gets to a point where,
Traylon Burks is a fine 4.
Yeah, he's okay.
Not the best, but fine 4. I think if he shows more potential than what he did in his limited time with Washington this year, obviously, that one incredible one-handed catch. But
apparently, 93.7, the fans, Steelers insider Jeff Hathorn says that the Steelers are, quote-unquote, keeping tabs on Calvin Austin III's situation, and he could still re-sign with the team. And I think that makes sense for the Steelers, Ponzi.
Yeah.
Bringing in Calvin, who I think would be an okay 3. He brings a skill set to the table, right? He's small, but he's really fast, can take the top off the defense, and he can run some good routes too. Like we saw that in that crazy stutter and go to win the AFC North Championship last year, right? Like, he's got some juice to him, but he doesn't have the size to consistently be that, number 2 weapon for the Steelers. But as a number 3, he could work. As a number 4, he's a really good number 4 because he also provides special teams value. So if you can get Calvin Austin III back for a really team-friendly deal, which isn't impossible at all, you have Calvin in there as your 3 during the first few OTAs before the draft or whatever, and then you draft your guy in round 1 of the NFL draft. Calvin's your 4 heading into the year instead of your 2. You've got Pittman, you've got your first-round rookie. Calvin can start camp, whatever, as your wide receiver 3, so you can, quote-unquote, make your rookie earn his spot. But then eventually, you get to the point where Calvin's your 4, and you've got your trio of DK Metcalf, Michael Pittman Jr., and you've got your first-round rookie, whoever that ends up being.
Yeah.
And you still have Roman Wilson in that room, and you probably draft another rookie. Right? So that's a much better situation. And you still got Ben Skoranek, by the way, who's an excellent blocking wide receiver. So that's a much better situation than what you had last year for sure. And even though you have a lot of the same pieces in there, DK, Calvin, Roman, Skoranek, they're all moving down pegs because you're adding Michael Pittman Jr. and a first-round rookie as opposed to the additions they made last year, which was Adam Thielen, a geriatric Adam Thielen, and an MVS that just can't play football anymore, apparently. So I wouldn't mind Calvin Austin back on a really team-friendly deal. I don't want them to spend too much on him, but I wouldn't mind a Calvin Austin return here to Pittsburgh. And by the way, I wouldn't mind Calvin Austin signing with the Commanders. No, actually, maybe I would, because I think at this point with the Ayuk situation, you probably want to get somebody that you can trust as a 2. And when you can't trust Calvin as a 2 because he couldn't do it last year. So
I would say Juwan Jennings.
Juwan Jennings makes a lot of sense to me. Like, if they were in on Romeo Doubs, like apparently they were,
why not go get Juwan?
Why not go get Juwan Jennings? They're very similar type of players. Good route runners with strong. With I think Juwan's got even better hands. I think he's an even better route runner.
We could be looking at a world though, if that's the case, where you have your number 2 and number 3 receiver from San Francisco, which is really funny.
But you know who's an interesting guy to keep an eye on for 7 with the Commanders?
Who?
I don't love the comps between Mekhi Lemon and Amon-Ra St. Brown necessarily. Like, I know they're similar in a lot of ways, but I actually like the connection with Jackson Smith and Jigba more with Mekhi Lemon. But with somebody that gets connected to Amon-Ra St. Brown so much, and the fact that David Blau is running a Ben Johnson style offense here in Washington now, like, tell me the Mekhi Lemon thing doesn't make sense for Washington.
He's the Green Goblin here for a reason, though.
100%. And then you got Terry. Maybe you bring in Juwan Jennings, and then you've got maybe Brandon Ayuk. You would think Brandon Ayuk, right? But
I really like that 4-man rotation right there. And especially if you're going to be getting rid of Terry McLaurin next year, I think Amon-Ra could be a true number 1. Or not Amon-Ra, Mekhi Lemon. Sorry, you said Amon-Ra. But I think Mekhi Lemon could be a true number 1.
Yeah, he could.
Like he could easily butt into that role. And if you are trading Terry McLaurin, you'll get a nice draft pick out of that. So
going back to the Steelers conversation here, we're expecting Kyler Murray to probably sign with the Vikings, right? That's the overwhelming likelihood, it seems like, at this point. We're just waiting on, official word on that.
It sounds like he's taking his time, though.
Yeah, it does sound like he's taking his time. Sounds like he's hearing the other teams out, but obviously I think the Minnesota Vikings probably have the best situation for him out there.
The Tom Pelissero report.
Oh, Dallas Goedert going back to the Eagles? Is that right?
He was not. Oh,
his void date has been pushed back to Friday. So Dallas Goedert won't be available to sign until Friday. That's interesting.
Which I think that the Commanders are out of that race anyway.
But going back to that conversation, if Murray goes to Minnesota, that is a move that indicates to me we're done with J.J. McCarthy. Like, the Aaron Rodgers move actually made some sense to me for Minnesota because, like, if you bring in Rodgers, you don't have to completely give up on McCarthy. Rodgers can mentor him for a year, and then kind of like the Jets situation, what they were hoping that situation would work with Zach Wilson.
Yeah.
Like, they were hoping Rodgers was going to come in, and after some early career struggles from Wilson, that he was going to be able to develop behind Rodgers and become a better quarterback, and obviously that didn't happen. But it's still a possibility with McCarthy.
Yeah.
But if you bring in a 28-year-old Kyler Murray, he's your future plan at quarterback, or at least for the next year, and then we'll see what happens after that. But it's not like you're bringing in Kyler and then you're just doing that thing for 1 year and then you're going back to McCarthy. No, if Kyler has success next year, he's getting a long-term extension with Minnesota. Yeah. So, like, J.J. McCarthy becomes available via trade if Kyler Murray goes to Minnesota. And it sounds like Rodgers would probably come back to Pittsburgh in that case. So in that case, Ponzi, with this world where we're assuming Kyler Murray goes to Minnesota, Rodgers goes back to Pittsburgh. As the Pittsburgh Steelers, do you consider trading for J.J. McCarthy to learn for a year under Aaron Rodgers here in the Steel City? I would probably say no.
See,
even
maybe I'm riding the Will Howard truth bus. But, like, I think if you're going to teach a young quarterback, make it Will Howard because he's already on the team.
Well, you can teach two at a time. You can develop two at a time.
Will Howard and get a quarterback in the draft that you like.
Yeah, you could do that. And, listen, man, I'm just not a believer in J.J. McCarthy.
Me either.
He needs a complete overhaul of his throwing mechanics. He needs to get a lot better in his mental processing, pocket footwork. He needs the whole works, man. He's not a good quarterback right now. Now, maybe it's just I think the chances of him fixing all that are very low.
But then again, you always hear it with any bust quarterback, but Sam Darnold could turn it around. Maybe these young quarterbacks can too with enough time. But we don't have the
absolutely.
time.
And JJ's still very young, and he's played in cold weather before. Honestly, Will Howard and JJ McCarthy's profiles are pretty similar. When you look at it, they're almost the same exact guy.
Which I assure you,
they're both guys with good NFL caliber arms, but they're not like bazookas. They're not super talented, out of structure playmakers. They're in structure guys that don't necessarily mentally process information particularly super well at this point. They could still develop, but right now it's not too great. They've got accuracy issues. J.J. McCarthy, Will Howard, very similar type of guys in my opinion. If you're going to get a different young quarterback for me, I'm bringing in somebody that maybe has had a little that just is not so close to Will Howard in skill set. Somebody that maybe has a higher upside in my opinion. Somebody like an Anthony Richardson or maybe a Trey Lance or a Will Levis. Some of these guys with super, super elite traits that hopefully that can be developed and, maybe a year working behind Rodgers, competing with McCarthy to be the future of the franchise. It could work. I would probably rather go in those directions than trading. Even a Justin Fields deal for J.J. McCarthy, a 6th-round pick. I don't know if I'd even do that for J.J. McCarthy, if I'm being completely honest with you. But I worry that once Murray becomes a member of the Vikings and the more people are going to be calling for the Steelers to trade for McCarthy, and I just do not want that because of how similar he is to Will Howard. They are incredibly similar. in terms of their profiles, what their strengths are, what their weaknesses are,
where
they came from in college.
I assure you, Sperry, the people who are fans of those colleges hate that you compared those two quarterbacks.
I'm sorry that their profile,
Ohio State and Michigan fans.
Their profiles are extremely similar. They just are. Only the Steelers
both won a national championship.
Only the Steelers got theirs in the 6th round, and the Vikings traded up for theirs in the 1st round. And I like the Steelers strategy better. Like I said, there's things that I like about Will Howard. Legitimately, he's got some potential. It's a lot to ask for him to take all the steps necessary to go from college Will Howard to the next Dak Prescott in one season. It's going to be really tough.
Yeah.
Especially if you're not going to give him an Ezekiel Elliott level rusher, which I don't think the Steelers have. I like Rico Dowdle. He'll be a 1,000-yard rusher for the Steelers next year. But then you also got Jalen Warren, who's a really, really good player, but you don't have a rookie Zeke. You don't have that level of great running back to support your young quarterback.
Jeremiah Love.
And by the way, McCarthy's usually a pretty pass-heavy guy. So, a lot of the offense is going to be on Will Howard's shoulders if he's your starter next year.
Yeah.
And I just don't know if he's ready to carry that kind of weight on his shoulders.
I don't think
Especially in a year where this Steelers team is clearly trying to win now. You got limited time with Cam Hayward before he retires. You got limited time with TJ Watt. You got limited time with Jalen Ramsey, and they're trying to win these guys a championship now. So, for me, I like the idea of having Rodgers back for a year and then having Will Howard developing behind him. And I honestly like the idea of cutting Mason and bringing in another younger guy, but I think they'll probably keep Mason around. And they'll just have Will Howard be the quote-unquote long-term option for them on the team. I legitimately think if I had to predict what this quarterback room looks like this year, I think it's going to look the exact same as it did last year.
$2 from Bo.
$2 from Bo says, what position of needs are you still interested in? Center, left guard, running back, wide receiver 2, and wide receiver 3. Those are the positions I think the Commanders still need to address.
Of course, they've already done a lot. Just get a little recap of the Commanders and free agency.
Yeah, they've done a lot so far, especially on defense, and they finally added a nice piece at tight end, as you guys can see with Okonkwo. But they brought back Traylon Burks over the weekend. They re-signed Jake Moody. I'm guessing they bring in some more competition for Moody, probably in the form of a UDFA coming out of the draft class this year. But then they re-upped Laramie Tunsil on the first day of free agency as their first big move, making him the highest paid left tackle in the game. First tackle in NFL history to make $30 million per season at least. Amik Robertson gets that 2-year, $16 million contract there. Then the $1 million or $7 million 1-year deal for Marcus Mariota to return as this team's backup quarterback. Odafe Owe, love that one. He's going to be your number one edge rusher here for just $25 million per season. You look at what most teams pay for their number one edge rusher. Steelers fans know this all too well. Price tag is $40+ million now. You get Owe, a young, explosive, productive player for just $25 million per season. Great scheme fit. Love that move. Then Tim Settle, good interior defensive line help. 3-year, $24 million deal. Leo Chenal, awesome player, man. I love that signing. Chanel's one of my favorite all-around linebackers in the game. You're getting him for $8.25 million per season. Over 3 years, and he's still only 25 years old. Great speed, brings the whole thing that you want as a Commanders fan. K'Lavon Chaisson was signed early this morning to a $12 million deal over 1 year, so he'll be a rotational edge rusher this year. Okonkwo signed to a 3-year deal worth up to $30 million. That is going to be the Zach Ertz replacement right there for that kind of money. And then Nick Cross was added to this team, 2 years, up to $14 million. So he's going to be one of your starting safeties this year for that kind of money. Really like that deal with his youth, with his athleticism. He was one of the better safeties available on the open market, and I'm excited to see what he does in Durante Jones's defensive scheme moving forward. $2 here from our Steelers chat. Notorious says, how do you feel about Jacoby Lane in round 1 or 2? I'm just going to break it to you, man. I think Jacoby Lane isn't a top 30 receiver in this class. I know he's got insane highlights. As someone that actually watches like the All-22 and watches the down-to-down film on him, brother stinks. Like he's not like he can make some crazy contested catches and stuff like that, but he can't separate to any level of the field. He has injury concerns. He's got a lot of stuff that I just do not. He's not good after the catch. If they take him in round 1, like I might quit this show. Like I
might be a Kwame Brown type reaction.
Like I'm not a big Jacoby Lane fan personally. Now I think he actually worked out pretty well. Like I think he ran a decent 40 time for his size. I thought he looked pretty good in the workout at the combine. But like football's played in pads, obviously with all that different stuff, and he's just, in my opinion, the film's not good, man.
Like I know he made like the spectacular catch, and I know like the NFL made a post about him, which was weird, by the way. But like, just looking at his combine, obviously combine's not everything, but 4.47 at 6'4".
Also, he's like the last kind of receiver that the Steelers need. You know what I mean? Like they already have 2 big-bodied dudes in DK Metcalf and Michael Pittman Jr. What they need is more of a shifty route runner that's got some juice after the catch, down the field vertically. All that different stuff. And Lane has the opposite of that. So I think Jacoby Lane's off my board if I'm the Pittsburgh Steelers, if I'm being completely honest with you. Notorious. $10 from Sack Savage says, got 2 F the Raven shirts just now. Sacks, I appreciate you, man. Thank you so much.
Shout out.
I think we gave you your shout out, so appreciate you, Sacks. $2 from Alex M says, would you give Cam Taylor-Britt a cheap 2-year deal? I'm pretty sure, didn't he sign somewhere?
Pretty sure he did. Let me check.
Yeah, check that for me. This is from our Steelers chat, I'm assuming, based on the profile picture there. No, I wouldn't, though, because I love our depth at corner already. You've got Joey Porter Jr. and Jamel Dean as your top 2 corners this season. Asante Samuel Jr. is an awesome third cornerback to consider.
Has not signed anywhere yet.
So keep that in mind. I think he's a decent corner, though. Like I don't think he's a terrible player. I think he's a serviceable starter. Really good CB3 option. But no. You have 3 really good corners for that 3 rotation. And then you have Brandon Echols. I can play inside or out. So like I actually really like where this cornerback depth chart looks like right now here in Pittsburgh. You just got to get another like safety or nickel type. Like depending on what your plans are for Echols, for Asante Samuel Jr. and Ramsey, you could still theoretically add another starting level secondary player. $5 from Jason Keeler says, with us getting Pittman and Dean, do you think if Venga from Penn State is available at 21, do you think we snag him instead of a receiver? It's a possibility, man. Like they're gonna have their board and they're gonna see how it falls and all that different stuff. I still think wide receiver is a decent chance because they do need that third piece, that electric big play, type of weapon. Injected into this offense alongside the 2 bigger-bodied guys. But, like, if they only sign Brock Hoffman, for example, and they don't bring in another, starting caliber left guard, I think them drafting a guard very early in the NFL draft is very good. Like, if Venga gets you at 21, there's a very good chance that he could be taken. Even though he didn't get, apparently, a formal combine meeting with the Steelers at the combine, and usually they only take players in the first round that they meet with at the combine. Maybe Mike McCarthy does things differently, but and things change, right? Maybe they planned on having one of these starting left guards and they missed on them. So, plans change, and Venga's a damn good player. But they did speak with Chase Basantis and Emmanuel Pregnon at the combine formally. So maybe they draft a receiver at 21 and then package some of their picks in the middle round to trade up into the early second to get one of these guards.
Yeah, I agree. I think this guard class is pretty deep in the second round. Like they're all like the same tier a little bit.
Yeah, I could definitely see the Steelers doing that. $5 from NFL Prod says, what QB do you think the Steelers should go after at the best chance to compete? If you want to compete, you're bringing in Aaron Rodgers, in my opinion. he had the best season for a Steelers quarterback in a long time, and it wasn't even close last year, and that was with maybe the worst wide receiver room in football. You know how hard it is to have success as a 42-year-old non-mobile quarterback when you have no weapons to throw to and they can't get open, and your number one receiver, your only good receiver, is getting double-teamed on almost every single play? It's really fucking hard, man. And people seem to blame Rodgers and think that he's like this limited product that can't get any better than what he was last year. And I'm like, are we sure about that? Like, you're really sure that adding Michael Pittman Jr. and then probably a first-round pick at wide receiver isn't going to help a quarterback that has to win from within structure? Especially because we're going to be using Pat Freiermuth in the passing offense more next year. That's immediately an upgrade over Jonnu Smith. And also, you're getting an upgrade at offensive play caller, or at least we hope, in Mike McCarthy. Like, nobody, like the entire discourse around Aaron Rodgers is he can't be any better than he was last year. And I'm like, this is so dumb. Like, this is so dumb. We're going to have a much better wide receiver room next year. We're going to have better play calling. We're going to actually use Pat Freiermuth in the passing game. Like, that's a great situation for a quarterback like Aaron Rodgers, who, like, this is what happened to Tom Brady his final season in New England, right? He had one good receiver, Julian Edelman. Okay, he had nobody else. What happened? He stunk. Go look at his numbers. He was ranked in the 25th to 32 category for most starting quarterbacks. I think we have those numbers, Ponzi, if we want to actually go get those.
Let's see.
Like, we can look up his 2019 stats with the Patriots, and then we can look at the 2020 stats when he went to Tampa Bay, where he upgraded from Julian Edelman being his only good receiver to Mike Evans, Chris Godwin, all that different stuff. This is what the wide receiver room looked like for Tom Brady in 2019. Okay, it's very similar to what Aaron Rodgers had to work with last year here in Pittsburgh. One receiver that was really doing, a good job. All right, Julian Edelman was his DK Metcalf. Right? And then Philip Dorsett was his Calvin Austin III, not even getting to 400 yards on the season. And in fact, when you look at Tom Brady's numbers in that final season in New England versus Rodgers last year, by the way, both these guys were the same age, all right, 42 years old, same exact age. And you could even make an argument Rodgers is better than Brady in his final season in New England. And guess what? Both guys led their teams to division championships. Both teams lost in the first round of the playoffs. All right, remember Ryan Tannehill and Derrick Henry went into Foxborough and beat the GOAT in the first round of the playoffs. And obviously Rodgers and the Steelers lost to the Houston Texans last year in the first round of the playoffs. Very similar seasons. And what happened to Tom Brady when he got Mike Evans, when he got Chris Godwin, when he got Antonio Brown, when he got Rob Gronkowski, when he got an old, quarterback-centric, a QB guru type of head coach in Bruce Arians? He won a Super Bowl the next year at age 43. And Tom Brady and Aaron Rodgers are like the same exact quarterback from a play style perspective right now. Okay? They're both guys that still have their arm talent at this age. They're both guys that can manage the pocket. They're both guys that are excellent pre- and post-snap processors. And when you have a quarterback like that doesn't have the ability to create out of structure, you have to put weapons around them. The Steelers didn't do that this year. They're doing that this year. So it's just mind-boggling to me that the discussion around Aaron Rodgers is that he can't be a better quarterback next year. I think people just assume because he's 42 that there's no room for growth, but people are forgetting that it's a team game, all right? Your supporting cast, especially if you aren't able to create things on your own out of structure, is greatly, greatly important to the success of the quarterback. Just look at Matthew Stafford. If Matthew Stafford and Aaron Rodgers switched teams last year, so Stafford is on the Steelers and Rodgers is on the Rams, who has the better season? I would argue Aaron Rodgers would have had the better season with Devontae Adams, his old friend in L.A., with Puka Nacua in L.A., with Sean McVay calling his plays, with that run game to support him. The same stuff that Matthew Stafford had. I'm not saying that Rodgers would have had a better season in L.A. than Stafford had. I think Stafford's a better quarterback. I want to make that abundantly clear. I don't think Rodgers wins MVP with the Rams last year. But I don't think Stafford is getting the Steelers much better than what Rodgers got us to last year. Who's he throwing to down the field? A double-covered DK Metcalf? A Roman Wilson that's, not open? Like a Calvin Austin doing the same thing? No. I think that, Stafford probably would have been pretty good like Rodgers was this year, but I don't think this team goes any further in the playoffs with Stafford than they did with Rodgers last year.
I agree.
They're similar type of quarterbacks. Rodgers had more rushing yards than Stafford had last year, and Stafford won league MVP.
He even got a rushing touchdown.
Yeah, Rodgers even had he had a discount double check. That's right, against the Ravens. So, like, if you're looking to compete.
Speaking of which, F the Ravens t-shirts.
Yes, speaking of which, F the Ravens t-shirts. But, like, we saw what the floor looks like with Rodgers last year, right? Last year, the floor was set with one of the worst wide receiver rooms in the league. Steelers still won 10 games and won the freaking division, all right? And Rodgers got this team to be in the top half of the league in points per game scored for the first time in a long time with no wide receiver help. Are we really saying that this team has no shot of being better? This offense has no shot of being better? Aaron Rodgers has no shot of being better with Michael Pittman Jr. being brought in? With a potential first-round wide receiver being brought in? With Rico Dowdle being a really good early down back? With Pat Freiermuth being featured more? With better play calling from Mike McCarthy? With Patrick Graham coming in here and giving him more support on the defensive side of the ball? Like, dude, the last 2 years, good quarterbacks, not great quarterbacks, have won Super Bowls. Sam Darnold and Jalen Hurts. All right? They were surrounded by great supporting casts. The Steelers have the opportunity to do that for Aaron Rodgers this year. And I'm not guaranteeing the Steelers would win the Super Bowl next year with Rodgers. I just think he gives them the best chance. We've seen someone like Rodgers, a 43-year-old non-mobile in-structure playmaker, win a Super Bowl. In fact, we've seen multiple of them over the last decade. Brady and Stafford have both won Super Bowls in the last decade. If the Steelers can turn around the defense with Patrick Graham, if they can fix the wide receiver room, all that different stuff, I mean, I feel like I'm talking to a stone wall because everyone wants freaking Will Howard to be the answer at quarterback. But, like, I feel like if we let Aaron Rodgers go somewhere else, like, we're going to regret that. Just like Minnesota regretted letting go of Sam Darnold last year. And he won a Super Bowl. I don't want him to go to Minnesota or somewhere else and win a Super Bowl, Ponzi, because, like, we're going to look like freaking idiots if that happens. If you guys want an F the Ravens t-shirt, it's $30 on our website right now, chatsports.com/FRavens. Also, we got a bunch of other t-shirts available on our website. Our Steelers Talk channel t-shirts are $25. Chatsports.com/Steelers Talk if you want that. Also, we have Steel City Drinking Team t-shirts available in that lovely green color. Chatsports.com/PickGreen if you want that before St. Patrick's Day. And then Dolphins signing here. But also, this isn't just for our Steelers audience, guys. Commanders also have a drinking team t-shirt as well for our Commanders channel here at Chat Sports. That's chatsports.com/DCGreen. That comes in green or black. Okay, so if you guys want to grab the black edition of that t-shirt, you can do that right now at chatsports.com/DCGreen. And if you want to pair your merch with a Beers hat for St. Patrick's Day, those are $24.99 on our website right now, chatsports.com/beers. What's up? All right, so some super chats on Commanders here. I just had an epic rant on Aaron Rodgers for however long that was. $5 from Bo says, why do the 49ers want to hold on to Brandon Ayuk? I believe they are wasting their time because I believe no team wants to trade for him. You're preaching to the choir here, Bo. The reason would be they actually save more cap space by having him on the roster right now than by cutting him. They lose close to $20 million in cap space the second that they release him. Now, post-June 1st, I don't know what the difference is there. Let me check here. Let me check, because at this point, because it's the new league year now, they can designate him as a post-June 1st cut. Now, a pre-June 1st cut, it's $34 million per season, or $34 million dead cap this season, I should say. Post-June 1st for Ayuk is, they only save, so the dead money's 8.3. So they would save $6 million against the cap if they released him right now. So that's not that much, but I'm right there with you, Bo. Like, the only reason that I can think of is to spite Ayuk. Kind of like the Browns did with Baker by holding him forever and then releasing him right before training camp was about to begin for the Panthers. And Baker obviously was not in a good spot to succeed. Wouldn't be surprised if the 49ers maybe do something similar to that, because it's not like they're saving that much against the cap. It's only $6 million. Now, $6 million is $6 million, and Ayuk is not returning to your team. So, I don't know, man. John Lynch is just being a bitch right now. That's the only thing that I can say. $2 from maybe the electrical waves from the substation are getting to his brain. $2 from Edson says, who have been our biggest losses to other teams? Is this from Commanders? Yeah. Well, Chris Rodriguez Jr. That's about the big one. Frankly, a lot of players that the Commanders had free agents or released just aren't very good. Marshawn Lattimore, a lot of these players that have left the team are just not great. Jeremy McNichols still hasn't signed with anybody. Deebo Samuel still hasn't signed with anybody. Chris Paul hasn't signed with anybody. Marshawn Lattimore hasn't signed with anybody. Nobody wants the Commanders players from last year, man. So not much. Only Chris Rodriguez Jr. has gotten a deal with somebody else at this point. $5 from Bernard Nixon. Says Florio said the Steelers should make Cousins their plan A. Said it's beneath them to wait around for Rodgers. Yeah, I saw a clip today of them talking about this, and Florio and Sims are so stupid, man. Sims, who's the biggest Rodgers slurper of all time, by the way, is Kirk Cousins will actually stand and deliver in the pocket and will throw the ball down the field. And it's if Kirk Cousins would have been on the Steelers roster last year with the wide receivers that they had, they might have won 3 games. If he would have played all 17 games. He's that bad. All right, he doesn't have any arm strength left. I've been saying on this show, I think Rodgers might be able to throw it 30 yards further than Kirk at this point. Have you watched a Kirk Cousins game in the last 2 years? The ball just floats in the air forever, and it leads to a lot of interceptions. And you combine that poor arm strength in the AFC North late in the season with these weather conditions? No, I'm sorry, man. Kirk Cousins, go to Las Vegas, mentor Fernando Mendoza. That's the perfect situation for you. Yeah, your career will come to die here in Pittsburgh, man. And by the way, if we do get Cousins and Will Howard can't beat out Kirk Cousins in an open battle early in the season, if Will Howard isn't our starting quarterback week 1 with Kirk Cousins as our veteran option in the competition, we got problems with Will Howard because Kirk Cousins is that bad at this point. He cannot throw with any sort of velocity at all. So, listen, if Kyler goes to Minnesota, the Steelers have to have a conversation of how long they're willing to wait for Rodgers. Omar Khan said, this is not going to be like last year where we're waiting around till June. All right, well, how long are you willing to wait? Are you willing to wait a week? Are you willing to wait a month? Because at that point, Rodgers is pretty clearly the best option, in my opinion, to be your starting quarterback. But, how much are you really willing to wait? I don't know. What I will say, Ponzi, is with all the reporting we're getting that the Steelers feel like Aaron Rodgers is coming back, Mark Caboli saying that the team feels 97% sure he's coming back this year. Whatever he's telling them in these conversations, it has them feeling like he's coming back. So I'll just say that. I still think Rodgers, it kind of feels like last year where it kind of feels like it's already a done deal. It's just Rodgers is waiting on his timeline. We'll just have to see what happens there. In terms of Venmos, we've got some here, Ponzi, so I'll send them your way. Let's see what we got here. I'm trying to find you. There you are. All right, you want to answer another question here while I send these to you?
Justin Yankuski, Milton, or with the 5, Milton, McCarthy, Fields, Flacco, or Russell Wilson is competition for Howard. Out of those options, Joe Milton is the only one I like. And that's bad. That's bad.
That's pretty bad. Listen, man, Joe Milton's interesting just because, he's had some limited time playing in the league. And he's got size, he's got arm strength, and he showed some good improvement from his Tennessee days in that one game where he played for the Patriots, where he played in a regular season game against the Bills, but they were resting their starters. So it was kind of like a preseason game, but it was a higher stakes technically than a preseason game, and he looked pretty good. Obviously, it's against backups, but now that the Cowboys have signed Sam Howell, I don't think they would be opposed to a Joe Milton trade of some kind, especially if they get a good enough draft pick. But if you're the Steelers, are you really giving up like a 5th round pick for him or something, or whatever they would want for him? I don't know. Probably not. That's another kind of low risk. That's kind of like another really high risk option there. Very low chance of success. Yeah. To me, but between those options, I'd probably pick Milton because he's the only one that has a chance to be like I don't like the McCarthy thing. I think he's so similar to Howard, but with Milton, he genuinely has like really good athleticism for his size, great size in general, a bazooka for an arm, and he's already shown growth in his first few years in the league. So, I'd probably pick Milton there. But I was thinking about Flacco for a second to complete the Infinity Gauntlet and really give Howard a chance to win that competition. But, I think Milton would probably be my answer there. $5 from Patrick Thomas on Venmo. Appreciate you, my friend. Says, Jack, please go back and look at Will Howard's resume before Ohio State. Won his conference championship with K-State. Dude's molded to be a winner, a humble winner. Dude, he was not that good at Kansas State.
He was okay.
He was not considered like a super high.
Carried that team
before the Ohio State season. You look at where he was being projected in the draft. It was very similar to where he got taken in the 6th round. Like, he was not considered a high-end prospect. Like, there's a reason why after the Ohio State season he still went in the 6th round. It's because NFL people look at his skill set and they see the same things that I see on film, guys. They see the lack of consistency with the accuracy. They see the lack of, good pocket footwork where he plays with a very narrow base. All right? They see, a very, I'm not going to say it's tight or robotic, but it's not a super fluid upper body throwing motion, in my opinion. All right? It's very, very tight. And that's not to say that he can't have success in the league, okay? Like, I do think that he's got – I laid out my entire case. I had a whole rant about him, okay, that I do think he's got some starter quality tools. It's just the people that think that he was like an NFL starting caliber prospect coming out, like, you have to realize that there's a reason why he was a day 3 quarterback. I think he was better than a 6th round guy. Like, I had an early day 3 grade on him. Like, I would have taken him in round 4 or round 5 and been okay with it. But, like, if you're taking a quarterback on day 3, you acknowledge that this guy's got a long way to go before he's going to be ready to be an NFL starting quarterback. And, I understand he took a year to learn from Rodgers, and I'm sure he picked up some stuff. But, dude, like, we're talking about an astronomical leap from his final season in college to his first NFL action in a win-now season for the Pittsburgh Steelers. I'm just saying that the chances of him being a bona fide top 15 quarterback option that's capable of winning games in the postseason is extremely low. And that's just from historical fact. That's based on the film from Ohio State. And, I think if you're turning to Will Howard, your offseason was pretty much a failure, to be quite frank with you. I'm willing to give him a shot, and if we bring in a veteran and he stinks and, we play Will at the end of the season and he shows that he can do a lot of good stuff, I would prefer that route than just starting Will Howard from the get-go and banking your entire season on this. Every single time a team does this, they suck. Every time. Like, when was the last time somebody that was a second-year quarterback that didn't play it down in the first season, okay, Patrick Mahomes doesn't count, because he played a full game in his first year as a rookie and looked really good. All right? When was the last time someone didn't play in their rookie season and immediately turned into a top 15 quarterback in their first year? Like, Jordan Love, I don't think was a top 15 guy even in his first year. Like, you might have to go back to, Aaron Rodgers. Like, it didn't work with J.J. McCarthy. It didn't work with Sam Howell. It didn't work with Trey Lance. Like, it just doesn't work. Oh, big trade. The Cowboys are trading Osa Odigizua to the 49ers. And that's a good fit for them, man. He is a good...
What's the return?
That's the question. What's the return? He is a good fit. All right. While we get some of these details, we'll let you guys know what this trade looks like. But Donna Elliott comes in with a 5, says, is Darnell Washington and Mason Rudolph still with the Steelers? Yes, they are. They are still on the team. Darnell's not going anywhere, Donna. Mason, we'll see. I honestly would kind of want to cut Mason to bring in another younger option to kind of develop behind Rodgers for a year. But
so Schultz could be wrong on this, by the way. He was wrong on this for the Steelers.
That's true. Jordan Schultz has been wrong on some stuff here. And then we got an 8-cent Venmo here from Elliot Boog. Says, can't lie, I would not hate Kyler Murray on our team, but I prefer we give Will Howard his chance if Rodgers retires.
I'm just so tired of this Will Howard, man.
Also, do we have any clue when Rodgers will make his decision and when will Murray decide his team? Hopefully this week is my answer. I don't want to be waiting until June, especially because I'm getting married in early June. I'd rather not have to still be worrying about Rodgers.
Probably pre-film that
at that point. Yeah, but But yeah, man. Like I've been laying out here, man. Like, is what I'm saying not making sense? Like, there's been 2 quarterbacks that have been drafted in the 6th or 7th round that has become like a legitimate franchise quarterback option in the history of the NFL. Only 2 out of hundreds. Like, we really think Will Howard is that outlier? We're that sure that we're willing to bank a win-now season on him when we haven't seen a single snap from him in the NFL? Like, I like some of the tools that he brings to the table, and I think he's a terrific kid, but, like, everyone's saying that we have to give him a chance and we have to start him? Like, no, we don't have to do anything. He's a 6th-round pick. You know how many 6th and 7th-round quarterbacks never get a chance? It's a lot of them. And if there's better options out there, and I do think there's better options out there, especially the Aaron Rodgers option, like, you go with that option, in my opinion. But I don't know, man. I hate being the Will Howard guy because I think he's an awesome kid, and I think he definitely he has potential. He does. I don't think his upside is 0. I think that he does have some starter upside. But, like, this is a game of probabilities here, and if you're playing this game a chance, and if you are playing a game of chance, and if you are betting your entire season on a bet that, like, has a 2% chance or 1% chance or definitely less than 5% chance of hitting, is that a good bet? I don't think so. If the Steelers are trying to win now this year, and that's what they're doing, it doesn't make sense to go to a 6th-round pick that's never taken a snap. It just doesn't. And, that doesn't mean that Will doesn't have potential, but, like, it's just the narrative that, like, we have to give him a chance. It's just like, no, we don't. Like, he has to earn his chance. That's what it has to be. And until he proves it on the field, I don't think that he can earn his chance to play. That's just my opinion, though. All right. So this was the report from Jordan Schultz just moments ago. Osa Odigizua is leaving the NFC East for our Commanders audience here. He says 17 sacks here. 34 TFLs and 2 forced fumbles during his tenure in Dallas. He's been a good player. He's a good disruptive 3-tech.
You kind of felt with the move that they make to get that nose tackle. Can't remember his name off the top of my head.
Well, they drafted a couple last year too.
Yeah, like getting nose tackles and they're switching over Ateo Agbania, I believe is how you say it. He's a nose tackle, and they also got another one. But, like, you kind of had the feeling there was going to be an odd man out in that defensive tackle group, and it's Osa. And I think, I don't know what the comp is. So for Commanders fans, I would be scared if the comp is Fred Warner and, like, a draft pick, the Cowboys sent a draft pick. I think the Cowboys got the winning end of this deal.
You think they're getting Fred Warner?
If they do. Because they were talking about it. Apparently Fred Warner was going to be, just a 3rd-round pick. Which is actually not that bad.
3rd-round pick for Odigizua is a pretty good get.
That's a really good get,
I think that's pretty good for the Cowboys. Obviously, they traded their 3rd-round pick to the Steelers for the George Pickens deal. And now they get that trade back for an Odigizua trade here.
And that puts them under the cap as well.
Okay.
So he kind of felt like there was going to be an odd man out. I think, within that group, I think, this is probably the best move for both parties.
Yeah.
So,
Okay.
good trade for the 49ers.
Oh, nice.
What'd you
Okay,
get?
we just got a nice little Venmo here.
Alrighty.
We'll send that. We'll push that across screen here in just a sec. Let me just add this name to my hat list. Just got a member of Hat Club here with a $25 Venmo.
Make sure I get this spell this right. Like, once it felt like, they traded for Quentin Williams and they restructured Clark, it was, like, kind of obvious he was going to be out.
Hakia Max. Hope I'm saying that right, my friend. Just joined Steelers Talk Hat Club. So, Hakia, send me an email. Ponzi's going to put my email down in the bottom of your screen here. You can find me at Sperry@chatsports.com. Send me your shipping address, and I'll make sure to get you your Steelers Talk hat for your $25 Venmo donation. He says, Jack, do you feel with the two big receivers we have, a speed guy could complement them? Who in this draft do you think has complete speed to pair with our two big guys? And I think that Hakia is on the right track here because you've got DK, who's got speed as a big guy. Like, it's not like we have no speed in the wide receiver room. DK is super, super fast for his size, which is really his superpower, what makes DK DK. But Pittman isn't really a downfield threat at all. Like, he's not a vertical kind of, threat outside of 50-50 balls. He just doesn't create separation. He doesn't have great quick twitch, especially now at this point in his career. He's more of a short to intermediate chains mover, red zone threat with really good hands. Decent, really tough runner after the catch as well. But to Hakia's point here, what you're missing is that 3-level route runner that can separate down the field to the intermediate and to the short areas of the field. Somebody that can bring speed to the table. So yes, I think that skill set definitely complements what we have here in Pittsburgh, Hakia. And, I think that bringing back Calvin Austin could make some sense here for a low-level, 1-year contract, team-friendly. And then you draft somebody early in the NFL draft, and then you draft another guy maybe on day 3 to fill out the rest of the room and force Roman Wilson to earn his spot on this roster. I think that's probably the best way to do it. Not to mention, nobody talks about A.T. Perry, but A.T. Perry's a talented wide receiver. We've signed him to a futures deal. He's dealt with some off-field stuff, and he's had some injuries. But he showed some flashes in New Orleans a couple years ago, and he's still pretty young. And I think A.T. Perry could challenge Roman Wilson for a roster spot this year. I don't think that is completely crazy to say. But yes, who are the guys in the first round that can fit that bill? I would be cool with Mekhi Lemon. Even though he doesn't have great long speed, he can separate to all 3 levels, sets people up beautifully. He's got really good hands for his size, good after the catch as well. Then I would say Jordan Tyson reminds me a lot of Justin Jefferson and CeeDee Lamb in the way that he moves as a pretty big receiver. He's got very oily hips, can get in and out of breaks extremely well. He's a very intelligent route runner, knows how to set guys up. And he's good after the catch, good at the catch point, just has some injury concerns, but I would love Tyson. Omar Cooper Jr., one of the best receivers in this class, man. He's so complete as a player. He's well built. He's a good run blocker. He's good after the catch. He separates to all 3 levels of the field. He's got good speed. I wouldn't say it's elite speed. That might be my one knock on him is that he runs in the 4.4s, not in the 4.3s. But he separates to all levels of the field anyway, and he's awesome after the catch. Got great contact balance. I would love Omar Cooper Jr. here in Pittsburgh, and then Casey Concepcion. Another guy that runs in the 4.4s and, dynamic after the catch, great instincts with the ball in his hands, and can separate to all 3 levels. I would say keep an eye on those guys in round 1, and then keep an eye on Zachariah Branch out of Georgia in round 2, because he's one of those guys where he's got a lot of speed, a lot of juice, a lot of really good after the catch ability. So keep your eye on those guys. All right. Appreciate the $25 Venmo from Hakia. We got Smackdown, MJD. Which one was this one from?
It's from Steelers.
This one's from Steelers, so thank you, Smackdown. $5 again from Smackdown says, how do you think our running back room compares to 2023 running back room when we had 2K Rushing yards as a team, is Rico's skill set comparable to Najee's? It is honestly pretty similar, if I'm being honest. Like downhill runner, I would say Rico is probably more explosive than Najee is, but pretty comparable, I would say, in terms of the production that Rico's getting. He's a back-to-back 1,000-yard rusher. Obviously, Najee continuously got 1,000-yard seasons here in Pittsburgh. He wasn't super efficient. They just fed him the football. But, Rico, I think, is probably a better version of Najee. He's not quite as big, but, I think he's not quite as good at, like, running people over, like moving the pile forward. But, like, he's a tough guy to bring down, man. His missed tackle rate's awesome. You cannot arm tackle that cat. He's going to run right through you, and you better be ready to take a pounding pause if you're playing the Pittsburgh Steelers with Rico Dowdle as their starting running back. And, I think that Jaylen Warren is going to do a lot of good stuff as well. So I think that it is possible that we could have 2,000 rushing yards as a team next year. But honestly, with McCarthy coming in, with the receivers, getting a lot better this offseason, would not shock me if we see, more of an emphasis on the passing game, which might limit the running back room's ability to get to 2K. $2 from Matt Saab says Murray isn't the answer. He's not an AFC North quarterback. I don't disagree at all. Like, this is the concern with Kyler. Now, like, Kyler's a fun player, and, like, I'll get behind him if the Steelers sign him, and especially because it's at the vet minimum. There's a lot of interesting opportunities to have a quarterback on a contract of just $1.3 million. But, like I said, man, he's never played in an environment where, like, he consistently has to play outside and he consistently has to play in colder weather like he would in the AFC North, which is why I think he probably prefers Minnesota's, because you can play in a dome. And they got 2 domes in the NFC North. Now, he would still have to go to Green Bay and Chicago, but, like, that's better than having to go to Baltimore, Cleveland, and Cincinnati, not to mention you have to play outdoors and in the cold every home game towards the end of the season in Pittsburgh. So, like, I question his ability to play with a wet football. He doesn't really have a ton of experience doing that. I question his ability. Honestly, he doesn't have the strongest arm either. So, like, when it's really windy at Acrisure Stadium, which it's known to be, does he have the arm strength to rip that football into tight windows even when the wind is howling? I don't know. I don't know the answer to that question. I think it would be an interesting experiment to see if he could. And I'm not saying that he definitely would not be able to, but, like, he hasn't been able to show that he can do that. He's played in a dome in over 70% of the games that he's played in the National Football League. That is a lot. And he's definitely more of an indoor and warm weather quarterback than the AFC North quote-unquote quarterback that Omar Khan says that he wants here in Pittsburgh. $10 from Javon. Says, in my fully biased opinion, I think the Steelers have potential to have the top 15 receiver room this upcoming season. If you add like a legitimate young wide receiver in the draft this year, that's an instant contributor, you absolutely can. Like, no question. Because the thing that people forget about adding these receivers is not only does it give the quarterback more options, but also it opens up space for DK Metcalf. Like, it's going to, Michael Pittman Jr. is going to get some attention. If you get a Jordan Tyson or a Mekhi Lemon or, an Omar Cooper Jr., those guys are going to get a lot of attention too. And DK is going to have more one-on-one opportunities for posts and goes and, the stuff that he's really good at. So, I'm right there with you, man. I think the Steelers still have every opportunity to turn this offense from what was a top 15 scoring offense last year to what can be a top 10 scoring offense next year. I don't think that that's out of the question whatsoever with all the upgrades that they're making. $2 from Schuleberg says, wait, what happened with Ayuk? He's staying for now. The 49ers are holding him for some reason. They've already said that he's never playing for the 49ers again. And, John Lynch talked about how they're going to think about releasing him at the start of the new league year, which was today at 4 p.m. Eastern. And that didn't happen. So we're kind of waiting to see what they do. And Like, would they actually be that petty where they're going to hold him for like all offseason, then release him at the last second just so he has like no time to work with the Commanders this offseason? Like,
I would leave it to that.
I mean, listen, man, if Ayuk's going to be petty with them, I guess they feel like it's justice. But, I mean, I know there's a lot of Commanders fans that are hoping.
Deshaun Elliott injury update.
All right, we did get an update here on Deshaun Elliott's injury stuff. So apparently Deshaun Elliott hyperextended his knee versus the Green Bay Packers, but the injury was actually a hamstring issue.
Huh.
So I guess he's recovering from a soft tissue issue here this offseason. So he's going to make a full recovery. He's already out there running and stuff, or at least doing on-field workout stuff. So, yeah, I'm not worried about that too much, but soft tissue stuff can linger.
Yeah.
$5 from Lil Yaya says, honestly, if Howard isn't the answer at quarterback, who will take a chance? Who will take a chance on, or who will we? Yeah, who will we take a chance on in next year's NFL QB draft? There's a lot of QBs. I think we have a list 10 of the top guys.
Let me check.
I believe we have a list 10 of the top guys that are going to be in college football next year that are draft eligible. And the fact that we have a list 10 graphic here where there's 10 guys that could like realistically and go in the first round next year. I mean, you look at this list. There's a lot of talent at the quarterback position in college football next year.
Something about Sorsby, man.
And like, shut up, Red Raider fan. Come on, man. Like, of course there's something about Sorsby to you. But like, you might be saying at home, but Jack, these guys stink. Have we not watched college football over the last decade? Like, Jaden Daniels was viewed as a day 3 draft pick before he won the Heisman Trophy and got drafted 2nd overall.
Cam Ward was
in the same boat, gets drafted 1st overall. Like quarterbacks grow as they go on in college football. And listen, man, there might be somebody that's not even on this list that ends up, coming out of nowhere and has a fantastic season and gets himself in the first-round conversation. Now, I want to be abundantly clear. I'm not saying all 10 of these guys are going in round 1. In fact, I really don't think Trinidad Chambliss is a first-round quarterback, depending on what he does next year, obviously. But like, I could see anywhere between 4 to 6 quarterbacks taken in the first round next year. It's supposed to be really, really good. And like, especially with like Sam Leavitt and all of his talent going to play with Lane Kiffin at LSU, that one excites me. Brendan Sorsby, who I think showed a lot of good things at Cincinnati. He still has a ways to go in his development, but he's got a lot of good stuff on his tape. Darian Mensah, who's transferring from Duke to Miami. I mean, the same school that got the most out of Cam Ward and then Carson Beck.
Exactly.
Like, I think Miami has a pretty good chance to be pretty darn good with Darian Mensah. He might be better than both of those quarterbacks. He's got a lot of talent. You still got Julian Sayin to talk about. You still got Dante Moore to talk about. You still got Arch Manning, who if he has a great season next year, he's going to be the number 1 pick. If Lenore Sellers finally breaks out, like, he's going to be the intriguing high upside option.
He's the Anthony Richardson type.
And CJ Carr from Notre Dame's really good too. There's a lot of, potential in this quarterback class coming up. But honestly, man,
Leavitt really interests me if I'm the Steelers.
Listen, man, I know a lot of Steelers fans aren't going to like this, but like, if you don't have Rodgers this year, like, I hate to say this because I don't necessarily love it because of the lack of games played and the injury stuff, but like, Ty Simpson becomes a legitimate possibility for them. He just does.
I do like Ty Simpson.
I like
Ty Simpson more
and I
than
like
most.
Ty Simpson's film. Before the injury stuff, he was better. He was like everyone's number 1 pick in mock drafts midway through the college football season. Then he gets injured and he falls off at the end of the year. And what do we always say, Ponzi? The last impression is the lasting impression.
Yep.
And people saw that performance in the SEC championship game. They saw him slow down in kind of the last few regular season games. And they're like, this brother stinks. And it's like, I can admit to you, man, like those last few games, not great film from Ty Simpson. But you have to realize he was dealing with back injuries. He was dealing with, I believe, burris in his elbow, which is super painful. And he was dealing with stomach issues. Apparently, he took some medicine for the pain with his back injuries, and it inflamed the lining of his stomach. And apparently he lost like 10 pounds in the middle of the season. So, like, you can call that an excuse, but, like, I think that's a pretty reasonable explanation for the drop-off in production. Now, obviously, you worry about the longevity and you worry about the injury risk to him because he couldn't even make it through a college football season. How is he going to make it through a 17-game schedule in the AFC North? That's all fine and good, and I have those issues with Simpson as well. But, like, in terms of running an NFL offense, making big-time NFL-caliber reads and throws, no quarterback in this class has more. Even though he has way less playing time than a lot of these guys, nobody has more of those throws on his film than Ty Simpson. Like, that middle portion of the year where he was playing lights out, like, he was playing unbelievable football, man. He really was. And he's got enough arm strength to play in the AFC North, in my opinion. He's got some nice playmaking ability. Like, I think he's a stronger arm version of Brock Purdy. And Brock Purdy's a damn good starting quarterback in this league, man. So, like, honestly, if Rodgers retires, I know a lot of people are just going to want to go with Will Howard, but, like, we just have to acknowledge the reality that if Rodgers retires, that the chances of Simpson going in round 1 go up. Yeah. $2 from Jordan Brown says, how we feeling about Jack Driscoll? You know, backup tackle, practice squad tackle. You know, nothing impactful at all. $2 from Ben Wright says, I think Drew Aller is better than Will Howard. Well, here's the thing. They're both guys that need to take steps from where they were in college to where they are hopefully going to end up going to in the league. We do have another trade. Dallas is sending Solomon Thomas and a 7th for the Titans in exchange for another 7th rounder. So late round pick swap. I don't know, but Solomon Thomas is now a Tennessee Titan. Another Salah guy, by the way. Another Salah guy. Like, he's literally just he's just mashing together all of it, like all of his favorite guys from the 49ers in New York. It's just a ton of reunions there. But to get back here to the Aller and Howard discussion, I think Aller has the higher upside, okay? On Aller's film, there's a lot more anticipation. He actually was asked to go through full field progression reads. Howard really wasn't at Ohio State. So I like that over Aller. I also like the arm strength and the arm talent. Much more fluid upper body mechanics than Howard has. Can throw sidearm and off platform. He's got really natural playmaking instincts too, something Howard really doesn't have. Like, Howard, his version of out of structure playmaking most of the time is, you know, tucking the ball and running with it. And that's fine. Like, he's a pretty good rusher of the football. But, like, Drew Aller has some really awesome moments of, like, feeling the rush, stepping up, escaping the pocket, and making some really crazy throws off platform. Like, that kind of arm talent, that kind of playmaking ability shoots his upside really, really high. Like, for me, Will Howard's ceiling is, like, at the very top of it, it's like Dak Prescott, right? Where you're like a surgeon in the pocket, super great anticipatory thrower, where you're super accurate and you can just diagnose a defense like that. You can read a defense post-snap like that. And, you can just cut people open with your brain, essentially. That's the type of passer Will Howard needs to become if he's going to be the franchise option for Pittsburgh. With Aller, he's got some of that out-of-structure playmaking stuff that raises the ceiling and kind of lowers the bar for what he needs to be as an in-structure playmaker, right? So I have a higher grade on Aller than I had on Will Howard. I do. I have a day 2 grade on Aller. I had an early day 3 grade on Howard. Did I say Howard twice? I have a day 2 grade on Aller. I had an early day 3 grade on Howard. So especially if Rodgers is back and they get Aller in the 3rd round, I think that is, especially like pick 99, like, I think that's a pretty darn good situation for the Steelers, pretty darn good situation for Aller, because I do think Aller needs a year to fix his footwork. He needs a year to really, learn how to, mentally process an NFL defense, right? So That's where I think Aller is at, but I do think the ceiling is higher with Aller, and I like the demonstrated, full field progression and anticipation that we see on Aller's film that we didn't see from Howard at Ohio State, in my opinion. $10 from Michael says they gave Kenny Pickett's garbage ass a chance, and I think he was taken way too high in the draft, and he has whopper hands. Yes, he does. Tiny hands. Terrible. Last resort, Howard at least deserves a shot. If all else fails, LOL. What does that say? Woosa? I don't know. But I appreciate the 10, Michael. Listen, man, Kenny Pickett was a first-round pick. Like, when you give that much investment into a player where you spend a first-round pick on somebody, they're going to get opportunities. All right. And I don't even necessarily disagree with you. Like, I was not a Kenny Pickett guy. Like, I had Pickett as my 5th ranked quarterback in that terrible quarterback class. Like, I did not like Kenny Pickett's film at all. I think he relied a lot on Jordan Addison. He left clean pockets all the time when Addison wasn't open on his first read. I wasn't a big fan of Kenny Pickett. All right. I didn't at all. Like, I don't even disagree with you that Pickett and Howard are almost like similar caliber prospects coming out. It's just like the level of investment in Pickett, they had to give him a chance. Whereas with Howard, with a 6th-round pick, you don't have to give him a chance. Like this idea that you have to see what you have in Will Howard. Well, do you have to listen, man, I'm fine with him on the roster. Like, people make it seem like that. I think that there's no chance that he could, eventually get a chance to show what he can do, and that he can't, play well when he gets that chance. That's not what I'm saying, guys. What I'm saying is you don't want to go into this season banking on that. Like, if he's on the team and he's your QB2, and whoever your QB1 option stinks, and the season's over, and you give Howard a chance at the end of the year, that's the situation that I would like to see Will Howard come into. That's the situation Tom Brady was in. That's the situation Brock Purdy was in, right? Those guys were not just handed the job as 6th and 7th round picks. They got those jobs because the QB1s got injured. In fact, in Brock Purdy's case, the QB1 and the QB2 got injured. So, name me an instance where a 6th or 7th round quarterback that hadn't played a snap in the NFL was handed a job and then succeeded. I can't think of one. The 2 most famous examples, Purdy and Brady, had to get their opportunity because of an injury. And if Rodgers got hurt next year, for example, and Will Howard comes in and he's playing awesome, then that's great. I think there's a chance that could happen. I don't think people are understanding what I'm saying. I'm trying to tell you guys that going into a season banking your entire year on Will Howard being that guy is not a good bet. Doesn't mean that he'll never get there. It doesn't mean he has no upside. It's all about raising the floor, and the floor with Will Howard is astronomically low at this point. For an NFL starting quarterback, it's astronomically low. Now, the upside's okay. Hopefully he can make those steps. I'm rooting for him. I truly, truly am. But this idea that we have to give a 6th-round pick a chance and just crown him the starter with no competition, it's ridiculous to me. You have to at least bring in some sort of veteran to compete with him. Some sort of veteran. Joe Flacco, Anthony Richardson, Will Levis. Give him some legitimate competition that he has to beat out in camp so that he can at least, earn the job before just being handed to him. You know what I'm saying? I just don't think the Steelers should be in business of handing starting quarterback jobs to players that haven't taken a snap yet. That's just not a good bet to me, but that's just me. $5 from Christopher Roy. Says, by the way, Jack, Hakia is me. Oh, Christopher Roy, thank you so much, my friend. Of course I remember you. I forgot that you use a different name on Venmo. But make sure you send me that email. Make sure to get you your hat. Appreciate the $25 Venmo. $10 from Clarence Moore. Says, I would like to bury the Ty Simpson talk. He's not the answer. 2027 draft is where it's at. I don't disagree with that at all. I would prefer to draft a quarterback in 27, but if Rodgers is gone, your options are not great if you want to try and win now. I remember before we got Big Ben, we had Maddox and Stewart in either franchise. Keep what we got, move on. I mean, what you mean is that stick with the quarterback room we have next year and move on. Bring back Rodgers. Rudolph on the team, Howard as the, younger, quote-unquote, up-and-coming option. I'm fine with that. I think that's fine. Now, I would personally let go of Mason because I just don't know what the value of Mason is. If Rodgers gets injured, is Mason Rudolph winning you a Super Bowl? No. I'd rather have 2 potential long-term options to increase my odds of getting a long-term answer in the building, but if Aaron Rodgers is back as this team's QB1, I'm perfectly fine with that. It gets us to 2027. $2 from Westbrook says, Brandon Ayuk Steelers, 1-year prove-it deal. Listen, man, it's one thing to say, should the Steelers consider it? I think the Steelers should consider it. If you can get him for a 1-year, low-level, low-risk contract, why not, right? But the question is, would Ayuk pick the Steelers? And it just seems like he has his heart set on Washington, man. He's best friends with Jaden Daniels. He knows Adam Peters from his San Francisco days. It just, every single report indicates that he's going to Washington. And by the way, Ponzi, he's not even having his agent put out there that he's fully healthy. Usually these guys coming off of massive injuries have their agents, leak it to reporters that, this guy's in great shape. He's 100% healthy. We haven't heard that from Ayuk. Why? Because he doesn't care what the other 31 teams think. All he cares about is what the Commanders think, and he has a direct pipeline to that team because of his best friend, Jaden Daniels. So it's one thing to say, should the Steelers do it? I think it's a good idea for the Steelers to do something like that. It's another thing to say, is it realistic? I personally do not think so. $5 from Macro Man. Says, is there one thing that Steelers fans talk/advocate for more all the time that bothers/annoys you? Personally, the Will Howard talk gets tiring really fast. For me, it's the assumption that Aaron Rodgers can't be better next year. Everyone knows and everyone acknowledges that this wide receiver room was terrible last year. Everyone acknowledges that. Yet, we're talking about this wide receiver room getting a lot better this year. It's already a lot better with Michael Pittman Jr. They're probably going to spend an early round draft pick on another one. You still got DK Metcalf. You're going to use Pat Freiermuth more. You have a better offensive play caller. All those things are upgrades around the quarterback. And despite, last year's situation, which was not an ideal situation for a non-mobile quarterback, it was still easily the best starting quarterback season we've seen from a Steelers quarterback in years. We had our first division championship in a half decade. We hosted our first playoff game in a half decade. And the offense played better than any offense in the last half decade. It's the first time, in this half decade here that they've been above league average in points per game scored. And that was with no receivers, essentially, outside of DK Metcalf, and he was getting double teamed consistently. You're telling me with a better offensive play caller, a better running back room, a more Pat Freiermuth, a way better wide receiver room, that Rodgers wouldn't be better? Of course he would. Of course he would. Unless his arm strength just completely falls off a cliff, which I don't see happening. There's a reason why literally every player in the locker room told the Steelers they want him back. It's because they know he can still play. So, I would trust the people that are in the building with him every day over the people on radio that, are like, oh, we lost another playoff game, we got to move on. No. I think that Rodgers is clearly the best option for this team. $2 from Edson says, who have been our biggest losses to other teams? Is this for Steelers? Commanders. I mean, the biggest losses the Commanders have taken have been trying to get players in free agency and then finishing second or third to get them. Alec Pierce, Romeo Dobbs, Tyler Linderbaum, apparently Trey Hendrickson, right? There's a lot of players that they've been in on that they missed out on. But in terms of players that were on the team last year that went elsewhere, the only one that's gone somewhere else that even played a kind of small role was Chris Rodriguez Jr. Chris Paul, still unsigned. Zach Ertz, still unsigned. Bobby Wagner, still unsigned. Marshawn Lattimore, still unsigned. Jeremy McNichols, still unsigned. Deebo Samuel, still unsigned. So that just goes to show you how bad the Commanders roster was last year and how old and how slow it was when nobody wants these players. Now, most of these players will sign somewhere eventually, but it definitely wasn't a great roster in Washington last year, especially when you account for the injuries. Art by Rapid, a $2 super chat, says 49ers looking to trade Ayuk in the draft. Now, does that make sense? I don't think that makes sense. Unless, like, Ayuk is agreeing to, like, take out multiple years on his deal. Like, who wants Ayuk? Like, the thing about Ayuk is that, like, because of the massive knee injury and because of the off-the-field, let's call it, behavior, what team is really going out of their way to bring him in a trade? Like, I don't see many options. Like, maybe Art is right here, where they're just holding on to him, and just in case somebody wants him in a trade, and then because listen, man, like they can hold him, and it doesn't hurt them. Like they still save the same amount of cap. They can still designate him as a post-June 1st cut, even if they wait. Like maybe this is the case. Maybe this is a situation where Commanders fans will have to wait for Brandon Ayuk until after the NFL draft. It's very possible, man. $5 from Major Ackerman says Dak Prescott is the only QB that was given a chance early via Romo injury. Yeah, like I said, injury. These late-round quarterbacks do not get chances unless, A, the quarterback is terrible and it's the end of the season and it's like a why not? Let's give these guys a chance, kind of like a Riley Leonard situation last year, or there's an injury. You just do, like outside of like Sam Howell, who was terrible. Commanders fans can tell you that. Now, Sam didn't have a great supporting cast here in Washington, but he hasn't been great at the other spots he's been in, so like he's just not a good QB. Like that was a bad decision from the Washington Commanders. It got Ron Rivera fired. Do we really want to follow that team's footsteps? Do we really want to make the Ron Rivera mistake? Handing the starting job to a day 3 pick that hasn't played at all. No. It's not a good idea. I'm telling you guys. Like, listen, if Rodgers gets hurt and Howard comes into play, great. Awesome. I want to see him succeed. I'm not banking the season on it. All right. That's it? All right. He says, I agree with Aller. He's the highest upside QB. Yeah, man. I think you can even make an argument that his upside is the highest in the draft this year. Like, the thing about Mendoza is that, first of all, he didn't really run a pro-style offense. And he's an awesome, game manager, didn't make a lot of mistakes, kept the chains moving, and made some big-time throws in some big-time moments. But, like, it's a lot of inside fades. It's a lot of out routes. It's a lot of outside hitches. It's a lot of RPOs, a lot of screens. Like, it was not like an NFL offense that he ran at Indiana. And he had some really good weapons, right? Surratt is going to go on day 2 this year. Omar Cooper Jr. is going to go on round 1 this year. Like, he had some good players. Had a really good run game to back him up. Like, Mendoza's not like a special playmaker either, out of structure. Like he can run a little bit, but like in terms of like that special pocket presence where, he can dip and, find that open lane and escape and, make awesome plays out of structure. He doesn't really have that. He's like a pure pocket passer to me with some athleticism. So I'm not sure if the upside is necessarily like top 5 in the league for Fernando Mendoza. I think he's like a more athletic version of Jared Goff, and there's nothing wrong with that. Jared Goff's a really good quarterback, and I think Fernando's an awesome guy, and he's going to work hard, and he's a good person, and all that different stuff. But like you look at Aller, he's got that like special, like natural playmaking ability. He just needs to find a QB developer that can fix his footwork, because that was really the big thing. Like people talk about the accuracy. I think the accuracy has a lot to do with the messy footwork. And if you clean up that footwork, you get him playing with a nice base. I think he could be pretty fucking good, man. Like I think he's got something there. Obviously the injury stuff is a little bit concerning as well, but obviously these teams are doing medical checks. I think Aller's worth a day 2 pick for a team that, By the way, another thing with Aller, especially in 2024, did not have any perimeter weapons to throw to at all. Like, dude, watching that film, they are just putting clamps on those outside receivers every game. And he has to, like, make something happen out of structure or try to get the ball to Tyler Warren, who is, like, his only, like, legitimate, like, top-end receiving target. And he just fed Tyler Warren that last year there, man. But he's got some juice. He does. Slash, do you think Downs falls in the draft due to the injury concerns? So there's conflicting reports on this. There is a report that somebody said that he talked to some team doctors that said that they flagged him for a knee issue, specifically for a partially torn meniscus and a degenerative ACL. And then Ryan Clark came out and said he's talked with team doctors that said the opposite, that he's fine and it won't impact his draft position. So who knows who's telling the truth? I know Ryan has legitimate connections in the league, so maybe I would lean more towards that direction. But Downs is a really good player, man. In terms of just pure football players, I think he's a top 5, maybe top 3 player in the class. Not a special athlete, but he's a very good one, and he's a special football player. Like, his football IQ is off the charts. He anticipates things the way that the truly special players do. Great ball skills, great tackler, good run defender. He's got it all. He can play big nickel if you want him to. You can play him at deep safety if you want. Awesome player. But, like, for the Steelers, if their plan is to play Ramsey at safety, obviously that's not going to happen. If their plan is to play Ramsey at big nickel and they don't add any other more veteran safeties, then absolutely that's a possibility for them, especially because the Steelers tend to not care about injury issues. They've drafted a ton of guys that have been medically flagged by teams over the years. Peyton Wilson, Troy Fautano, Corey Trice Jr., Asante Samuel Jr. They didn't draft, but they brought him in after a physical. So, yeah, I mean, it's certainly possible, no question about it. But I think he's going to go early. I think he's going to be fine. I wouldn't say the chances of the Steelers getting him are that high. We did get a Venmo here. There you go. Nate Blevins says, does Pittsburgh have the best chance at first in the division again currently if A-Rod comes back? Listen, man, I think they'll be right there. Depends, obviously, on injuries and stuff with Baltimore, because that's a very top-heavy roster, and they lost a lot of players that year. Kyle Hamilton's dealt with some injuries in the past. Maxx Crosby, well, obviously Crosby's not. Never mind on Crosby. Chatsports.com/F the Ravens, or F Ravens, I should say. But this is what I'll say. I think there's a chance that the Steelers are better next year if Rodgers comes back with all the improvements that are made to the offensive side of the ball and the potential for improvements to be made on the defensive side of the ball. Like we saw last year with the Seahawks guys, it doesn't take that much for a team to go from 10-7 and in purgatory, all that different stuff, can't get to the next level, to a number 1 seed in the NFC and winning the Super Bowl. Like, the Seahawks didn't completely tear down their roster. Yeah, they brought in a different QB, brought in a new OC, brought in a new wide receiver, but they still had the same head coach, still had a lot of the same players. It was a very similar structure, and they were able to make some good tweaks, and they were able to make that next jump. I think the Steelers have the potential to make that kind of jump if these coaching hires end up working out, and I like the coaching hires that they made. So, if this team can be a 12 or 13 win team next year, then absolutely they could have a chance to be first in the division again. Now, obviously, the Ravens have a lot of talent too, and I like the hire of Jesse Minter. I like the staff that he's bringing in. Anthony Weaver, Declan Doyle is an interesting young offensive mind. If Declan Doyle is the next Ben Johnson or the next Sean McVay, then man, that's going to be trouble with Lamar Jackson at quarterback, Derrick Henry at running back, Zay Flowers at receiver, all those things. But if the Steelers are winning 12 or 13 games and they can, win their matchups, at least one of them with Baltimore, that's going to give them at least a chance to, win the AFC North. It could be really close next year, honestly, if Lamar returns to MVP form. But I absolutely think Rodgers can have them in contention in this division next season. $2 from Mike Hoytink. Hope I'm saying that right, my friend Mike. And he says, let's see here. What will the Steelers do to get a legit nose tackle? I'm starting to get worried, Mike, that they're not going to. I'm starting to get worried that they think Keanu Benton's a good nose tackle. And I'm worried that they're going to give Benton a big contract extension this offseason. And when you give him that kind of money, you're not going to reduce his role in the defense. Which sucks because he can't anchor. He can't take on double teams. And that has been a big reason why this run defense has been, not great over the last couple years. And especially if you have run defending linebackers like Wilson and Queen, who haven't been great as run defenders in the second level behind him, that's going to create a pretty big chasm in the middle of your defense. And I'm hoping, man, that they bring in Dalvin Tomlinson, who's still out there. A'Shawn Robinson's still out there. I'm hoping they bring in a legit nose tackle for early downs. And by the way, I'm not advocating for Keanu Benton to get benched. I still want him as a rotational starter. But he should not be an every down nose tackle for the Pittsburgh Steelers next year. $5 from Slash again says, do you think Peyton Wilson gets an increased role in our defense next year? I think there's a good chance of that. Now, it's going to be interesting to see what they do with PQ. If PQ's gone, then the answer is clearly yes. But even if Queen stays, I still think that they're going to try and make him, that second linebacker option. Now, Graham has used a thumper linebacker in the past. That's why they got a Landon Roberts in Vegas last year. And Malik Harrison might fill that role, and then Wilson will continue his role as that rotational, passing down type of coverage linebacker. That's very possible as well. So, honestly, I could see his role being very similar to what it's been. Maybe he fills out his frame this year and he's more equipped physically to take on blocks and be a better run defender than he has been in his first 2 years. But, we'll just have to see when it comes to Peyton Wilson. $5 from William D. It says, sorry, late to chat, but if Rodgers doesn't sign, what do you think about Will Howard? LOL, just messing with you, but seriously, when are we extending the boss? Whenever this free agency and probably after the draft too. They'll deal with that one down the road. They'll handle the extensions down the road once they know what the situation looks like with the players that they're bringing in. Donna Elliott is saying I didn't answer her question on a Venmo. Donna, we did. Says, I remember. You can go back and we read this one. Is Darnell Washington and Mason Rudolph still with the Steelers? We read it, Donna. And yes, they are still with the Steelers. Also, we have a 1 cent Venmo from Eddie Story if you want to put that in there. And he says, get yourself something nice. Thank you, Eddie. Thank you, man. I appreciate you, Eddie. Yeah, pennies aren't even being produced anymore. I will definitely get myself something nice with that 1 cent. What can you buy with a cent? Is there anything you can buy with a penny nowadays? Yes. Guess you can buy some luck. $5 from William D. Oh, no, never mind. That was the last one. Nate Blevins with a 2 says, can YA not be our next nose tackle? He doesn't play with consistent pad level enough to be a nose, which is weird because he's so big, right? And I understand why you asked the question, Nate, because he's got the body to be a nose tackle. But the main thing that I'm looking for and the thing that the Steelers have been missing in this 3-4 system where the one technique, the nose in the middle there, he takes on the double teams most of the time. And you got to be able to play with good pad levels, sink those hips, hold that line of scrimmage, and play with true brute strength. YA is actually somebody, even at his size, he can be high padded. And when you play with high pads, it allows, these interior linemen to get in on him and drive him backwards, even at 340 pounds. So I've seen really, really good reps from YA Black in terms of his, pad level. And I think they did a decent job. And he did take steps last year. And he can be very disruptive at his size too. But like I feel like he's more of a 4-eye right now, a rotational 4-eye that's just a massive human being, kind of like Cam Hayward is, right? Cam's a big dude, but like he's not a nose tackle. They play him at 3-tech because of his ability to pass the rusher as well. YA is not the same as Cam, obviously, but kind of in that similar vein where like he's got the size to play nose tackle, but like he's better playing at that 4-eye position where he can use his disruption ability and his quickness at his size to be able to make some impactful plays. So I'm open to YA being a nose tackle, but like he's got to, be better at taking on those double teams than when he played at that spot last year for the Steelers. Like, honestly, the best player at nose tackle for the Steelers last year, guys, was Daniel Ekuale. Daniel Ekuale was a beast, sinking those hips, taking on those double teams, holding that line of scrimmage. He was awesome, man. Now, obviously, he's coming off that major injury, but, like, honestly, on a one-year vet minimum deal, I'd bring him back. $2 from Schuleberg says, would you go Caden McDonald in the first for nose tackle? I would prefer not to, because McDonald, he's a really good nose tackle, but that's all he does. He can try and push the pocket a bit, but he's not really a dynamic pass rusher. He's going to be somebody that, is going to be a good starting nose tackle for a long time in this league, but there's a lot of nose tackles that just hold their gap and are good, run stuffers in the middle, and they're super cheap assets. And the first round pick is a premium draft asset. So I don't think I'm willing to use my 21st overall pick on Caden McDonald. If I'm willing to spend, if I'm going to go defensive line, honestly, I'm not doing defensive line, period. I'm sorry. I don't think I'm going defensive line this year because there's good enough nose tackles on day 2 of the draft this year to go get one then. And I think that is a better value than spending your first round pick at nose tackle when you have other needs that you need to address at more premium positions. All right, got a couple more Venmos here. Man, we're getting a good collection of questions here. Next question. Are we hitting Venmos right now? Oh. Kyle Coons comes in with a 3. Says, with the signings the Commanders have made so far, how many games would you project us to win next year? It's a good question, Kyle. And the thing about the Commanders is that it's going to be tough to guess that because there's going to be so much new here in Washington. Like, sure, your quarterback and your head coach are the same, but 2 brand new schemes. Your quarterback is playing a scheme that he's never played in before. You're bringing in a lot of new starters. I think the Commanders are one of the more high variance teams in the league next year. Where like with these schemes being brought in, I love the schemes and I think that they have a high potential. Like this team could, get to that upper echelon in the NFC next year. Like they absolutely could if Jaden Daniels immediately takes to this under center style offense and is awesome and turns into a bona fide superstar and he's an MVP candidate next year. Terry McLaurin stays healthy and he's awesome, and Brandon Ayuk is playing awesome, and you have that third receiver playing great, and Okonkwo works out, and Bill Koski-Merritt takes some steps, and you have a legitimate number 2 running back in the defense with that Brian Flores-esque system, gets the most out of Quan Martin and Mike Sainristil and all the players that they're bringing in. Like this could be a really good team next season. It could, but with so much new and Durante Jones, David Blau, brand new play callers in the league. You never really know if you're going to hit a home run or if you're going to, hit a snag with these first-time play callers. And, Jaden could have some growing pains this year working in that under center offense. There could be injuries again. Like, Mike Sainristil could be terrible. There could be a lot of things that could go wrong as well. So if I had to guess right now, I think that, there's going to be a lot of great flashes, but there's also going to be some growing pains, from a play calling perspective, from a Jaden Daniels standpoint even. Like for me, I think like 10-7 maybe. Like I think that's a pretty decent guess at this point. I think their ceiling is higher than that, but like 10-7 I think is a pretty decent expectation for this team next year, because I am expecting some growing pains. I'm expecting a lot of good, but I'm also expecting some things with the play callers and Jaden in particular, that it's going to take a little bit of time for this team to really get to that level where everything's clicking, it's a well-oiled machine, and this team is ready to win a Super Bowl. So that's where I'm at. Maxx Amander with a 10 says, I know the Steelers still looking for a QB, but if Steelers can get Jennings, he can be a third wide receiver and maybe also Nick Bosa to help the defense more. You saying the Steelers get Nick Bosa? We already have T.J. Watt, Alex Highsmith, and Nick Herbig, and I don't think they want to let go of any of those guys, man. When it comes to Juwan Jennings, listen, he would be a good wide receiver 3. The problem is, I think that Juwan Jennings isn't an idiot, and I think that he knows if he signs on to be this team's wide receiver 3, he's going to get replaced by an early round rookie. Honestly, I think Juwan Jennings makes a lot more sense for the Commanders than he does for the Steelers, because he can go to the Commanders here and he can at least originally be wide receiver 2, but if they bring in Ayuk or if they draft a receiver, then he's perfectly fine as a wide receiver 3. In fact, he'd be one of the best wide receiver 3s in the game. I would recommend that the Commanders sign Juwan Jennings. I think that'd be a good investment for that football team. For the Steelers, I think that Juwan Jennings is probably too expensive to be your wide receiver 3, especially if you're planning on drafting a wide receiver early. That's just wasted money on a player that's not going to be on the field a whole lot, right? If you're going to get another veteran receiver, you want it to be somebody that can be a starter for you, but isn't going to be a lot of money. Someone like a Calvin Austin III, a Jalen Tolbert, a Brandon Cooks, somebody that, if there's an injury or something like that, he can go in, be serviceable as a number 3 receiver, but isn't going to take up a lot of cap. And if you draft a stud rookie, he can play right away, right? And you don't have to worry about it. So I think that is more of the tier of receiver that the Steelers should be looking at. All right. Is that it? All right. Well, we're at 6:24 here, 7:24 on the East Coast. So we're going to wrap it up for the day here, guys. The way that I'm planning on this going for the last 2 days is, God, we got to get a decision from Kyler by tomorrow, right? So we'll see what the live schedule looks like. Who knows? We might go live for one more day here on both channels tomorrow. I'll keep you guys updated on the latest surrounding both of these teams. If the Steelers make a signing tonight, we'll make sure to get you guys coverage on Steelers Talk. If the Commanders make another move tonight, we'll make sure to get you covered on the Commanders Report. I can't thank you guys enough for the support here on the channel over the last 3 days here of the first 3 days of NFL free agency. We've had some fun stuff happen to both of these teams over the last few days, and I'm looking forward to seeing what the future lies ahead for both the Pittsburgh Steelers and the Washington Commanders. So thank you guys so much for all of your support. And also a special shout out to everybody that bought those F the Ravens t-shirts. That was absolutely fantastic. We sold over 40 of those suckers today. So we sold 64 t-shirts. So 46 of them were F the Ravens. God, man, we sold 60-plus shirts today. That's absolutely fantastic, guys. What's that? Commanders had 4, so we added 4 on Commanders as well. So thank you guys so much for that support. That's going to give us more opportunities, right, to have these really cool merch opportunities when these teams sign players and trade for players and stuff like that. So that really means a lot to me, guys. Thank you guys so much for all of your support. Once again, I will see you guys next time. And until then, guys, hail to the Commanders, and here we go, Steelers.